Okay, Rachel, so audio's off on the computer.
Thank you, Mrs. Rustaller. Sounds great.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask everyone participating telephonically to please mute your computer audio or telephones at this time unless addressing the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
I am calling because I'd like to touch base about closed session for Friday. In particular, the
Mrs. Schick, if you could please mute your telephone or computer at this time. Thank you.
that in the past, when we've been talking about anticipated litigation or initiating litigation, counsel has led the discussion, and then
Good morning, everyone. This meeting is now called to order, and it is 9:02 a.m. We will now take a moment of silence for silent reflection or prayer. All right, thank you very much. Moving on, we have Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask Fire Chief Martell from Montezuma Fire to please lead us today.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Thank you, sir. Well done. For the record, this is the board meeting of February 9th of this fantastic year of 2021. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Patty?
Present. Thank you very much. At this time, we have, Madam Clerk, we have some recognitions and presentations. I'd like to introduce, please introduce and read what we have today.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Our first proclamation is to proclaim February 2021 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas grand juries are crucial components of California's justice system, and whereas, like other California counties, San Joaquin has a grand jury composed of individuals who dedicate their time for a full year to serve in the grand jury system. And whereas the primary duties of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury are to investigate and report on local governmental operations to assure that the responsibilities of these governmental entities are being fulfilled efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public. And whereas the California Grand Jurors Association and local chapters strengthen juries statewide by providing training, tools, and techniques to assure that each jury operates under the same standards of efficiency and integrity to which they hold local government. And whereas it is appropriate to provide a designated opportunity to recognize the efforts of those who have volunteered and continue to volunteer their time and service to advance the work of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury. And whereas the reward of being a grand juror is the satisfaction received working with fellow residents of the county to improve local government for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2021 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month, presented this 9th day of February 2021. And Chairman Patty, we do have Mr. Gary Cooper and Burt Brown participating telephonically this morning for public comments when you're ready.
Fantastic. I think we'd like to go to board comments first before we have hear from them. I'd like to see if any members of the board would like to address our grand jury during this recognition. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I would like to just add my personal thanks to grand jury. I've known quite a few members over the years and have recommended some folks to serve on the grand jury, and it is a real public service that they do on all of our behalves. They are very dedicated. They conduct their business in an extremely professional and thorough way. And I believe their reports are very valuable, not only to the different agencies that they report on, but also to the public. So I would like to add my thanks to the grand jury for the hard work that they do.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just want to say thank you too. I know it's a tough job, it's a grind, and just want to tell you how much I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree. I think they perform an essential service for our communities, and more importantly, I think all the years that I've looked at grand jury reports in various shades, I've always appreciated their comments, and I think they've been beneficial in regards to, for those of us who maybe can't see things from our perspective, they are helpful in regards to showing us some things that we can certainly improve upon. So congratulations to them. Certainly, as Supervisor Miller said, I've known a lot of them, and they are dedicated and hardworking. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to all those who are serving on the grand jury. I know spending time away from family and helping out your community is a great sacrifice sometimes. So thank you all very much for the job that you are doing and continue to do.
I would just finally add that law and justice is an important part of our civil society, and the grand jury takes a dive in many aspects and elements throughout our county and comes back with some fantastic reports that are of benefit and of help. Oftentimes, you are working in complete autonomy, but it is greatly appreciated and a fantastic service to our county. So we thank you all. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Brown and Mr. Cooper to join us and share some comments.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Bert Brown. Hi. My name is Bert Brown, and I am the president of the San Joaquin County chapter of the California Grand Jurors Association. I'm grateful to be here this morning and accept, on behalf of the chapter, the Board of Supervisors proclamation making February 2021 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month. Our local chapter is made up of former grand jurors, and our purpose is to tell the story of the civil grand jury and to support the efforts of each year's civil grand jury. We accomplish this through community outreach and recruitment, education, and training. Traditionally, while we have many goals, one important ongoing goal has been to help increase the diversity of applicants wanting to serve on the grand jury by collaborating with various organizations representing the diversity of our county. However, for the past 12 months, our activities have been curtailed during the pandemic. We hope to increase our effort during the next 12 months. But enough for now about the local chapter. San Joaquin County's civil grand jury has not let the shutdown dampen their spirits, nor have they taken a leave of absence from their duties. It has not been easy for them to conduct interviews, investigate complaints, collaborate on writing reports, and holding meetings to conduct their day-to-day business, all while operating under pandemic rules of distancing in a group setting. I wish to thank Mr. Gary Cooper, foreperson of this year's civil grand jury, as well as the other 16 members who serve with him. A double shout out to Gary for holding over from being last year's grand jury foreperson. They are all to be commended for their hard work and tireless dedication and commitment in their service to the residents of San Joaquin County. There are also several individuals that I want to thank and to recognize today for the invaluable advice and guidance they provide to the grand jury throughout the year. Most especially, the Honorable George J. Abdallah, Jr., Judge Advisor of the San Joaquin County Grand Jurors, the Honorable Judge Shapuri Villapudua, Presiding Judge of the Superior Court, Mr. Mark Miles, County Counsel, Mr. Scott Fichtner, Assistant District Attorney, Brandon Riley, Court Executive Officer and Jury Commissioner, and Teresa Martinez, Staff Secretary to the Grand Jury. San Joaquin County is very fortunate to have the positive backing, support, and respect from these fine individuals. In conclusion, I know it has not been easy for you, the Board of Supervisors, to govern the county's business during this past year of this pandemic scourge. And so I want to sincerely thank you for your dedicated service to our county and for recognizing the hard work of the Civil Grand Jury. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to turn the mic over to foreperson Gary Cooper.
Thank you, Bert. I really appreciate your kind words. On behalf of the 2020-2021 Grand Jury, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing this group of dedicated citizens. It's been both humbling and rewarding to serve on the Civil Grand Jury. We're working very hard to meet the goal of looking into the efficient and effective operations of the governing agencies and districts within the San Joaquin County. The Grand Jury would like to say thank you to the Honorable Judge George Abdallah for his unwavering encouragement and support. We also thank our advisors, County Counsel Mr. J. Mark Miles, and from the District Attorney's Office, we thank Mr. Scott Fichtner for all the time, the energy, and the sound advice they provide. We thank the California Grand Jurors Association for their guidance and their support. And very importantly, we thank Teresa Martinez, our staff secretary. I can't deny that Teresa is actually the glue that holds us all together, and we really appreciate her. So just to close, I do want to say once again, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for acknowledging the Civil Grand Jury with this month of February. And I thank you, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper, and thank you, Mr. Brown. And as stated by all of us, we truly appreciate you, and this county appreciates you. And thank you for joining us today. Hopefully next year it will be in person. You all have a great rest of your week. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a second recognition today, or proclamation.
Chairman Patty, our next proclamation is to proclaim February 11th, 2021 as 211 Day in San Joaquin County. And I believe that we have Kay Roostaller participating telephonically this morning. And I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas every hour of every day, people need access to essential services such as food, housing and shelter, utility assistance programs, counseling services, medical, dental care, senior elderly support, employment, help, transportation services, abuse prevention services, child care assistance. And whereas in 2020 alone, the 211 call center at Family Resource and Referral provided support to more than 60,000 residents needing essential services in San Joaquin County, including over 25,000 referrals to callers seeking assistance for COVID-19 health and economic resources. And whereas 211 is a free and easy to remember telephone number that connects people with life-changing resources 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in over 200 plus languages. And whereas 211 is helping make this social services ecosystem more efficient in San Joaquin County by ensuring people in need are connected to agencies that can help them. And whereas 211, in partnership with the San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services, also provides disaster or crisis response for San Joaquin County residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 11th, 2021 as 211 Day in San Joaquin County and recognizes the tremendous service the 211 helpline provides in connecting callers and much needed resources, presented this 9th day of February 2021. And again, Chairman Patty, I believe that we have Kay Roostaller on the participating telephonically today.
Excellent. Mr. Roostaller, would you be able to join us at this time?
Absolutely, Chairman Patty and Supervisors, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for acknowledging Family Resource and Referral Center as the designated service provider of 211 Information and Referral Service in San Joaquin County with this proclamation. I want to thank the Human Services Agency for funding 211 since its inception in 2015 and for First 5 San Joaquin support beginning shortly after. 50% of 211's funding is private through philanthropic partners such as Kaiser Permanente community benefit programs. This public-private partnership has made the 211 infrastructure possible during the pandemic, and we want to thank you for trusting us to receive the COVID-19 calls for the San Joaquin Public Health Services. I want to thank our leadership team, Tiffany Pogazai and Tran Nguyen, for working so closely with OES to make sure the 211 database has the most up-to-date information for county residents on the vaccine rollout. They've updated the database late on Friday nights and early on weekends to make that happen, and OES staff has been great. This past weekend, we had to add additional phone lines to the call center due to the increase in volume for the first time since we began service in 2015. I also want to thank Tamisha Allen and the 211 call center staff who have been heroes every day since the pandemic started, as they've helped to patiently and compassionately connect San Joaquin County residents the information and resources they are seeking, easing nerves and calming frustrations. It's really very challenging work. I also want to publicly pay honor and tribute to our very first 211 call center specialist, Julia Barajas, who passed away last Thursday much too soon. Julia embodied the compassion of a 211 call specialist and was a beacon of hope to her callers and an inspiration to her teammates. Her legacy will live on as we carry on the work. We would love to come before the Board of Supervisors at another more calm time to present 211 data in more detail. You can also share in seeing the needs of the community as we have. On behalf of all of our team at Family Resource and Referral Center, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for this acknowledgement. Our greatest hope is that all residents in San Joaquin County will know that 211 is the trusted place to turn for a live voice and help 24/7, 365 days a year. Thank you so much.
Well, Ms. Rustala, thank you for joining us and thank you for sharing. I wanted the board members to hear the myriad of things that 211 does on behalf of the county. And I'd like to turn to the board, see if there's any comments they'd like. Mr. Rickman, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you for all that you guys do. And 211 is very important to our community to make sure our residents and citizens of our San Joaquin County stay informed and have the resources that they need. So thank you all very much.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you for, there's a lot of people in San Joaquin County who need help, and this phone number does a lot for a lot of people. And thank also for HSA for funding this program, and appreciate everything we do for this our community.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would add my comments in regards to the performance of 211. It is a service that has been extremely beneficial to our residents in regards to getting information. I would touch upon, Kay, your comments in regards to the recent rollout of our Bridgeworks registration program, which is an online registration also through 211. And I would thank you and their staff and pass this on, that they are doing a phenomenal job. When I hear horror stories about other regions in the state in regards to calling in to make appointments or to get information, having to wait up to 3 hours on the phone, it's just unbelievable. And certainly, at least the reports I've been receiving, is that usually within 5 minutes or less, 211 is ready, willing, and able to document some of the individuals who may not be able to register online. So certainly thank you for all you've done, especially in this critical time. And we look forward to this partnership, and we'll hear more about the 211 and our Bridgeworks program and other facets of our vaccine. So again, thank you, and thank you to all the staff.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I would also like to thank Family Resource and Referral for all of their hard work in making 211 a success. You know, the board's decision to fund this a few years ago was really important because we had no idea at the time that COVID was looming, and we were very fortunate that when it did hit, we had a 211 system up and running and qualified and experienced folks manning the phones. As Supervisor Wynn said, now being able to provide assistance with our vaccine registration is a huge benefit to so many of our residents who don't have access either to internet or to computers or to smartphones or to any of those. I would like to say to Ms. Rustaller, I would be very interested in having a more detailed presentation on the 211 system, the data, and results come to the board at a later date. So we'll make sure that happens. So thank you again. We are grateful to all the hard work of all the folks at Family Resource and Referral who are the voices of our 211 system.
In closing, we are grateful in the community for all the services that are rendered, especially during this time, as the supervisors have pointed out. 211 is a fantastic reference and an available source. You have a very grateful community, and thank you. A great job to you and all of your staff. And tell them to keep it up, because I know you guys are burning the midnight oil over there, so thank you. Madam Clerk, we now have another last recognition, I believe. Oh, no, we don't. Actually, I'm sorry, we have two more. Next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Our next recognition is of the Manteca Sunrise Kiwanis, and I would like to invite Mr. Rich Silverman to come down to the podium to accept the recognition, which I'll read. And Mr. Silverman, the recognition is there on the podium for you to take with you this morning. And the recognition reads, presented to the Manteca Sunrise Kiwanis in recognition of your 40 years of dedicated service benefiting the citizens of Manteca and San Joaquin County. Your organization is a valuable asset, providing a great service to our community. Thank you. Presented this day of February 9th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Silverman, Councilman and current President.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you all. Thank you very much for recognizing Manteca Sunrise Kiwanis. We are one of the premier service agencies, service clubs in the Manteca area. This month is we normally have our annual night of giving, where we award all of our donations to various nonprofits and such. And obviously, because of COVID, we're not having that. But we decided, and our two big fundraisers of the year, our spring dinner and the pumpkin fair, were both, of course, canceled. We decided that's not going to stop us, pulled into our reserves, pulled money out, and we're giving basically all of the nonprofits the same thing that we gave them last year. So because they need it. They're all hurting. They're all stuck for fundraisers. So we're continuing with our donations. We're giving $14,000 to the locals, $10,000 in scholarships. We'll be voting on that Thursday to finalize our scholarship program. That's 10 kids in Manteca schools getting $1,000 each. And that brings our total since 1980 to about $1.16 million that we have given back to the community. Kiwanis, if you're not aware of that, first of all, it's countywide. There's Kiwanis clubs in Lodi, Stockton, Escalon, Mountain House has just started one. And it's an international organization. The focus is kids, and that's what we feel it's all about. We direct 85% of our contributions, our donations, are made to organizations that directly assist children. Give Every Child a Chance, Second Harvest Food Bank, Agape Villages, it goes on and on. So we appreciate the recognition. We're planning on a pumpkin fair this year that's going to be bigger and better than ever. And we hope to all see you there and at some of our other events, and hopefully we're getting back to normal. On an aside, different subject slightly, talking about 211 and COVID, I'm also on the board of directors for the American Legion Post 249 and we really appreciate the county has stepped up helping veterans get the vaccines. There was a clinic, I believe, for last weekend in January, and the 211 has been really helpful. The veterans have been very concerned, but they're getting their shots, getting them in their arms, and it is really appreciated. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And I just, before the board gives comments, when I came in early this morning, I looked at security camera, and true to form, being a Sunrise Club, you were here at 5:30 a.m. waiting for the board chambers to open up. So you talk the talk and walk the walk. Good job, Mr. Silverman. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Rickman.
Mr. Silverman, good to see you again. Welcome. And, thank you for your service to the community in your capacity, the member of the Kiwanis, but also military. So thank you. And I'm very familiar with the Kiwanis. I was a past member, in Tracy a while ago. And I know in the Manteca chapter, the great things that you do for your community, especially our youth. So I just want to say thank you personally, and thank you to all your members for the outstanding job that you guys do. And please reach out to me, or I imagine anyone on this board, if you ever need assistance. Again, thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do, Mr. Silverman, and for the Manteca Sunrise Kiwanis. Our service clubs are really an important part of the social fabric and civic fabric of our county, and we're grateful to all of them, and to you especially. Congratulations on your 40 years. You do a tremendous amount of good in our communities, so thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Silverman, I just want to thank you for all your service and everything you do for our community. Kiwanis is a very popular club, and you guys always do the best for our community, so thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
I want to add my congratulations. Certainly, service clubs are really the backbone of our communities in regards to giving and the projects that they provide in our communities. And of course, knowing you and your lovely wife, Linda, you're a serving family. She serves with one of our county commissions. So I want to thank you and certainly the Kiwanis for their stepping up. I did not know that the focus was on youth. And right now, that's probably one of the number one priorities that all of us have, because of the, I guess, lack of a better term, disadvantage that our youth are having by not being in classrooms being taught. So anything, and certainly the scholarships and the things you're doing, go a long ways to help those who desperately need assistance. And so thank you, your Kiwanis, and their members, and certainly all that they do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Silverman, as we are recognizing Kiwanis, and it's not individual clubs as much, and we're glad that you are here to represent Kiwanis, could you give us a little historical perspective? When was Kiwanis founded? Perhaps how many members or clubs internationally?
I wish I had all those good numbers. I don't know how long. It's been around a long time, I believe in excess of 100 years.
Okay.
I know we celebrated our 100th anniversary not too long ago. Can't remember exactly when. I don't know the total membership worldwide. It's in the tens of thousands, of course. There's clubs throughout the world. There's even virtual clubs now. Exact number, I'm sorry, I don't have that. But I know it's a significant number. And by the way, we do get together with the other clubs in cooperation with Manteca Rotary. We put on our annual Thanksgiving dinner. We did a drive-through this year instead of a sit-down. We provided 2,500 Thanksgiving meals.
Outstanding.
In spite of COVID.
Right.
The heck with COVID.
That's right. The service to the community never ends. I'm a proud Rotarian, as I'm sure other members of the board belong to different organizations, and it's a testament to your commitment to the community and these service organizations that volunteer and put in the sweat equity to improve and make a profound difference. So thank you for being here, representing Kiwanis and your club very distinctly. Thank you.
Sunrise,
yes, Sunrise Kiwanis, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Madam Clerk, we have one more, I think, report. No, we're done?
No, that's correct, Chairman Patty. We do have an annual report by the Children and Youth Task Force. Christina Gilbert is here to give that report from, she is the director of the San Joaquin Children's Alliance.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Gilbert, there's actually a clicker there that'll allow you to run the PowerPoint.
I see it. Do you want me here or there?
Yes, please sit there at the staff table. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and stand since this chair is pretty high anyway.
You're welcome to go to the podium if you wish.
That's fine. I don't need to make it more work. Good morning, Chair Patty and supervisors. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here this morning. Let's see. There we go. On our website, we have 230 plus signatures from boots on the ground individuals working in our community-based organizations across the county. And in front of you, the logos of just some of the organizations that have expressed their support for today's presentation. I'd like to point out that this is far from the first plea from the community to urge the board to act and invest and prevent. You've received a letter from the Community Foundation and their partners in June, and you've had many public comments throughout, and we're here today to build off that momentum. I'm going to take the first part of this to start to bring to light and highlight some of the data and the stories that are emerging from the impacts of COVID-19. I've spent 5 weeks interviewing community-based organizations and collecting data, and I cannot do justice to this presentation in 10 minutes. But here's a quick overview of what's coming to light. Educational impacts. What I'm going to draw your attention to is the fact that we have 6,000 subsidized childcare slots or preschool slots in San Joaquin County, and half are being unused right now. We know what the impacts of lack of quality early learning has, and we know, you've heard from me, you've heard from everyone time and time again, articles you've read, that 90% of brain development happens within the first 5 years, and this could have catastrophic impacts. Again, we know, I'm preaching to the choir. We know, and just from the presentations from this morning that have come through talking about the demand and the need for food insecurity, but I do want to highlight one story. Tracy Boys and Girls Club has been giving away food kits and enrichment activities and books through a program called Farmers to Families, which, by the way, has expired. And they would, of course, promote and invite the community to come, and they had hundreds come. One day, one of the trucks showed up, and it wasn't supposed to be there. So, of course, there had been no promotion and no exposure in the community. It was supposed to be at a club in the Bay Area, and within 30 minutes, nearly 100 cars had lined up. I want to draw your attention to the 1,058 certified homeless children by Stockton Unified and let you know that they believe that it's easily 2 to 3 times this much. The reason they can't certify that number is they can't find them to interview them and certify that. Additionally, those 15 unaccompanied minors are youths, teenagers that show up asking for help that have no adult present in their life. And typically those kids are coming from homelessness. They are homeless themselves. And just so that you're aware, we have one homeless youth shelter with 8 beds. I think it's easy to say this is the one that probably keeps most of us up at night. There's not much that needs to be said, except that emerging reports are telling us that what we are going to find as in areas where there has been shelters in place, in areas where school districts have been closed, is that what is emerging is the worst and the big and the bad of the severe forms of child abuse and neglect. And awfully timely, here's some 211 statistics for you. I've pulled out the ones that you can compare from 2019 to 2020. I'm not going to read them to you. And I'm hopeful that 211 will come and give you that presentation. I think that would be enormously helpful for you all to have. But I am going to let you know that in 2020, they had 15,706 food-related calls. I pulled out just those 2 because those are the 2 I can compare apples to apples from 19 to 20. Supervisors, we all know that there are $70 million left from the COVID CARES money that was provided last year, $130 million in total. We believe that a good portion of this money should be invested back into our community to stabilize families. However, we are not here with a specific request today. We are here to make a recommendation that you direct staff to work with myself and a small group of leaders from the Children's and Youth Task Force to bring back some proposals for you to approve within 30 days. Obviously, with the 1-year anniversary of the shelter in place coming, time is of the essence. Additionally, once you approve that act, we would like to include the ability to measure the impact and be able to come back and provide outcomes and outputs of that investment. We know that that report is vital and helps us understand how to better invest as we move forward. I'm going to go through these quick, because the point is not to make the recommendation today, except that we have the opportunity to work with staff. The point is to let you know that your partners have showed up and have done the work. I myself have spent so much time asking them for budgets and how many could they serve and what would it cost to expand? How many kids does that mean? What outcomes can you provide? Because you have all been very clear that we need to be prepared to do that, and we are. Our partners have identified these 5 key responses to mitigating the impacts that exist now and limiting those long-term impacts. We have taken these key responses and examined outcome-driven programming that exists in this community and what we can do. All right, the nitty-gritty though. Nobody lets me out of their office without saying, well, how much should we ask for? How much do you need? What's the shortfall? We have $130 million that came into the community last year with the intention of offsetting and mitigating the impacts. Clearly, the county needs to keep the doors open. However, we think it's reasonable that we invest at least 5% of that money. Again, that's not the specific request today. However, a one-time investment of that 5%, which is $6.5 million, to stabilize families managed by the Children's Services Coordinating Commission, is your commission. You appoint the people who serve on that community, and they represent voices from all over the county. Here is an idea of what we could do with that. Again, your partners have brainstormed and have been committed to bringing to you proposals that are strategic in nature and outcome-driven. I don't have time to go over this, but I do want to let you know every single program that we would propose to you is a program you've heard about. What we do know is the task force continues to urge the board to expand funding to 0 to 5. These are our most at-risk little guys. We can do that through home visitation. We can do that through the various family strengthening programs. Home visitation is one of the strongest programs we have going in this county, and First 5 has spearheaded this beautifully. And if we were just to do some back-of-the-napkin math, if we took half of that proposed investment in 0 to 5 and some back-of-the-napkin math on what it takes to invest in families in a home visitation platform, we could easily serve another 225 to 250 families. Parents by Choice reports that they have over 1,000 parents who expressed interest in parenting classes last year, or in 2020, and that's an increase of 25%, and 80% of them are graduating. People will come if we provide it. I want you to know that this is a proposal from Tracy Boys and Girls Club. She is so incredibly busy, and she took the time to outline what it would take to expand learning hubs, drive-throughs, all of the outcome-driven programming, and Girls and Boys Clubs has books and books and books on what they can do. Here are a myriad more of other ideas. SAFE is something that's still operating now with schools, and it's doing great work, and as schools open, we will need more wraparound services to stabilize these children. Quickly, I just want to let you know that those in the housing space said that if we did make a $500,000 investment, they believe conservatively we could prevent 125 families from being homeless. We're looking at an explosion of homelessness as soon as the moratorium on eviction is lifted. We will not keep up with it. And it will be horrifying to watch families couch surfing and house surfing and in cars. I must have driven by 4 on the way here. Food banks report that if we can provide $500,000 in supplemental income, they have the food. What they don't necessarily have is always the ability to respond with the labor that's necessary, since food banking has changed so much. And then last, this is how we position ourselves to maximize the investment that you make. This positions us to be as attractive as possible to foundation giving, which is the big money. It's the $25,000 grants aren't going to move the needle. They're nice. We need them. We appreciate them. We have to rack them up. But we have seen through the work of Beyond Our Gates how, when we organize and invest, foundations show up and see us as a worthwhile investment. We have to act now. We are coming up on the 1-year anniversary Your community partners are organized and ready, and we are prepared. The board has been clear that it is your position, that your priority, to help us exit COVID-19 as quickly as possible. But there are some hurdles we need to be aware of. As I've interviewed our partners across the county, they indicate that their staff, say 40 to 50% of their staff and families won't get the vaccine or are hesitant to get the vaccine. That's a problem for us being able to effectively and quickly reopen. The good thing we know what to do. Trusted Advisors is a research-based approach to increasing trust in the community. When we expand the proven programs that El Concilio is doing now in the Hispanic community, when we expand home visitation programs that are having strong outcomes now, those people tell them, I got it, you can trust it. And they tell their neighbors and they tell their friends. Billboards and websites are necessary, but they're not going to move the needle on that number. And the reality is that there is a tidal wave of need coming, and we can pay now or we can pay later. We will have more homelessness if we don't stabilize families who can't pay their rent, who can't pay their bills, who can't feed their children. Child abuse will continue to rise, and we will continue to pay the price as a community, no matter who made the decision to shut us down. We're going to pay for it. You have the ability to position us and to make better decisions so that we might exit this area more effectively. Last thing, Supervisor Putty, and I appreciate your grace. We need your leadership now. We have come before, came in 2015, and we asked for a set aside of the future revenue, and we were told that the county budgets had not recovered from the recession, and we respected that, and we backed up. We regrouped, and we organized and collaborated, and good things came from that. Twice now, we have gone to the ballot, and we missed by such a painfully small measure in the fall. But I'm here to tell you that I actually think 65% is enormously compelling. 65% of the voters in San Joaquin County wanted to see Measure X approved, wanted you to invest more money in our youngest citizens, wanted you to stabilize families, wanted you to prevent homelessness. I think the need is clear, and the money is available. That's 51% of voters in Ripon, 63% of voters in Tracy, and 78% of voters across Stockton passed Measure X. We can take this money. The need is clear. The voters have been clear. We urge you to act.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Fantastic presentation. I would like to bring it to the board for any comments. Supervisor Villalpudua.
Well, Christina, I know your heart's in this, and you do a great job for our community, and you help so many people. So I want to thank you, and I know this board is going to try to help you as much as we can. CEO's office help. So
we look forward to working with staff.
We'll try our best.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I know you spoke as fast as you could. And you're a fast talker, so that was a lot of information in a short presentation. The board appreciates it. I would like to suggest to this board that we respond the way we did when we were petitioned to take a look at the additional CARES Act money that now resides in the general fund for our staff to work on bringing back to us some proposals, not to reinvent the wheel, not to increase any sort of bureaucracy, but to get some of this money out to our community quickly and efficiently in a way, we all talked about it, to position this county for recovery as much as possible. So I would like to suggest that the board weighs in on providing direction to staff to work with the members of the Children and Youth Task Force and to come back to us after they take a look at these proposals and come back to us with some dollars and some firm proposals that our staff has vetted and is willing to recommend. So I would support that, asking our staff to do it, and I hope the board would join me in that.
Supervisor Wynn.
Great presentation. Always appreciate the information. Obviously, you highlight on things we're all aware of, especially with our youth. And as I told Rich Silverman, the youth are really at critical mass currently. So I appreciate that. I don't have any problem with Supervisor Miller's request. However, all of us have been approached by a variety of organizations for, some type of grant or funding, et cetera. So I think if we're going to do something, I think we need to look at all of them at once, be sure that we have our priorities and whatever they happen to be based upon, a review, and then make decisions based upon that across the board as opposed to individual groups, because you touched upon several areas, certainly in regards to housing, food, those types of things, certainly, programs for our youth. So again, and add on top of that all the other requests we've gotten. So the list is long, but each one are important and critical. So I certainly agree with you in regards to some of the needs that are desperately wanted out there. So good, thank you.
Of course. Chair Patty, may I make one comment? I'll keep it very brief.
Sure.
I highlighted the multiple sectors in part to let you know. The letter that came from the Community Foundation in June had chambers, had everyone involved. Everyone stands at the ready. Convene us. Let's do this. Let's put a strategic engagement in place, but let's make sure not to forget the impacts if we don't fund the kids.
Excellent. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Again, thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
A lot of information, and I agree with Supervisor Nguyen in the fact that if we are going to bring something back, I think we need to bring it back for everyone and take a look at the rest of the nonprofits also. But I was going to ask this during COVID-19, but I think this is relevant under the circumstances. And I would like to, you mentioned the economy and COVID, and I think we all agree how COVID has devastated our economy, especially our small businesses and our youth. But, I think we should receive an economic report in, developing an economic recovery plan. I think this would be something that would fall into that. And I can get into more detail during COVID-19, but just throw that out there.
Excellent. And actually, at this point, if you're finished, Supervisor Rickman, I'd ask the CAO's office, Mr. Paulin, if you have reviewed this and you're hearing from the board, there's a necessity, as highlighted by Supervisor Nguyen and Rickman, that we need to maybe take a global look, and this being one of the pieces to the puzzle. Has anybody in the CAO's office taken a look at this?
So we're more than willing to work with community members on priorities. I agree that taking a more holistic look at all the different asks, however many there are, would be the right way to go about it so the board can be aware of all of them and prioritize them appropriately. We're more than willing to corral all those different voices and ideas and bring them back to your board for your consideration.
Excellent. Okay, I think that'd be a worthwhile idea. Perhaps we'll choose. I know I was on the Children Task Force for a while, and we have two other board members that are currently. County Council, it wouldn't be a conflict if I were to be on this and we left two sitting supervisors on the Children's Task Force, which serves that task force very well, and then if we were to bring in two additional board members to be part of this task force, would that have any conflict?
Difficult to say whether there would be any conflict or not knowing what the full scope of this particular task force might be. Legally, you get into conflict where you have divided loyalties. In this instance, for back of the napkin analysis, your loyalties here are not to any particular task force, but your loyalty is to reviewing it on behalf of the county. I think that a direction to staff, which Mr. Paulin has already acknowledged, to begin working on this, is probably that's a good place to start and come back with an initial report to the board on what this might look like, the amount of funds that are available after all of the various COVID assistant grants are expended, because we know that there's funds that are already programmed out there for rental assistance and things like that. So I think an initial report back from the county administrator, and then specific direction from the board on how to move forward with recovery plan, which Supervisor Rickman just
mentioned. Okay. To the first part of your reply, and I know this is, as you said, back of the napkin, you would indicate that it would be proper as long as it's not a conflict. So if we had two supervisors serving on the Children's Task Force, it could almost be a conflict if they were part of the decision-making or recommendation process. Would that be correct?
No, Supervisor. No, it would not be a conflict.
Okay.
Because it depends on how this task force is set up and what the role is of the task force and what your role is in participating in it. Is this a county task force that is set up to advise as an advisory to the Board of Supervisors? There's no conflict there. If it's a task force that's set up by somebody else that has interests that are different from the interests of the county, then there might be a conflict.
Okay. So then, what's the pleasure of the board? County Council has recommended tasking the CAO's office with coming back with a report and possible steps forward, which, Mr. Paulin, how long do you think that would take? We certainly don't want this to go weeks upon weeks and lead into 2 to 3 months down the road. And I know you guys are all busy. What would that look like to come back and engage through the CAO's office?
Given the board meetings timeframes, maybe a board meeting about a month from now would be a reasonable time frame for us to talk, gather all the information together, and come back. Maybe I could give you even at the in a few weeks, give you kind of an update on how things are going, then make a formal presentation at a meeting after that. I just want to give us sufficient time to be thoughtful and deliberative and give you a good view of everything. Yeah, and understanding the urgency and the priority too.
Sure. Okay. Is the board comfortable? Supervisor Rickman?
I just want to clarify one thing. I was going to save this for COVID, but since the economic report and the economic recovery plan, I would like to hear from multiple different agencies. Our Employment and Economic Development Department, Economic Development Associations, San Joaquin Partnership, County or CAA's office on the grants, the UP Center for Business and Policy Research, our chambers if they want to participate, State Employment Development Department, and any others that might be able to provide some useful outlook on the state of our local, state, and national economies. And, maybe this, we could also encompass the state and federal budget, so it's all encompassing. So not just one segment, if that's clear.
So it sounds like you'd like to work directly with the CAO's office on this to get it going.
Yeah, it should be multiple departments. We should look at, when we develop our economic recovery plan, we need to know where we stand currently, and I think that takes more than just the CAO's office, but some of the things that I mentioned, working with our partners, in our departments, but also outside of the community.
Would you be willing to work with the CAO's office in this first phase of report and engagement?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, if you and your office would do, I think that would be helpful, so that we just maybe get a step ahead of where at least one board member might be, and I think he and Supervisor Wynn have brought up the point of taking a big global look at it.
It absolutely, working with our sister county departments, of course, and with other voices and perspectives to understand the COVID impacts and kind of where things are right now would be absolutely welcomed.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much. I believe I have one additional request to speak. There is no name.
That's
Supervisor
me.
Miller.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that positioning the county for recovery is about more than just economics. It's about far more than that. And so I am also interested in a longer-term recovery plan, but I'm very concerned with the immediate needs of our children and our families and our food insecurity for our residents. And it sounds like what Supervisor Rickman is proposing is a much more in-depth and structured recovery strategy. And I think that's fine, and I think we should develop that. I am very supportive of that. But I also believe that there are some more immediate needs for our residents that as much as our businesses have been hurting and as much as we want to recover economically, the fact that we have residents who can't put food on the table and whose children are perhaps suffering from abuse and neglect because of COVID, in my mind, that is a higher need and it takes precedent. And so while I support working with staff on a longer range economic recovery program, I would also like the CAO's office to coordinate with our departments who are specifically involved in delivering these types of immediate services, mainly our Human Services Agency, San Joaquin First Five, and our Child Protective Services. I would like them to analyze some of the really immediate and pressing needs so that this board, a full economic recovery strategy is going to take a while. I mean, we're talking about soliciting information from a whole host of different agencies who are going to have their own timeline for responding. And so while I think that's a very worthwhile effort, I don't want to miss this opportunity to respond to families who are really in crisis right now. So I would like to also request that our staff work with our Human Services Agency and those departments that are overseeing these very specific programs so that we can make sure we're not dropping the ball on the highest and most immediate needs of our residents.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to clarify, and part of the economic report, economic recovery plan, and, it deals with our families and children. What do you think happens to our children when their parents aren't working? That's a direct correlation between them putting food on the table, buying clothes, and so on. And getting people back to work is, will help our families, will help our children. And you look at what COVID has done, and you look at, drug abuse, depression, another factor, getting our kids back outside playing in sports, the social portion of it. And I think that all should be all-encompassing, and I think that is part of the recovery plan. I think, you put people, families on better footing, it helps the family structure. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. And I believe the CAO's office has heard, and I think that any decision-making can be stealthy and can be paired off. Supervisor Wynn.
Real quick, I agree with both Supervisor Miller and Supervisor Rickman in regards to there needs to be maybe stages in regards to the immediate need as opposed to, I think what Supervisor Rickman is proposing is a full-blown economic recovery over time. Obviously, nothing's going to happen overnight. However, we talk about the CARES money that the states or the counties received. We don't, first of all, there's billions of dollars that hasn't been spent from the federal government in regards to various programs. Secondly, it appears that probably $1.9 trillion is going to be passed by Congress and signed by the president. I think when we look at funding, it's beyond this, the monies that the county's been reimbursed for. I think we need to look at the whole program in regards to where money may be available, not only in existing programs that have been funded through Congress, but certainly on the newest program as far as availability. Because looking at it, it's massive. It's got a lot of parts. There's a lot of opportunities for just what you're talking about. Whether it be in regards to food programs or children's programs, et cetera. So, and I don't know. I know we have our lobbyist in Washington D.C., but it would be good to see what's in the pipeline, so to speak, and what we can expect, because there's no use going through this entire process and looking at a a zero-sum game, so to speak. There's only this much money when, in fact, there may be more available. And I think that'll give the board more flexibility in what we approve, because we can not only look at what we currently have available, but we can look at what's coming, so we can direct that when it arrives to those particular needs. So I think we need, as has been said previously, we need a holistic approach in regards to looking at total funding, because we can't have a myopic vision of this. There has to be a much larger view, and I think that's one of the things that certainly I agree with Supervisor Rickman in regards to. There are a lot of facets in regards to decisions made at the state level and sometimes the federal level that affect all the things you're talking about. So, again, I would agree that we need to possibly look, as Supervisor Miller says, look at maybe the immediate needs and stages and look at the long term. What I'm saying, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think we can do both and look at the long term as addition. Most governments have a short term plan and a long term plan. I think we can do that for this particular review. Thank you.
Ms. Gilbert, I have a question for you. Have you had a chance to, has the Children's Task Force had a chance to engage with any other youth task force throughout the state or in our region?
Not specifically youth task force. I keep a pretty close tabs on what other.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt. Could I have you go ahead and sit down, speak into the microphone so we can be sure to get that on record?
No problem.
Thank you.
Not specifically, as you've stated, but I do keep pretty close tabs on what advocacy groups are doing around Northern California, and I had done some research on the way other counties had invested COVID CARES Acts as well.
Okay.
As well.
Well, I'm talking specifically about the Children's Youth Task Force. And the reason why I ask is Stanislaus, speaking with our sheriff, Mr. Withrow's, Sheriff Withrow's younger brother, Terry Withrow, they had a Children's Youth Task Force, and many of the agencies that you currently have had pooled together, and they actually started looking within their funding mechanisms and pooling money together on the common goals that they had, so that they created in that task force their own funding mechanisms with utilization of their agencies that they each represented. I would encourage you to maybe.
But we actually toured them.
You did,
so,
okay.
But years ago, and so I apologize that I didn't remember. Stanislaus as a county has a phenomenal approach. They press prevention as a priority through all the departments, and all departments have to show how they're investing in prevention and how they're partnering with community partners. They do a phenomenal job. And it's something we brought to the board years ago, but it wasn't the right time.
So perhaps you might want to reach out to Supervisor Withrow in Stanislaus' office and just ask him to say, like to sit down and pick your brain on what you're doing, not to negate the urgency, the need, the COVID impact, and everything else you've presented today. And I believe our CAO's office has heard loud and clear from the board, and we want to move forward. But I was impressed by having spent a couple of years on the Children's Youth Task Force. I was impressed by how they collaborated and pooled resources, and we're doing some good measurable actions in Stanislaus.
Agreed. And as a pretty energetic person, I'm happy to help with both efforts.
Just don't drink coffee. You'll be even double more energetic.
I make coffee nervous.
All right. Thank you very much for this presentation. I believe at this time we are now moving on. Next on our agenda is public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and any matters listed on the minutes, appointments, or consent agenda. Public comments limited to 250 words or less may be submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks, as difficult as that may be, but during your comments, and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, have we any comments to read today?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do. We have quite a few comments to read today. The first comment is from Dominic Gooley regarding the approval of the minutes of January 26, 2021. He writes that the draft minutes are not included in the agenda packet for the 2/9/21 meeting. Regarding and he writes 2/26/21 meeting consent agenda, but I believe that he was referring to the January 26 meeting. Item 20, award of contract for the 8 Mile Road Bridge number 29C219 rehabilitation over White Slough. The agenda item and staff report of January 12, 2021 are not clear on the funding for the project. The staff report indicates the total cost of $5,076,000. That $4,493,783 is provided by the Highway Bridge Program. The staff report of August 31st, 2020, however, indicates that only $2,003,877 is authorized by the Highway Bridge Program. The minutes should reflect the local match funds have been adjusted accordingly based on existing and potential future fiscal year 2022-2023 Highway Bridge Program funding. It would be nice if the minutes reflect that a local civil engineer requested that the project be looked at in more detail as it is double the budget. And Chairman, if I could address his comments really quick, the draft minutes were included in the packet submitted to the Board of Supervisors last week. Over the weekend, there was a technical difficulty and they were not available online. I have sent a copy of the draft minutes to Mr. Gooley. They are action minutes. We do not put in verbatim what's said, but the video is available to the public and his full written comments are attached.
Fantastic. Thank you.
The next comment is from Joanne Betty, Executive Director of the Manteca Chamber of Commerce, who writes, I would like to reiterate our position regarding the RAD card program. We believe this program would be a win for our county, small businesses, as well as the community. Stanislaus County implemented the program with great success. We personally know small businesses who have stayed afloat thanks to this program. It brings more people to their businesses, and the effects of the program will continue long after the program ends. It's great for generating tax revenue as well, and will come back as a benefit to the county, city, and state. Please consider implementing this program as soon as possible. Let's help save our small businesses. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration in favor of the RAD card program. The next comment is submitted by Carol Bradley, also the Manteca Chamber of Commerce, who writes, I am writing this in support of bringing the highly successful Relief Across Downtown program to San Joaquin County. I have a RAD card, have given several as gift cards to family members, and most importantly, I can provide a testimonial as to how the program has helped small businesses. I have a son that owns a small barbecue restaurant in Houston. Even though he is only open limited hours, he averages $800 a week in transactions in the little town of Houston. He has always gained many new customers and considers the program a lifeline during the pandemic. In using my card, I have found other Houston businesses enjoying similar success. All are extremely grateful and express the ease of the program from setup to payments being deposited into their accounts. In working for the Manteca Chamber of Commerce, I come into contact with many small businesses that could benefit from the RAD card program. Every business that I have told about the program is extremely anxious to have such a program here in San Joaquin County. So on behalf of all the small businesses, I urge you to, as swiftly as possible, throw them this proven lifeline that they desperately need. The next comment is sent by Nico, who writes, I am deeply disappointed that several of these board members are trying to underpay Camille Zapata for her new role as Chief of Staff. This move leaves me and many members of the community seeing this as sexist and racist, as Camille is more than qualified for this role, so she should be compensated equally for this role. I implore the board members to pay Camille the same rate as any other Chief of Staff on the board, not even to make a statement about the gender gap, but simply because she is qualified for this role through her organization and campaign work. She deserves to get the same pay as the rest of the Chiefs of Staff serving Board of Supervisors. Thank you. The next comment is from Kid Curtis, who says, I am writing this in support of Camille Zapata. Camille is dedicated, hardworking, and genuinely cares about her community. I object to the opposition to Camille receiving an equitable salary. It is baffling to see her being met with such resistance when her salary and position have already been approved and recommended by both the HR director and county clerk. Camille would be the only woman of color to serve the Chief of Staff role in the community, and she should not be expected to do the same work for less pay, especially when she also won't have the same opportunity to escalate her salary. Do what is equitable, do what is right. Approve Camille Zapata's appointment. The next comment is from Michelle Olivas, who writes, I am a Stockton community member. When I first got the news that Camille Zapata's hiring decision was questioned, and by 3 men at that, I was angered to say the least. Camille has the best work ethic and puts her whole heart and energy into the work that she does. Camille not only has a degree, but more than enough experience to be in this position. She is one of the fiercest leaders I know, and it makes me wonder if certain people are intimidated by that. Women should not have to continue explaining why they should receive equal pay for equal work. What are you saying to your daughters, wives, and the women that you have in your lives? That our work is not as valuable as a man's? The 3 board members that challenged this hiring decision have no right to raise any questions on whether Camille should be getting paid the same as all the other chiefs of staff. You should not be expected to do the same level of work for less pay. This is a blatant example of the patriarchal system still in place today, and I will not stand for it. The next comment is submitted by Senator Susan Eggman, who writes, "A struggle many of us who work in public service must come to terms with is living the values we believe make our society great. Chief among these is the value we place on equity. For too long, however, our country has doubted the abilities of countless people based on gender. Up until only recently, our state has failed to protect those who deal with gender-based wage depreciation. My colleagues and I in the California State Legislature have passed several pieces of legislation to ensure the women of California receive equal pay for equal work. Although this particular instance is focused on Camille Zapata, the question of her salary is indicative of another issue in our community. Why do so many of our brightest youth leave? It is because we have not offered them opportunities to succeed, and we have denied them a seat at the table. This must end. In the case of Ms. Zapata, I know her work, I know her abilities, and I know that she is eminently qualified to be Supervisor Miller's next Chief of Staff. If there's a concern that her starting salary is higher than others who are also deserving of the same wage, then the issue doesn't appear to be that Ms. Zapata's starting salary does not match her qualifications. Rather, the issue seems to be that the compensation for the other staffers is too low. A rising tide lifts all boats. Rather than bring others down, let's lift others up. The next comment is submitted by Sydney Kennedy, who writes, I am disappointed with the recent vote that fell along gender lines. I have been frustrated to hear Supervisor Patty voice his loud and unfounded comments on the pandemic and fall short of many actions that could have led to a more positive outcomes in San Joaquin County. In the time I've known Camille, I've seen her to be a strong leader with deep listening skills, something that would benefit our board. This attack centered on her, quote, newness and, quote, is something her supervisor, the person who has seen her skill and workability, has supported her and vouched for. It is a reach for Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Vieux-Pidois to question her compensation. I trust Camille to do a great job in her role, as I have seen her work within our community, and hope that supervisors will stop impeding her and show some respect. I am disgusted by this boys' club behavior and demand that she be able to do her job and be fairly compensated. The next comment is anonymous, and they write, I write in support of Camille Zapata as Supervisor Kathy Miller's new Chief of Staff. I have worked with both Susan Filios, who is retiring as Supervisor Miller's Chief of Staff, and Camille Zapata. While it is a challenge to live up to Susan Filios' standards, Camille is the person to do it. I worked with Camille on Susan Eggman's recent Senate campaign and found her knowledgeable, steady, unflappable, encouraging, and organized. Experienced at keeping many balls in the air, Camille knows how to prioritize a multitude of tasks. She is excellent with people and will be a great asset both dealing with the public and managing staff members, interns, and volunteers. She is talented at motivating others. She listens, inspires, and encourages. She is intelligent and knowledgeable about local and state government. Both hardworking and articulate, Camille is positive and has a good sense of humor. Helpful attributes in the often stressful situation and work lives of those on the front lines of local government. Moreover, she reflects the diversity of our county with its majority of Latino citizens and will be an inspiration to other young people. The next comment was submitted by Sharon Jarvis, who writes, you would be hard put to find anyone else with Camille's skills and qualifications. She should be the highest paid salary possible at step 5. She will earn every penny she is paid and will save the county funds by being masterful at her job. Please don't let this excellent hire slip away by undervaluing her worth. The next comment is submitted by Julie Wincott, who writes, I hope that you will do the right thing and pay Ms. Zapata the same grade of pay as all other chief of staff in that position have been paid. To do any less is demeaning to every woman working in this world. Prove to your county constituents that you were worth voting for. I certainly will make it a point to see you not elected next cycle if that's the case. The next comment is submitted by Mayusotik Zargoza, who writes, Camille Zapata is more than qualified to be the Chief of Staff for Supervisor Miller. She deserves the equal pay the job entitles. The attack on her worth is unacceptable and a result of a deeper issue of fragile masculinity from a historically patriarchal system. Supervisors Tom Patty, Robert Rickman, and Miguel Villapudois is wasting everyone's time, for they have no legitimate grounds on their argument. Stand down on this issue. The next comment is from Maria Looney of Stockton, who writes, I am disgusted by Supervisor Patty's blatant misogynistic attempts to block Camille Zapata's pay rate as Supervisor Miller's Chief of Staff. Camille is not only experienced enough to receive this pay scale due to her education and previous employment, she is exactly the kind of person that is meant to work in a position such as this. She understands the District 2 community, but also knows the way that local government works. Supervisor Patty's behavior is childish and unbecoming of someone who holds the position that he does. Supervisor Patty, you should be ashamed of yourself. Camille is an incredible young woman, and she is worthy of this pay scale. The next comment is submitted by Lee Kraljev, who writes, I am writing to express my disappointment and concern over Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Villapudois challenging Supervisor Miller's and the County HR's Department's decision to hire and pay Camille Zapata at the same pay grade as the other Chiefs of Staff. Regardless of their justifications, what these three supervisors are saying to their constituents is that young women of color deserve to be paid less for doing the same job as their male counterparts. This is offensive and a dangerous precedent to set. The fact that they would take the opportunity to tear down a well-qualified and accomplished woman and prevent her from being paid equitably, while simultaneously questioning the judgment of the only female supervisor, is disturbing. By doing this, Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Villapudois are actively working against equal pay for equal women. The next comment was submitted by Marlu Reyes, who writes, I would just like to express my concern about the 3-2 vote that deferred Camille Zapata's employment and refused to pay her the same wage as every other Chief of Staff after she was properly screened by her team. I believe that this should not have been the case and that she should receive the same compensation, equal pay, as the people in the same position. The next comment is from Shaila Shah, who writes, I want to express my concern and disappointment with the recent decision of Camille Zapata not receiving equal pay for her work. It is extremely disheartening to read about the lack of representation that we women have on the board. It is imperative that Camille receives the equal pay as her fellow male counterparts. Thank you. The next comment is anonymous and writes, it is extremely upsetting to learn that a qualified woman of color in one of the largest, most diverse communities in the nation has had her employment delayed due to 3 male superfluous opinions on the matter. As a short-term contract, hard-to-recruit position, it is despicable that these men believe that they have the right to challenge and try to invalidate another supervisor's hire, which I believe is a misogynistic tactic as the challenge only comes to a woman supervisor. As a member of this community, I expect more from our county supervisors and demand that Camille Zapata get paid equal to that of other Chiefs of Staff. Camille should not be expected to do the same amount of skilled work as other Chiefs of Staff and be paid less. It would be an injustice, not just for her, but for all women in our community who choose to commit their lives to public service. Women in our community and in this nation as a whole need to be equitably compensated for their roles and the work they do, especially Camille Zapata. I urge the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors to right this wrong. The next comment is from Sam Regan, who writes, Camille Zapata is an incredibly capable and intelligent young person who advocates tirelessly for her community. What explanations have Tom Patty, Robert Rickman, and Miguel Villapudois invented to justify their perpetuation of a system which pays Latina women 53 cents for the same work it pays a white man $1? The next comment is submitted by Mitchell Oster, who writes, legislative assistants are, in most counties, appointments which require no board action beyond the formality of approval of a motion. It is considered collegial and fair to allow the supervisor hiring their legislative assistant to simply choose the person who best suits their office. That Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Villapudois have turned this into a pointless and childish political tussle is hardly surprising. Supervisor Patty, in particular, has shown his petty and juvenile personality on numerous occasions. But in his attempt to make Supervisor Miller's job more difficult, he has done something much more insidious. Camille Zapata has all the experience and ability necessary to perform the duties of this role. She has relevant education, she's done this work at the state level, and she's performed admirably, earning the respect of many in the political and governmental arenas. Her accomplishments are to be lauded. Instead, Supervisor Patty has belittled and demeaned a young woman of color. And for what? To score a cheap shot at a political opponent. He should be ashamed of himself, and he has brought shame to the body he serves. I live in District 2, and I am very proud to have Kathy Miller represent me on the Board of Supervisors. I hope that Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Villapiedra drop their opposition to the hiring of Camille Zapata at the top pay grade. There's no legitimate reason to not support this hire. The next comment is from Princess Fong Chan, who writes, Ms. Zapata is an intelligent and hardworking woman who is dedicated to serving our community. She would be an excellent chief of staff for Kathy Miller because she has a deep and genuine sense of justice. Perfect for our county and its needs. Hire her with equal pay as the board typically does with others. Ms. Zapata's work must be recognized for what it is. The next comment is submitted by Susan Dixon, who writes, I am writing this letter on behalf of Camille. She is highly qualified for the position as chief of staff. It is difficult to recruit and retain qualified and passionate people for this position. I firmly believe a Step 5 salary will help with the longevity of the position and in the transition and working with a new supervisor in the coming years. It is short-sighted to focus on a lower step salary when projecting growth opportunities for Stockton's future and sends a, quote, cheap, end quote, message to those who are interested in public service, for current residents, and for those looking at Stockton as a wonderful place for relocation. The following comment was submitted by a number of people, so I'll read it once, and it was submitted by Carrie Coury, Casey Ann Carbonell, Garrett Ditmore, Emma Harper, Isaiah Battle, Brenda Ortiz, Angelica Flores, Catherine Ortiz, Alyssa Levy, Nikki Chan, Elizabeth Ng Mayberry, S.U. Hernandez, Catherine Ketz, Zulima Flores, Tama Brisbane, Courtney Marriott, Eric Valcillo, Desiree Collins, Eugene Parrish, Judy Weldon, Scott Bauer, Jordan Blevins, and Aaron Chapman. And it reads, it is demoralizing and frustrating that members of our community must continue to advocate for equal pay for equal work. Women in particular are often forced to deal with the injustices of inequality and inequity in isolation and quiet submission. Today I write to stand with Camille Zapata and my community to say the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors must rise to this moment and approve Camille Zapata's appointment as Chief of Staff for Supervisor Kathy Miller at equal pay, Tier 5. Her experience warrants this pay rate. Anything less is unacceptable and would tell our community that they do not deserve equal. Further, Aaron Chapman went on to write, take a step back and imagine if this was your daughter, mother, sister, aunt, or cousin. I know I did, which is why I am leaving this comment. It is a shame the backbone of our society has to beg to be paid equally and equitably. It is a shame that members of this board are actively denying her right to equal and equitable pay. How would you feel if you found out you were getting paid unfairly compared to your counterparts of equal service? Would you still want the position? Would you still consider the organization a good one? I think the answer is no. I think you would be infuriated and demand your right to equal pay. This is no different. So members of the Board of Supervisors, I urge you to do the right thing and pay Sister Zapata what she is properly due, and let her show you all what a young woman of color can do in the position without dealing with this nonsense and injustice. The next comment is submitted by Dustin Brackbill, who writes, I am a resident of Stockton, and I'm writing to urge my support for Camille Zapata for the position of Chief of Staff of Supervisor Miller. Ms. Zapata is a brilliant person who cares deeply about her community, and to question that she shouldn't be paid for her counterparts is not right. The board should have approved the hiring of Ms. Zapata weeks ago, and delaying this is affecting Supervisor Miller's office and her constituents. I urge you to approve Ms. Zapata hiring for the position of Legislative Assistant at grade 007, Step 5. The next comment is submitted by Tony McNeil, who writes, I'm a community organizer with Faith in the Valley. I'm a native of Stockton, California, and have worked in some of the community organizing, advocacy, leadership development, management, and supervisory positions for over 27 years. As a community organizer, I empower the people to engage civically through storytelling, researching, lobbying, direct actions, and voter engagement. All of this is done with the understanding that their voice matters because our vote matters. In San Joaquin County, we have a unique, diverse demographic that compares 51% women. Specifically, the women who played a significant role in determining the seats of every elected official from City Council, County Board of Supervisors, and state official. Therefore, it is safe to say that the voice of women voter base is strong. My primary concern as a community organizer is that today, Miguel Villapadua, Tom Petty, and Robert Rickman will ignore the comments, petitions, emails, statements, and demands of those who make up the voices and votes of their districts nearby, sending the message that their votes mattered, but their voice did not. The public standing is in strong support of the decision made by Superintendent Kathy Miller to hire Camille Zapata as her new Chief of Staff at the Tier 5 rate of pay based on her experience and with the support of the county's HR. Please make the right decision today and show your vote based on that their voice actually does matter. The next comment is submitted by Jasmine Leake, a Stockton resident, who writes, "First, I want to thank you for standing strong with women in our community. Like you, I am disappointed but unsurprised that your office is at the center of this hiring issue. For years, I have admired your governance style, striving to act in fairness and in balance. Even when your colleagues, past and present, were acting shamefully, you have always looked at the facts, held to your values, and put your constituents first. Today, I am writing to express my support for the appointment of Camille Zapata to support your office. In addition to having a strong sense of community-centric policy and passion for Stockton, I know Camille to be incredibly ethical, hardworking, and sharp as a tack. Perhaps that is why some of your colleagues on the board are raising the question of her qualifications. We are all well aware that women, especially women of color, and especially Latinx women, experience significant pay inequality. Sadly, there is plenty of research and data out there to support these facts. Perhaps your colleagues should ask their very experienced legislative aides to brief them on the topic. Finally, to Chair Patty and Supervisors Rickman and Villapadua, who decided to vote against Ms. Zapata's hiring at the previous meeting, challenging the hiring decision of Supervisor Miller, technical expertise of HR Director Hopkins, and experience and capability of Ms. Zapata, our community sees you. I am sorry that you have chosen to go this way because you are continuing on a path that leads to nowhere." The next comment is submitted by Paul Akinjo of Lathrop, who writes, when are we in San Joaquin County realize that we are earthly beings and not incarnations from laser beams from unknown planets? A woman, regardless of her age, if she is qualified as Miss Camille Zapata, should not be denied a position to serve as personal assistant and chief of staff to Supervisor Kathy Miller. The supervisor has the right to seek and hire any man or woman that shares her vision for the people of San Joaquin County. The nation has moved away from this kind of discrimination. Please allow the young woman to serve in the position to which she is more than qualified. The next comment is submitted by Barbara Barragan-Perea of San Joaquin County Together, who writes, I am writing to express our unqualified support for the hiring of Camille Zapata for Supervisor Miller's Chief of Staff at Tier 5 level of pay. Ms. Zapata is qualified for the position and for that level of pay. As this is a 2-year position, she will not have the opportunity to move up the pay ladder, but will be expected to produce immediate equal results to her peers. By failing to give Ms. Zapata a chance at equity, you are expecting her to do the same work for less pay, a significant problem within San Joaquin County operations and within the larger businesses within San Joaquin County. Supervisor Villapadua, it strikes us that your lack of concern for equity in regard to Ms. Zapata's employment is a metaphor for your lack of concern for women in the community you represent. We are extremely disappointed that as a representative of South Stockton, that you are failing to advocate for women from the county's Spanish-speaking community. We are equally disappointed that you are not advocating that the remaining $71 million of COVID CARES Act funds be spent to help women within your district. COVID has impacted women in the workforce disproportionately, while people of color are dying in much greater numbers, 60% in San Joaquin County. It's time for you to take a stand. You must do right by Ms. Zapata and all the women in your district. Next comment is from Summer Escobar, resident of Manteca, who writes, I call on the board to approve the appointment of Camille Zapata as a legislative assistant for 2nd Supervisorial District at grade D07, step 5. This is simply a fight for equal pay for equal work, and I am, among with many others, are here to say that although sexism and misogyny are clearly very alive in your county, it will not be tolerated. To Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Villapadua, instead of taking the time to disrespect women of color, you should be using it to help your constituents in need, especially during this ongoing pandemic. Maybe you should dock your pay for taking the time to make issues out of nothing, and now we have to take our time to address and correct this despicable behavior. All eyes are on you, and I would suggest that next time a woman, especially a woman of color, is being considered for a position to simply give them equal pay for equal work and move on. We will not be intimidated or silenced. Julie Hilsenrath writes, I support Camille Zapata's entitlement to equal pay. Rachel Hernandez, Riverbank City Council member, writes, equal work requires equal pay, period. The hiring of Camille Zapata means so many things to so many people, and at the end of the day, she is being hired as Chief of Staff to continue the work that qualified her for this very role. Consideration of any amount less for wages and the delaying of this decision shows the inequity that is being perpetuated by this very board. I urge you to consider the conversations and meaning of your decisions today and how it will speak to all those who are listening and who you are impacting. You can do better. Please vote to move forward with the employment of Camille Zapata at the pay rate equal to her peers in this role. The next comment is from Sophia Colon, who writes, my family are longtime residents of Stockton. We are residents of Barrio Chivo, attended Franklin High School, and have operated businesses and held professional careers throughout the county. I learned about my Barrio Chivo roots and how our grandmothers and mothers worked tirelessly to keep our families alive. To do this, they had to endure poverty, discrimination, and being uprooted from their homes. We have inherited their grit, hard work, ethic, and determination. Although discrimination prevented opportunities to advance, we now have opportunities, or so I thought. My family and I were shocked that 3 supervisors would purposely question the pay tier in which Camille Zapata would be hired as Chief of Staff for Supervisor Miller. The pay tier 5 was vetted and qualified through San Joaquin County Human Resources. This is the same discrimination the women in my family faced. They endured too much for me to be silent. When a person is qualified for a position, they deserve the pay for that position. Camille Zapata is well qualified, hardworking, and determined. She reminds me of the women in my family, our heritage of hardworking, determined, smart women, but we will not carry the weight of discrimination any longer. This is the year 2021. Ms. Zapata has earned her opportunity and is qualified for the vetted pay at Tier 5. Please approve consent item number 1. This is a pivotal moment in which you have the opportunity to support equal pay for equal work. S.U. Hernandez of Teamsters Local 439 writes, I am writing in today because I find it hard to believe that equal pay for equal work in this day and age is still an issue. Equal pay for equal work should be a fundamental principle of our economy. It's an idea that if you're a high school teacher, business executive, or a soccer player, your work should be equally valued and rewarded whether you are a man or a woman. It's a simple ideal, a simple principle that leaders have been fighting for years, but it is one where we fall short. If we truly value fairness, then we should be at a level playing field where everyone that works hard has a chance to succeed. I'm not here to say we should change the wage gap. I'm here to say we will close the wage gap. I'm sure by the amount of public engagement on this subject, you all understand that the community is behind what seems to be a hard value to grasp for this board. I respectfully urge you to consider your stance on Ms. Camille Zapata and do the right thing. Thank you for your time. The next comment is submitted by Julie Shart, who writes, it is a privilege to write to you in support of Camille Zapata as the new Chief of Staff for Supervisor Kathy Miller. I have known Camille Zapata for 3 years. She is intelligent, hardworking, and knowledgeable about the workings of local and state politics. As a young Latina, Camille reflects the rich diversity of our county. She has the ability to creatively meet any challenges that comes her way. As the campaign director for Senator Susan Eggman, Camille supervised a team of mostly young field organizers and put together a dynamic winning campaign. Her value as an inspiration and role model can't be overstated. Because Camille brings a depth of experience and a firm commitment to the well-being of her community, she is an excellent choice to become the Chief of Staff for Supervisor Miller. And because of the qualifications she brings, Camille deserves to be paid the highest salary for this position at Step 5. The next comment is submitted by both Catherine Perea and Natalie Barraza, who writes, we are Chicanas from Stockton. We are university students at UC San Diego and Humboldt State University, majoring in environmental engineering and history. According to a report by NBC Telemundo News in 2019, Chicanas have obtained an associate degree or higher on average, earn a third of what non-Hispanic white males with similar educational profiles earn. Your treatment of Camille Zapata is a perfect example of this national trend. Camille is a community leader who has worked with youth and adults alike in San Joaquin County. She has experience, education, and abilities that are far superior to many older adults we have worked with within our community. Seeing the majority of men on the Board of Supervisors are blocking her opportunity, we are learning that it will not be worth our time or efforts to return to Stockton after graduation. Why should we if we cannot be paid our worth as educated leaders within the community? You are directly contributing to the brain drain that continues on in San Joaquin County and that leads to our businesses and government mediocrity. Hire Camille Zapata at the full rate of pay. Do better by women in San Joaquin County. District 4 resident Kobe Seibel writes, "Good morning, members of the board. This comment is in regard to consent item number 1. As a taxpaying citizen of this county, it does not bother me to see a well-qualified individual come in at the same pay rate as other chiefs of staff. When we elected our Board of Supervisors, we entrust them with the hiring decisions they make and at what level on the pay scale that might be. I humbly ask that this be approved and that the board be able to focus more of its energy and time on the pandemic that is sweeping through our county." The next comment is submitted by Cliff DeBaugh, who writes, "I'm writing in regard to your recent refusal to hire Camille Zapata. While I see after reviewing Camille's resume as talent available in San Joaquin County, a wise choice by Supervisor Miller, I also see the refusal of Supervisor Chairman Rickman, Villapudois, and Patty as not realizing the sub-message to all staff involved in the hiring process. A no confidence vote in Supervisor Miller's choice, no confidence vote in Camille Zapata, no confidence vote in the HR director and their staff. It's unfortunate that all those qualified staff members are symbolically told, quote, your job here in San Joaquin County is not respected in your talents for your talents and judgment, end quote. When looking at your vote against Supervisor Miller, the optics are about power within the board. The board's refusal for a highly qualified candidate approved by Supervisor Miller, the HR director and staff doing all the background checks, is a misplaced decision. The board has an opportunity today to approve Camille Zapata while showing confidence in staff doing their job as directed. I urge all of you to vote yes to right or wrong to the citizens of San Joaquin County." The next comment is submitted by Eileen Rizzo, equal pay warrior and STEM educator, who writes, "Every day across the world, the worth of a woman is communicated clearly. We are still underrepresented in government, overrepresented in the number of sexually exploited victims, denied access to education, and not paid fair wages. In 1963, U.S. President Kennedy signed the Equal Pay Act. It fulfilled many women's hopes to abolish the discriminatory wage gap that existed between genders. Almost 60 years later, and we are still waiting for the law to complete its purpose. On July 2nd, 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear a challenge to the Ninth Circuit Court's unanimous decision in my favor. This brought a close to my 8-year-long battle fighting for equality. My former employer's excuse to pay me less was salary history. What seemed like a, quote, neutral, end quote, policy made the wrong assumption, that we all come from equal past, equal histories, and equal standing. Women of color have the widest pay gap in the nation, even when factors such as education and experience are considered. My case is closed, but that doesn't mean the news stories of pay discrimination are not being written. There is always an excuse to pay a woman less, but there has yet to be enough courage to stop this narrative. This battle isn't just mine or Camille's. It is reflective of millions of women. What does an employer communicate to society about the worth of a woman when they refuse to pay her equally? The next comment is submitted by Renee Elliott, a concerned citizen, who writes, "It looks like the good old boy network is alive and flexing its muscle again in San Joaquin County. I expect nothing more from Supervisors Patty and his sidekick Supervisor Villapudois, who vote in tandem. But now we also have Supervisor Rickman to join in the chorus of, quote, we want revenge, end quote. It seems to me that this is dirty politics at best. Payback to Democrats who fought for the better candidates in the 2020 supervisor and assembly races. It comes down to equal pay, equal work for equal pay. Supervisor Miller is the only woman on the board, and now she wants to hire, with budgetary approval, a qualified and intelligent woman of color as her chief of staff. The men stand up and cry, quote, foul, end quote. If only the other men on the board had fought harder to secure a higher pay for their chiefs of staff. Supervisor Miller deserves a chief of staff that will put in the hard work for her for such a short period of time. That person is Camille Zapata, and she is worth every penny of the county's money." The next comment is submitted by Robin Cole of Tracy, who writes, "Welcome to 1962 in the good old boys club. That should be the sign on the doors of Tom, Patty, Miguel Villapudois, and Bob Rickman's offices. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy signed the Equal Pay Act. Today, 58 years later, overall average Women's Equal Pay Day will be March 21st. That's based on women making 82 cents for each dollar men make. For Latina women, Equal Pay Day is October 21st, as they typically make 55 cents on the dollar. Supervisor Kathy Miller has selected Camille Zapata as her chief of staff, but the boys don't think that Camille should make as much as her male counterparts. They think that the EPA isn't really law. After all, they are the men on the board, and just like women's pay, their say should be more valuable. Should Supervisor Miller's chief have to work until October 21 to make as much as Tommy's or Miguel's or Bobby's chiefs? Unfair? You better believe it. But fair doesn't matter in the good old boys club unless we make it matter. Back in the day, there was a slogan, quote, "You've come a long way, baby," end quote. But as clearly demonstrated by the boys, we still have a long way to go. We have a chance today to go a bit further on our path to wage equality, to right or wrong, but should take advantage of it and move a little closer to equal pay for equal work. The next comment is from William Mutzenberg, resident of Tracy, who writes, I am writing to urge my support of Camille Zapata for the position under consideration today. I believe that Ms. Zapata is more than qualified for this position. Despite its limited nature, where other candidates withdrew consideration, Ms. Zapata has accepted these conditions. Her experience and expertise is a welcome benefit to the constituents of the 2nd Supervisorial District. Her academic background and legislative experience is impressive, which will benefit not only the 2nd Supervisorial District, but the entire Board of Supervisors, especially during these challenging times. This background has been considered by County Human Resources Director Brandy Hopkins and Supervisor Kathy Miller. I believe that Ms. Zapata should be considered for this position with full benefits, including wage income already allocated to other employed individuals in this capacity. We cannot consider anything less, as this would imply that the duties outlined for this job are not credible for the wages and incomes already offered to other employees working similar and or equal occupations. It is only fair to respect the duties outlined and the benefits entitled for taking on such responsibilities. Any consideration less will be a disservice to Ms. Zapata, Supervisor Miller, and the constituents of the 2nd District. I thank you for your consideration and urge your adoption of Ms. Zapata for the position of Legislative Assistant at grade 007, Step 5. The next comment is anonymous and writes, I am shocked that the Board of Supervisors feels so strongly about the starting salary of Ms. Camille Zapata that they decided to use taxpayer resources, ignoring the professional recommendations of Supervisor Miller and HR Director Hopkins, the individuals most qualified to make this salary determination, in favor of whimsical gripes about the starting salaries of other staff members that bear little resemblance to the current vacancy. First and foremost, the position appears justifiably designated, quote, hard to fill, end quote, by the county HR director, and evidenced by its short tenure and by 3 of 4 candidates withdrawing their applications. As a result, I would invite Supervisors Patty, Rickman, or Villapudua to provide evidence showing why that classification is incorrect, until such time it appears that any argument along the lines of, quote, my own staff did not start at that level, end quote, compares apples to oranges and lacks merits. This also sets no new, quote, precedent, end quote, on countywide hiring as stated by Supervisor Rickman for the same reasons. Additionally, unless I missed something about how San Joaquin County pays its employees' salaries should be tied to the amount of value an individual produces. Ms. Zapata is exceptionally qualified for the position as written, and I still remain unclear about how her role and responsibilities as a chief of staff should differ significantly from those of other supervisors. In light of this, the Board of Supervisors should immediately approve Ms. Zapata's hiring salary as authorized. And the next comment is submitted by Casey Ann, who writes, I am very disappointed to have been made aware of an action of wage discrimination against a woman, Ms. Camille Zapata, whose salary and qualifications have already been vetted by HR, and you supported pulling from the consent calendar to lower her pay. I am aware that this woman would serve as the chief of staff for the only woman who sits on the Board of Supervisors. This is completely unacceptable. I have made my community aware of the situation, and I'm writing to demand equal pay for equal work and for you to end this nonsense of wage discrimination against women. I stand with Ms. Zapata and my community to say the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors must rise to this moment and approve Camille Zapata's appointment as chief of staff for Supervisor Miller at equal pay tier 5. Her experience warrants this pay rate. Anything less is unacceptable, and tell our community they do not deserve equal. Next comment is by Valentina Silva, who writes, "My name is Valentina Silva, here to write in support of Camille Zapata. She continuously thinks of ways to improve and uplift her community. Her experience is beyond this world. She is a true role model for the youth in our county." The next comment is by Clara Varner, who writes, "I'm a young woman living in Central Valley, and unfortunately, I know too much of what Camille is experiencing. The move 2 weeks ago by the 3 male supervisors affects more than just Camille. It silences women throughout the Central Valley that are trying to do good in their communities. For far too long, women, especially women of color, have watched their white male colleagues jump into higher positions while we slave away, keep our heads down, and never get that raise. We have dealt with it for far too long, too scared to make a peep just in case it gets us fired. But we are now standing up and fighting back because this is unacceptable. We are outraged. We will not be silenced. Do the right thing and give Camille what she deserves, and nothing less. Do this for your sisters, your mothers, and your daughters. Do it for all the people that are watching." And the next comment is also anonymous and writes, "The debate over Camille Zapata's compensation as Supervisor Miller's Chief of Staff is poor reflection on the judgment and character of the 3 supervisors who raised the challenge. Camille should receive the same compensation as other chiefs of staff. Her qualifications and compensations have already been vetted. This should not be up for debate. Thank you." The next comment is from Fatima Hernandez, who writes, "Hello, I am emailing in solidarity with Camille Zapata. Ms. Zapata is an incredible leader, valued member of our community, and as I'm sure you're aware, brings great value to your team. It has been highly disappointing to know where the board stands on matters of treating all members fairly, but I urge you to justly compensate Camille Zapata for her work." The next comment is submitted by Jada Johnson, who writes, "I am writing in support of Camille Zapata being properly compensated for the position of Chief of Staff within Representative Kathy Miller's administration. The scope of Camille's work will look no different than any other Chief of Staff. This is the only guideline that should define the amount of pay offered to her. It is antiquated and oppressive to cite entry level as a reason for lowering her pay, especially as she has had extensive experience in public service from intern to campaign supervisor for a senator. Camille is more than worthy of the general compensation amount offered to chiefs of staff, and any argument against that had nothing to do with her capabilities and could be argued to be rooted in prejudice. The city of Stockton should take pride in having a young woman of color in such a prestigious government role. Our city is among the most diverse in the world, and our people who create diversity should be honored by respecting the capital they are equipped with. Camille is a role model for her community, including myself, and I look forward to further supporting the project she puts forward. Further, I look forward to knowing that she is able to properly support herself so that she can continue to be a blessing to this community. We thank you for your time and heart, Camille. We are rooting for you." The next comment is from Victor Costa, who writes, "It is disappointing that members of our community must continue to advocate for equal pay for equal work, especially within local government. Women in particular are forced to deal with the injustices of inequality and inequity in isolation and quiet submission. Today, I write to stand with Camille Zapata and our community to say the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors must rise to this occasion and approve Camille Zapata's appointment as Chief of Staff for Supervisor Kathy Miller at equal pay. Anything less is unacceptable and would tell our community some of us do not deserve equal compensation and treatment." The next comment is by Joycelyn Rojas, who writes, "I am writing you with a heavy heart and utter disappointment regarding the blatant discrimination and treatment of Camille Zapata. Camille Zapata has proved through her merits and qualifications that she is worthy of the job and pays that she should be taking. Members of the board also agreed that she was qualified yet didn't believe that she deserved equal pay for equal work for immutable characteristics such as her age and gender. The situation with Ms. Zapata is disheartening and unacceptable from a fellow woman of color and Latina who deserves to spend her life in public service. San Joaquin County leadership having a conversation about a woman not being deserving equal pay for equal work after accounting for skills and qualifications is a perfect example of why there is a problem retaining and attracting diversity of women in key government positions. I hope you do better and stop creating artificial barriers for entry for women." The next comment is submitted by Linda Jimenez of District 5, who writes, "I support the appointment of Camille Zapata as Supervisor Miller's legislative assistant at grade D07, step 5, hourly $38.03. Camille earned her bachelor's degree graduating with honors from UC Santa Cruz. Her professional experience includes successful outreach to county residents, electing Susan Eggman as senator, and campaign work for Kim Williams for Congress. Camille brings a variety of professional experiences locally, Reinvent South Stockton Coalition, Stockton Schools Initiative, and international Vietnamese and Thai government research funding boat people seeking asylum. Some will argue this is unfair to current employees, given the position has for 2 years created difficulty hiring a qualified person. HR's February 9th, 2021 letter to the board cites precedents of in 2021, 12 individuals hired at top pay grade. San Joaquin County Code 2-5205 approves hiring above step 1. Let's be clear, this issue is hiring an experienced Latina woman of color at equal pay for equal work. She will perform as men reporting to other supervisors. Latinas earn 53 cents compared to every dollar of a white man national partnership. It is time to be fair to women of color performing the same job as a man. The next comment is by Bill Patron, who writes, on behalf of staff and members of SEIU Local 1021, we believe that equal pay for similar work for both men and women is of the utmost importance. San Joaquin County government, as one of the largest employers in San Joaquin County, should be leading the way on these types of issues, not clinging to past practices and antiquated ways of doing business. This young woman who is going to fill this position is a member of the San Joaquin County community, and her interactions in her job with the county will have ripple effects in how certain segments of the community views county government. The next comment is submitted by Tira Smithson, who writes, I stand in solidarity with Camille Zapata in seeking equal and fair treatment in her new role of employment as Chief of Staff for Kathy Miller. Delaying Camille's employment and starting Camille at a lower pay grade with the justification Camille should, quote, work her way up, end quote, over time is both disheartening and discriminatory. I stand with Camille in this fight to ensure women's work is recognized and considered. Far too often, the work of women is valued less, despite having the same credentials and experience as male counterparts. Sustaining a 3-2 vote to delay Camille's employment and pay her less would not only be a disservice to Camille, a prominent organizer and leader within the community, but also to all of the women and individuals that could very well be in her position. Thank you in advance. The next comment is by Cassandra Jackson, who writes, I stand in solidarity with Camille Zapata, requesting that she be treated fairly and paid equally as a new Chief of Staff for Kathy Miller. Delaying her employment and giving her a lower starting pay by allowing a male supervisor to justify it by saying that she should work for it is egregious and equivalent to him loudly placing the glass ceiling over Ms. Zapata's head. I firmly stand with Ms. Zapata in that working women deserve fair and equal treatment in the workplace. Moving to delay her employment and lower her pay is not only unjust, but it sets a precedent how you will allow women in your workplace to be treated and compensated so little for their physical and emotional labor when they are qualified to do the same job as their male and senior counterparts. The next comment is submitted by Susan Rothman, who writes, I'm writing this letter in support of Kathy Miller's choice for Chief of Staff Camille Zapata. The SCJ Human Resources has recommended that Camille's be hired at step 5, the highest pay rate for this position. I find it difficult to understand why some board members are trying to lower the rate of pay for Camille. I have worked with this woman and find her to be bright, hardworking, and dedicated. It is important that Ms. Zapata be compensated with equal pay for equal work. She will be replacing an excellent Chief of Staff, Susan Filios, and she is well qualified to continue the excellent community service that her predecessor provided. That Ms. Zapata is a young Latina woman would also be a good reflection of the diversity of our county. Camille Zapata has excellent experience working for Susan Eggman and supervising a team. She has creativity and ability to tackle any challenges that she and Supervisor Miller might encounter. Kathy Miller could not find a Chief of Staff able to accomplish the necessary work at a lower pay. Furthermore, it sends a dangerous message if the board contradicts the recommendation of Human Resources because Ms. Zapata is a woman and a Latina. There is a reason why the issue of equal pay for equal work is so prominent in our societal concerns now. The next comment is submitted by Councilwoman Kimberly Wormsley, who writes, I am a lifelong resident of South Stockton and proudly serve as the city official for my community. I am writing this email in support of an amazing, inspiring young woman who has the ability to serve as a legislative lead for Supervisor Kathy Miller, Ms. Camille Zapata. Camille has always been an influential steward in our community. She is a champion for the many in our community and will serve very well in this position. I understand that San Joaquin County Human Resources has approved this recommendation and has moved her application swiftly. It is my hope that this matter can be ratified and approved today so that Ms. Zapata can begin adjusting to her new role and begin serving her community accordingly. What our communities need now is support, resources, and leadership. What is happening today is unnecessary. Let's move her application forward at the suggestion of the Human Resources Department, who are highly qualified to discern base rate, salary qualifications, etc. Thank you for your time. The last comment that I'll be reading is from Matthew Schaefer, who writes, in March of 2020, before the pandemic hit San Joaquin County, the county nurses recognized the inadequate nursing leadership at San Joaquin General Hospital and submitted a petition vote of no confidence against CNO Belva Snyder to San Joaquin General Hospital CEO David Culberson. The CEO did nothing with the nurses' expressed concerns. Now, a year into fighting COVID-19, this pandemic has only exacerbated the realities of CNO Snyder's failed leadership. Faced with the failed leadership and toxic work environment, nurses once again petitioned county leadership to take action to protect nurses, patients, and the community. The CNO's failure to adequately respond to the COVID-19 pandemic failed to protect nurses, patients, and the community. The CNO's failure to focus on recruitment and retention has led the county into the worst nursing staffing crisis the county has seen. 151 nurses leaving the county in 2020, costing the county $4.5 million in retraining costs. Rather than focusing on long-term staffing solutions, the CNO has depended on short-term travel nurses to the tune of $14.7 million of taxpayer dollars in 2020. Ms. Snyder has been non-responsive to concerns brought forward by nurses throughout this pandemic. Her actions jeopardize the health and welfare of the community and undermine the security of the county health system. Attached to this public comment is a petition in which 555 county nurses, 81% of nurses under CNO Snyder's chain of command, have signed a vote of no confidence in the CNO and demands the Board of Supervisors immediately terminate San Joaquin General Hospital CNO Belva Snyder. And Chairman Petty, that concludes the public comments at this time. I do have additional comments for discussions later this morning.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to minutes. We have 4 sets of minutes to approve: December 15th, 2020, January 5th, 2021, January 19th, 2021, January 26th, 2021. Barring any changes or amendments, do I have a motion to approve and second the minutes?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to move and approve. Please vote.
And Chair, I'm sorry, I'm going to abstain from the minutes from the December 15th, I believe it is. I'll vote for on the rest of them because I wasn't here, of course, on December 15th.
Okay, I'm unable to hear you clearly with the mask.
I'm sorry. I'm going to abstain from the December 15th minutes since I was not a board member at that time, but I will vote on the rest of them.
Okay.
I don't know.
Council, do we need a separate vote?
Yes.
Okay, so then let's amend the motion and first address the board minutes of December 15th, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve and second?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Thank you, Chair.
That carries 4-0. Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Now looking for a motion for January 5th of 2021, January 19th, and January 26th, all of 2021.
Motion to accept.
I'll second.
We already had a.
Yeah.
We just, okay, so to further delay this, then do we need to amend our initial motion, or do we have a simple motion and second so we can proceed?
I would amend my motion to be for the minutes of January 5th, 19th, and 26th.
Great. Let the record note that Supervisor Miller has amended her motion. It was not sufficient for anybody else to make a motion to approve it. So we now have a motion to approve January 5th, January 19th, and January 26th. That was seconded by Supervisor Villapudua. Unless that's changed, does that carry, Supervisor Villapudua? Yes. All right, please vote. Outstanding. That carries at 5-0. We are next moving on to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Wynn, I believe you have some appointments for us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make the following recommendations in the form of a motion. First, South San Joaquin Irrigation District Representative. This is for the Advisory Water Commission. Position number 1016, John Holbrook. South San Joaquin Irrigation District alternate, position 1016A, Mike Westine. City of Escalon representative, position 1007.1A as an alternate. Ed Alves replacing previous alternate Jeff Legero. Also on the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, first Supervisory District Representative, position 3901, Gary Gershom. And then last, Lockford Municipal Advisory Council, one position, member position 4401.6, Don Peterson. That's my recommendations.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wynn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vote. Those appointments carry 5-0. We are next moving on to our COVID-19 discussion and receive an update on the pandemic in San Joaquin County and provide direction to staff or adopt orders as necessary. I believe, Mr. Powlin, from our CAO's office, you have an announcement to share?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Before the various departments come before your board and make their presentations, I just wanted to recognize all the hard work and collaboration that's been going on over the last few weeks, which you and your colleagues will see over the next several minutes when they make their presentations. All of the county departments have come together and come across with a really solid plan that you'll see here in a few minutes, and working with all of our partners, some of who are sitting here in the audience, with the fire service, all the cities in the county, and our nonprofit partners too, all coming together with a really solid plan to deliver vaccine if we get it in adequate supplies. So the vaccine interest form, the BridgeWorks application, is one of those accomplishments that I want to personally highlight. The county team worked tirelessly over a couple of weeks to make that become a reality. And teamwork, when I talk about teamwork, it's across various departments such as public health, ISD, and OES, and the county administrator's office, and various others. The PIO group, of course, was a very important part. Once we stood up the technology, was to let the public know where it was and how it worked and to answer their questions. It was appropriate that earlier in the meeting that we recognized 211 for their help. They're an integral part of that communications network to help out our constituents, to let them know that the vaccine, where they can get vaccinated and indicate their interest. So in particular, I wanted to recognize Don Johnston from Public Health and Justin Labadie, very key members from the very beginning to get the system stood up. And from ISD, Jim Brown, Beth Warren, Greg Moore, Robert Johnston, and Lokesh Sisodia were very key members, and again, working tirelessly 7 days a week to get the system up. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to personally thank those people for their hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Powlin. And it goes to stand that obviously behind all of those people are many more individuals working hard and diligently in San Joaquin County on behalf of the citizens and the services we provide. We do thank them and appreciate you taking a moment. And I know our General Services, Marcia Cunningham, and our EAO, Ms. Lima, we all truly appreciate the many hands on deck and the hard work that's taking place in San Joaquin County for the citizens. We are now then going to have a presentation. I believe is Dr. Park. Are you next on this?
curve, which shows the number of confirmed cases to date. And as you can see, the surge that we had during the November to December timeframe is coming down nicely. We did have quite a bit of a surge in the winter compared to the summer, and now we see that the number of cases is coming down. Of course, there's concerns about what might be coming in the next couple of weeks from Super Bowl get-togethers, and there is concern about the upcoming spring and how the variants that have entered the country might affect the spring. Next slide. So our case rate is about 30, it's 31.7. That's the number that's getting posted today on the COVID-19 website. And of course at 31.7, that's, you can see that it's come down nicely from our surge, but that we're still a ways off from that case rate of the red tier to get down to red tier. So we have a bit of a ways to go, but we're definitely almost there to get to that case rate where we can be in the red tier. And next. Thank you. So these are the actual numbers, and the numbers that are posting today show that we're still in the purple with a case rate of 29.8, which is adjusted slightly up to 31.7 because we tested slightly below the new mean. Our testing positivity is at 9.1%, and in our health equity quartile, it's 10.9%. So if you track your eyes along up the previous weeks, you can see how this number has been progressively decreasing in all categories. And next. Our hospitalizations have fallen as the case rates fallen, so as positivity rates come down and our effective comes down, transmission comes down, and the numbers in our hospital have come down. We are finally below the number that we had in the hospital at the summertime peak, but we're still well above 100% capacity in our ICUs. So that blue line represents a total of 174 people who are now in hospitals across our 7 area hospitals, and the red line represents 62 people who are in our ICUs. And of the 62 people in our ICUs, 41 of them are on ventilators. So we still have some quite sick people in our hospitals, and the numbers are still higher than, of course, we would like them to be. Our total ICU capacity across the county is at 136%. So the bottom of the slide is just the picture that I've shown you before, which explains how vaccines move into the county from the federal government to the state, and then from the state to public health, and also to what we call multi-county entities like our Kaisers and our Sutters Adventists who get their own supply from the state now. I wanted to point out that at point 2, not only will vaccines be going to local health departments and MCEs, but now vaccine will start to flow into pharmacies, as you might have heard in local and national news. So we continue to work with partners in part 3, where we allocate vaccine to our providers who have been registered in CalVax to be vaccinators, and then they vaccinate the population. You can see how much Pfizer and vaccine we have received. If you add up the number of vaccines that we've received for Pfizer and Moderna, the total is 64,200 vaccines that we've received from the state here at Public Health. We have redistributed 43,175 of those to our providers. And I did show you at the last Board of Soups meeting the list of those who we've been redistributing to, and it includes our hospitals, clinic systems, urgent cares, doctors. The total doses of vaccine administered is 62,253. This is something that we get looking at our vaccine registry called RIDE, and the number is higher than the amount of vaccines we have given because the MCEs have been vaccinating as well from the supply they get from the state. So initially we were supplying MCEs with vaccines so they could vaccinate their own healthcare workers, the doctors and nurses in the hospitals, but now they're getting their own supply and they're vaccinating as well. So the total seems to be right around 60,000, and the best number we have at this point is 62,253. You can see how much Pfizer and Moderna we're keeping on hand, and it's about 10,000 of each, and that's because we need to make sure that we have enough for second doses. And I will show you more graphically what I mean by that. But if you look just at Moderna, you'll see that we've given 26,390 Modernas out, and we have 10,000 on hand. Well, if you look at how many people we vaccinated and how many have been fully vaccinated, we can kind of tell how many people still need that second dose. And so we need to keep some back because of that second dose requirement. We did make phone calls to all of the providers that we have allocated vaccine to ask them how much inventory they have and how much they might still need for second doses. And we came up with a 9,500 number of people who will need more Moderna in the next couple of weeks, which is why we have not been able to release Moderna this week to anybody asking for first doses. So there have been some clinics that could have proceeded that we had to cancel. There have been asks from different entities that wanted Moderna, and we weren't able to provide, and we weren't able to fill orders because of the lack of vaccine on hand. Pfizer is a little bit more flexible, but again, there too, we're watching our second doses carefully. But just wanted to let you know that we did have to put a hold on that, and we're not the only county. LA County, Napa County are amongst others that are only doing second dose clinics and holding on some of their first dose allocations. Next slide. This is the vaccine distribution dashboard that the state has put up. And as I said, we have vaccinated 62,000. They have us as 60,000, but the data is probably a day behind, so a little bit of a lag there. But just wanted to show you this to show you that we are 16th in the state as far as the number of people that we've vaccinated. So we believe that we're on par with our standing as far as our population size in the state. And next slide. This is just to show how we've received those 64,000 or so vaccines over time. And it's a breakdown by week of the vaccines that we've been receiving. And you can see that some weeks have been very little. And this counts for the vaccines we receive as first doses and second doses. So it might seem that on some weeks we've received more than 10,000, and might seem to be a pretty good supply, but really it's not enough. We're giving some of those as first doses, and then the rest we have to hold back. So that's a combination each week of what we're receiving that is supposed to be used as first and second doses. And next slide. I wanted to show you some data that Bayesiant has been able to provide looking at our vaccinations that we've done so far. So out of those 62,000 people we've vaccinated, looking at the race, majority of people did not provide their race, but we believe that those who did not provide their race are most likely, 60 to 70% of them are likely to be white. And then the next category of people that we've vaccinated is the white category. And so the concern is looking at our Hispanics and our African Americans, we are under vaccinating in those populations compared to their makeup in our county. So it really helps to look at this data. So it kind of gives me a way of deciding where I need to go and realizing that there's still some more work to do to get into those health equity quartiles and to get into some groups that might have some hesitancy or might have some difficulty with access to care. And next slide. So this is by age across the bottom on the x-axis, all people who have received vaccines thus far and how many in each category. And you will see that in the beginning, we were doing a lot of healthcare workers, so there's a lot of people below 65, but then there's a sharp rise at the age 65 cutoff because when the governor announced that we were vaccinating 65, we pivoted to include them as we were finishing off healthcare workers. So you could see that sharp rise at 65 and above. And we have been vaccinating at this point slightly more people 65 and over as opposed to 65 and less. And next. This is just breakdown numbers-wise, and if you count it up, as I said, we've now vaccinated more in the older age groups as compared to the younger than 65 age group. And next. And this is to break it down female to male, and more women than men have been vaccinated. And I think that was really quite common in the beginning with healthcare workers, a lot of them being women. And now if you look at some of the very older age groups, as we know that women survive to longer age, some of our more older age groups are predominantly women as well. And next slide. This is a really interesting slide because it divides the first doses and the second doses. And so people who have received first doses are the yellow bars, and then the people who have received second doses are green. And this just really shows pictorially how there are still a lot of people waiting on second doses. We do have a bulk of healthcare workers who have finished their second doses and have made it through that initial stage of waiting the 3 weeks or 4 weeks for their second dose. But if you look at the 65 and older group, which is more recently being vaccinated, you'll see that the majority of those folks have only received one dose so far and still waiting on second doses. And that's the reason why we need to save the amount of Moderna and Pfizer that we have in store and be very careful with our allocations. I wanted to show you what the state's website now looks like as far as the phases and tiers. It's been way reduced down to just showing a phase 1A and a phase 1B. Beyond phase 1B, there is no other phasing, and so as opposed to having a phase 1B tier 1 and a tier 2, there is no tier 1 or tier 2, it's just phase 1B. And so what they've done and what they've decided to do is to stop looking at sectors and occupations as a way to prioritize vaccinations and to move from this framework to an age-based framework for distribution. After finishing 65 and over, I don't know what the next age group will be. Will it be 55 and over, 56 and over, 50 and over? We don't know yet. That's being worked out, but it will be aged out in tiers. We are asked to finish off what used to be phase 1B, tier 1, which is the education and childcare, emergency services, and food and ag sectors. So those sectors, there had been a lot of planning already being done across the state for those sectors, and we're being asked to continue with that planning and to go ahead and vaccinate them as we continue to vaccinate the 65 and over age group. Some things that are being talked about at the state level that are likely to come out are homeless shelters and incarcerated inmates at jails. Those people are now effectively left out by this change, and so there might be some language added to guidance that says that we can still vaccinate at-risk incarcerated areas. And there will be new guidance that shows that after phase 1B is completed, we shall move on to further age-based groups as well as people with disabilities and underlying health conditions. And those health conditions are yet to be clearly named and verified. So next slide. This is new that our COVID vaccine team created, which is kind of a chart, a Gantt chart you might call it, or a timeline. And you can follow your eyes along the gray bars to kind of get a sense of where we're at. The week that we're in right now is outlined in red, and it shows you that we're still vaccinating some groups within our healthcare in phase 1A. Some of them are not completed yet, and we're still offering vaccines to them. And as we move through phase 1B, you can see what our plans are. So if you look at towards the bottom, if you look at education and childcare, the numbers of people estimated in those populations have been given to us by the state. So we've plugged those numbers in. However, we don't know if they're completely accurate. We do believe education may be about 20,000, could be accurate. Childcare, we believe, is probably off. We've plugged in the numbers that the state has given us at about 1,000, but we really think we have more like 3,000 people who are involved in childcare. And then emergency services and food and ag. Food and ag is going to be huge. As you can see, we plan on starting with education and childcare perhaps next week. We do have some limited amount of Pfizer vaccines, and perhaps we'll be getting some Moderna and some opportunities to start with vaccinating those groups. But you can see if you follow your eye out that we do expect it to take weeks to finish those groups and even longer to finish food and ag. This can all be changed, of course, and I hope it changes. If we can get more vaccine, we certainly can shorten those bars and get it done quickly. And then next slide. And this is just a synopsis of the stuff that's new, and this is on my last slide. Just wanted to tell you what is new since the last Board of Soups meeting. The last time I was here, we do have that vaccine interest form that Mr. Paulin has mentioned, working with Bayesiant and Bridgeworks and all of our IT and ISD teams. It is now up on SJ.gov and the SJ Ready websites. New from our EPIs is a vaccine data dashboard, and that will be up today, and it will show all the partners that we have given vaccine to, all of them that are CalVax approved and have been vaccinating in our county, how much vaccine we've given them for Moderna and Pfizer. So it'll be very transparent. It will show you where the vaccines have gone and who's got them and who's been using them, and how many people in each city have been vaccinated. Also new is this news about Blue Shield and partly Kaiser becoming a third-party administrator. And I'll just briefly mention that whatever you see in the news about what their function will be is pretty much all that I know. I don't know when they're really coming to the county to assist, But I do know that the state has said that they will be coming and helping with all of the counties as far as allocation, distribution, planning for vaccine clinics, and so on and so forth. The specifics I still don't have. And also in the news is a lot of talk about CVS and Rite Aids having federal pharmacy contracts, and that there will be 100 CVSs across the nation that will be able to vaccinate. And people keep asking me if we're going to have that in our county, and I honestly don't know. Out of the 100 or so CVS pharmacies across the country, if any of them will be in our county, I certainly hope so. And in addition to CVS, there's talk about Rite Aid. And as you might know, we've already stood up MOUs with Safeway and now Save Mart. Save Mart was added to our SJ Ready website. They're able to do limited amounts at 20 a day, but we have several Safeway sites and several Save Mart sites that we've worked with to get vaccine to, and I don't know if they can now pivot in the future and get their vaccines from the federal government as well, and make it so that we don't have to give them some of our supply. So all of that's pending. The governor yesterday announced a mass vaccination site to be coming to the Central Valley, and my hunch is that it will be in Fresno. That has not been finalized yet, but that's the intel that I'm receiving. And the only other thing that's new is that, of course, over the weekend, the Supreme Court did say that places of worship could be open indoors in the state of California at 25% capacity. So that has now been included for purple tier. And I think now Mr. Cruz from ISD is going to be talking a little bit more about how we stood up the vaccine interest form with Bridgeworks.
Excellent. Mr. Cruz, come on down.
It's working.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board. Chris Cruz, Chief Information Officer for San Joaquin County, AKA Information Systems Director. One of the fantastic things I wanted to bring to your attention is rapid development and deployment of implementation. We first started partnering with public health about 10 days ago. We decided to do what was, we took a sense of urgency and criticality approach to implementation. So 7 to 10 days really of standing up this Bridgeworks system is really impeccable and unprecedented. These kinds of things really don't happen a lot in the information technology area. Normally a project of this magnitude would take 3 to 6 months to implement. Again, really hats off to the rapid implementation and deployment of all the staff who jumped in. You know, they say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to run a successful organization. So there's lots of moving parts on cross-jurisdictional collaboration that really resulted in this successful implementation effort. I wanted to call out a couple of things on this particular slide. One of them is, to date, I wanted to let you know in 5 days that we've gone live with this registration system, we have almost 18,000 registrants. And we have a slide that I wanted to show you that might appeal to you folks actually by zip code within the county. And so you can see within this particular area, this is rapid data analytics. We have a lot of analytics behind the data and how we're measuring and managing this implementation. So this is broken down by zip code, and you can see in more of the darker areas is where more of our prevalent registers and where it's happening in terms of those demographics. So we can provide more detailed information to you within your respective districts if you'd like as well, just to manage it and measure this moving forward. It could be that we could tie this to demographics long term and look at people who are getting registered and those that aren't, maybe following up in which to do so. So I thought this was an important message in terms of having the data analytics behind the system. Thank you, Brian. So one of the areas, too, I wanted to go back and focus on the importance of project management. Again, cross-jurisdictional collaboration. We need to have a gatekeeper for all the engagements that we do here in the county. It's important that we have work plans, that we have roadmaps and things, given all of the moving parts that we have in place here. So project management happened on this project in terms of deployment, from scheduling to work plans to managing the vendors to doing rapid testing to doing quality assurance. All of that was led by a single point of contact coordinating all the respective teams within the county, whether it be public health IT, public health, OES, and all the other representatives as well. I want to speak to this because I think this is really important in the county, that what really gets measured gets managed, and we can do proactive management and leadership of all initiatives moving forward using this type of PM structure. Vaccine registration implementation. So one of the areas we wanted to provide to you is, again, technology sometimes is easy, but it's really complex in terms of how to implement. So there's varying components that went into this, and defining the back-end infrastructure, to putting it on the website, to consolidating the information, to testing the data. So all of these things happen in a matter of light speed, and I think it's really important that we have those particular co-live areas in place. So ISD, again, in collaboration with Public Health IT, worked with a vendor to come in. It was a one-day purchasing and acquisition deployment. Normally those things take a couple of weeks, so I want to thank purchasing and acquisitions. So again, critical success factors are really important, and taking a sense of urgency approach to doing things in the county, I think will result in long-term success, not only for this vaccination program, but other initiatives that we seek to deploy and make a priority for resident engagement and experience. So in particular areas too, in terms of coordinating with OES, wanted to bring mention to all of the sites in terms of consolidation. Resident experience is very important. We talked about marketing and communication and how we're going to move forward. I always say people and process deploy really good technology. So having the marketing and communication mechanisms in place, making sure we have management of our social media sites, this is all integrated within the county's core competencies and capabilities. And it's really important that we have this in place moving forward. So again, I wanted to give kudos to the level of communication we have on our website with the ongoing registration system, the deployment and integration into the 211 component, and also integration into the public health component as well. I think if we can get down and align this in a very consistent and complementary manner, we'll be more successful in providing vaccinations to our residents, streamlining the communication, and ensuring all of our proverbial needs and priorities are met in an expedient manner. Next slide, please. So again, providing infrastructure, putting all of this in place, doing the back-end QA testing. So the folks that Assistant Deputy Administrator Paulin called out in ISD, those are the folks in the background doing all of this. And it was done and coordinated by a work plan with daily calls, stand-up calls. And sometimes a half hour is all it takes in order to get something done. It's just a quick sync-in with folks to ensure who does what by when. So that level of quality assurance and quality control is really important, I think, in ensuring future success for the system. I do want to make the comments that the system that we've stood up is a system that can withstand capacity and capability of millions of records. So the 775,000 folks that we have in San Joaquin County, it's more than capable to continue handling a multitude of registrations simultaneously at the same time. So the necessary infrastructure was built for capacity and capability. Moving forward, I believe if it needs to be our permanent system, it could stand up and serve to do so. The next slide, please. So again, one of the things we want to look at is what we're doing with our website, ensuring that information is complete, clear, and concise. Obviously, when residents go to the experience and look at the website, we want to make sure all of the perfunctory information within the vaccine area is on one site. We want a common look and feel across our subject matters. We think that that's very important when people go and look at information. Also, that this is mobile app capable. So everything is written to a mobile app. So if you don't have a desktop and you have a mobile app, you can still register and find the applicable information in an expedient fashion. Again, providing short-term links to constituents, obviously through our Everbridge implementation, making sure there's mass communication that comes out, how we coordinate that with 211. So I think aligning IT with the appropriate business needs serves the county well moving forward and puts us in a position to, again, be proactive rather than reactive in our applicable approach. Slide, please. So last but not least, obviously, there's the potential integration with the state's My Turn registration system. So while we're still waiting for this, we want to make sure that we're doing proactive planning. So we want requirements from the state of California. We want testing. We want a proposal on what the solution looks like. We want to make sure we're doing all the adequate planning up front before, if we decide that this is something we want to do down the road, we can bring a comprehensive plan to this board to ensure success, or we stick with the current application that we have. So all of that will be coming in the coming weeks as more information comes out from public health on what this implementation looks like. Obviously, they rolled out My Turn in Los Angeles County and also San Diego County. There were some challenges with it. We're in wave 4, so we'd like to see what those challenges were in terms of testing and defect resolution. So before we propose to look at that as a transitional capability, we've done all of our testing and comprehensive plan. So that's really the core goal moving forward. And again, how we look at single points of access for information retrieval, leveraging our website and our social media capabilities to get the word out and how we leverage this information to ensure that all the constituents in the county, when vaccine is available, they get that in an expedient fashion. Any questions?
Supervisor Wynn has a question.
I appreciate all the hard work. I know how complicated this was, and certainly it was a Herculean effort to get this thing out as quickly as possible. A couple of questions. You work for the state, so what's your experience in regards to state programs?
Well, yeah, my previous job, obviously, I worked directly to the governor's office, and I provided oversight as chief deputy director over the past 4 years previous to my tenure here. So my experience was with the state is sometimes they had long procurement cycles, and there was a long time to implement projects from the time that they estimated points of delivery. So if you take that, and I always say if you look at a person's track record over a period of time, that's usually who they are, that a lot of times there's lots of delays, things are over budgeted, and a lot of times they don't have the necessary resources to implement the level of complexity. So if I took that common denominator across the oversight of projects, I would say in this particular instance that there may be more there than meets the eye that we don't know about this current implementation of My Turn yet, that we would need to see and really look at the information and study the analytics closely.
So if My Turn, which you indicated had some challenges, if that was delayed as far as transitioning, the system we have in place could be the permanent system for as long as we need to track these vaccines. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, Supervisor Wynn. It's built for sustainability and long-term utilization.
And then the second question, if in fact we have to convert to My Turn, is the information that we've captured on these 18,000 registrants, is that information transferable directly into their database?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that would be just a file transfer to a new system. What we would need to find out is the state having the ability to accept that file transfer. Most systems do in this day and age with modernization of technology.
Okay. And then in regards to the notification through Everbridge or Nexel or whatever with OES, I know I've mentioned previously in regards to overloading systems, whether it be 211 or be the software program itself. I know that Chris Miller's talked about, kind of gauging the distribution, at least the notification, so that we don't get, buried in regards to requests one way or the other. How's that working so far? Do we, for example, you may not know about 211, but certainly as far as the computer system, how are we doing as far as staying up as opposed to what we've seen from other government agencies in the past where they crash?
Yeah, well, obviously I know from the coordination effort and the integration and coordinating with OES and 211, it seems to be working real well. Obviously, I'll let maybe Director Cunningham and Deputy Director Lima talk more about that, but I think the integration components are really in line step.
So what we have right now, is that pretty much a final turnkey operation? I mean, are we set, or do we have other barriers we have to overcome?
So my understanding is everything is in place, that the systems are all integratable across the fashion to give us a full-fledged service delivery system to meet the needs of our constituents. Yes. Okay, so, and I've got some very positive comments in regards to the registration from my constituents, so that's a good thing. Anyway, so I appreciate certainly the efforts you and your team, and I know the other departments have contributed. It's been a collaborative effort, but I think this is a milestone because, frankly, as opposed, and I go on the website and I go to Save Martin, Safeway, and others, there's nothing there. And I guess even when I went to the state website, they wouldn't let me register because, based upon my information, I wasn't in one of those higher tiers, and so essentially, I'd have to go back again at some point in time. With this system, I'm registered, and at some point, they'll notify me that I'm eligible, and I can do it. So I think it's a fantastic system compared to what I've seen in either from the state or other entities. So again, congratulations on a great job. Thank you. And again, the system is prepared. If we had all the vaccines we needed, we could roll this out and do some rapid development within that area. So great. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to further add, outstanding job. I know that you and the team that it took to put this effort together and working with all the different departments and pulling it together was a Herculean effort and exceptionally well done. I know what's the numbers, over 100,000 people are using the system?
Well, yeah, right now we have almost 18,000, but it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of folks.
Oh, okay, we're at 18,000, but we could go hundreds.
Right.
Okay.
18,000 in 5 days in terms of registration.
Outstanding. Good deal. I have a question for Dr. Park. What actions are being taken to reach out to our different ethnic groups and the areas that are high propensity of risk?
Yes, thank you. So as I said, with the shortage of vaccines, we have not been able to do any new vaccine clinics this week. We've put first doses on hold, but as we re-ramp up and people start to get back into the first dose cycle and out of the second dose cycle, we are looking to go into those communities by vehicle. So we have access to the San Joaquin County Clinic's mobile team, and they're ready to go whenever we can set things up for them. So we're looking at Sierra Vista and Conway, talking with HSA to get into some of those areas where some of our elderly live who are more at risk. We are working with vaccinators from the PACE program who want to get into South Stockton, to some of our more areas that are more populated with African Americans and perhaps some Hispanics. And we're trying to look at our Healthy Places Index map to decide where we should be vaccinating, as well as looking at where the interest is coming from. So we have multiple angles to look at, but certainly once the vaccine is here, we've had talks. We've had talks with the NAACP, and they're willing to help us. We have churches volunteering to be sites. So these are all places where we could stand up clinics.
Would you describe that we've taken enough advance action so that we've reached out and we have the buy-in in those communities, or is there more needed to take place?
No, certainly we need to do more. A part of it is that we need to get into those areas and take the vaccine to these people. And that part, I think that we've done planning and we know where we can go, and we have the teams ready to go once we have the vaccine. But the hesitancy to take the vaccine is another thing that we need to address. We do have our Resilient Advisory Community meeting this Thursday, where we're going to be asking our CBOs to assist us with that messaging. We have our JIC working on messaging for people who might feel resistant and for whatever reason hesitant to take the vaccine. So messaging is being worked on as we speak.
Excellent. Okay. And would you say within 2 to 3 weeks where we should have, and I know it's a very precarious idea of how much vaccination we're getting. If we've set aside some doses and we know we've got second doses coming up, what would you give as a barometer so we can kind of share and start to get the buzz out that we'll be reaching out to some of these communities?
Right. So hopefully we will have at least some vaccine. What the barometer, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but we will be using the SJ Ready website to announce events. We will be looking at the sites that I spoke of. We have to start giving some to our teachers and our educators and childcare providers. And so they're in the milieu of people demanding vaccine in our food and ag. So we're looking at how much can we give to each area and what percentage do we keep back. But I'm hoping that by next week we can start to stand up some mobile, smaller maybe clinics, but do some outreach in the communities, as well as move our HR support vendor around to other areas. As you know, they did 4 vaccine days at the Carl Ross Legion in Stockton. But as OES will tell you, they're prepared to move HR support around the county as well.
Understood. And what efforts have we taken for the ag and the ag workers in that community? Have we been giving vaccinations to those organizations or those groups of people?
So not yet. We haven't started on that group as well. Along with teachers and childcare, we have not started food and ag. We created an interest form where we asked each agricultural business, farm, ranch, winery, whatever, plant distribution center to tell us how many people at that facility wanted vaccine. And we have received, I think it's about 200 back. This was distributed by Mr. Tim Pelican, our ag commissioner, for us. But by doing that, I don't think we've actually reached restaurants and other people who count as food and ag, but we did try to reach most of the agricultural side of things. So we know the interest is there. We're gathering the numbers. It really does look to be about 30,000 or more people. So it's a huge number of people with a lot of interest. And it would be hard for us to say that we're going to go into one cherry packing plant or one almond packing industry and vaccinate their entire staff. That would wipe out our weak supply of vaccine and not get to a lot of people at once. And so to be equitable, we are considering using an age-based framework even within food and ag. And it's something that the Central Valley Consortium of health officers and directors talked about last weekend, is do we want to agree as a region to start with 50 years old and up, because we have so much food and ag. And so that might be something that we look at, is using an age-based framework to decide who gets vaccinated.
right, thank you very much for this information. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Park, I'm just wondering, as far as hot spots in the county, or do we have any plans in place to have vaccine, like in South Stockton or East Stockton?
Yes, so as I said, the Carl Ross was in 95204, so we did get to one of our Healthy Places Index zip codes or census tracts by standing up a clinic there. We are looking at those maps. We have two maps. We have the Healthy Places Index map, which is a map of our lowest quartile, mostly Stockton and East Lodi, as I've shown in the past. And then we have Bayesian's map of where our 65-year-olds live who have the high CORA scores. So we're trying to overlay those two maps to find where really our hotspots are and to dictate and determine where we're going to be vaccinating. It's not to say that we'll be in one of those heat map areas and not invite others who have expressed interest on the interest form. So there will be some invitations made to people who don't live in those census tracts, but who might have a high CORA score and seem to be at risk. So we're going to be having to look at the data and make our invitations carefully. And hopefully for those who are waiting, such as Supervisor Wynn, who has your number and you're waiting for your turn, there are other opportunities at large for those who cannot get into one of our MassVax clinics. We do have the Safeway and the Save Mart sites up on SJ Ready, which are available to anyone.
Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Park, Ms. Diedrich. Thank you for being here. Always a pleasure seeing you. I just have a few questions. Now, do you know how many vaccines that we're going to be getting this week? Or a better that question, and also, do you know if there's going to be an increase in vaccines given to this county?
So we were allotted about 6,000 vaccines this week, and those are already in the numbers that I've shown you. So the 10,000 Moderna, 10,000 Pfizer have already been received and are in those numbers. We will be getting another 1,000 Moderna later this week, perhaps Thursday, which represents a second dose shipment to match a 1,000 dose shipment that we received 4 weeks ago. But other than another 1,000 of Moderna, the numbers I gave you are accurate. Right.
I mean, you haven't heard anything about the state or the feds in that matter, pumping up the...
We find out the week before the shipments come how much we're getting. I don't know what we're getting next week. I don't think that we've received those numbers yet.
Because I believe you said we vaccinated approximately 62,000 in the county. So, 6,000 a pop. I mean, how long is this going to take? So that's my concern. And also, we're in the purple tier. You have any idea when we're going to hit the red tier?
No, I really can't predict. We are at a case rate of 31.7, and we need to get down to 7 to be in red tier. So we still have a ways to go. But if you look at the graph that I showed, we came down very rapidly, actually. So if we keep to progress, it could be in a month or two. There's really, no way to really predict because so much of it depends on human behavior.
And Supervisor Rickman, I would just add to your question about allocations. The allocations to date have really been focused on the proportionate share in the counties of Phase 1A and healthcare workers. And the state is now shifting into ag and those other tiers. So hopefully San Joaquin County and San Joaquin Valley has a disproportionate share of ag and should hopefully have increased supplies comparative to our healthcare workforce.
Well, thank you, Ms. Diedrich, and I know we spoke about that last week, and again, thank you for returning my phone calls just as rapidly as possible. And on that note, and since we do have a large ag community, I know I've reached out to Assembly Member Philip Hudwa, and he shares our same concerns with getting the vaccines, of course, being an ag-rich county, so hopefully he'll be pushing that along for us, which I believe he will. So if he's listening, thank him and his staff for what they're doing. Now, Mr. Diedrich, we talked about how the vaccines being distributed, by the feds, the state, and the county. And one thing I imagine we all get is, we say, we're reserving the vaccine for a second dose, and so we're not we had to cancel some clinics or some areas, but yet, well, I heard Safeway is doing this, or another clinic, a pharmacy is giving vaccines. Why can't we get those? Can you explain exactly how that happens? Meaning how a pharmacy can do it, why we can't, or how are they getting their doses when the county doesn't have doses to give?
So doses come into our county in 3 different ways. There's the Federal Pharmacy Partnership, which goes directly to CVS and Walgreens for those pharmacies to go to skilled nursing facilities and long-term care. There's also the doses that go to what are called multi-county entities, and these are Setters, Dignity, Kaiser, which is a healthcare delivery network with also an insurance product. We don't have full transparency. I can tell how much of the state vaccine have been delivered to those multi-county entities, such as Kaiser, but there's opaqueness as far as how Kaiser and those other ones have redistributed to those hospitals within those particular counties. And then, as Dr. Park described, the local health jurisdictions get their own allocations, and that's where we reallocate to our CalVax partners. And I think, to your question, some of that goes to scale. I think Dr. Park mentioned that Save Mart pharmacies just was approved by CalVax. They're doing the order of 20 a day. I believe Safeways are up to about 100 a day. We're gearing up for an event this weekend, which will be the companion for the event at the Ag Center on January 16th and 17th, where we need on the order of 2,600 doses. So I think the distinction there is really in volume. This all might be going away with the third-party administrator. That contract has not been released publicly yet. I understand it's going to be released on the 15th, but it could be the situation where that third-party administrator will dictate what partners, which CalVax partners in each county actually get allocations or not.
All right, thank you. Yeah, my point being is that there is, like you said, there are some numbers out there that we don't. It seems like the right hand not talking to the left hand sometimes when you're dealing with other state and federal entities. That's frustrating.
As you can tell, I'm very frustrated. It would be nice if we had a baseline allocation and could plan and have that baseline grow every week, and that way we could lay out some plans. I know OES has a presentation after ours, and I think the key takeaway is we have vastly more vaccinating capacity than we have vaccines coming in. We are primed and ready. We've built something for the long run. Hopefully we're able to exercise that with local control in the long run. To answer, Supervisor Wynn had a question about My Turn and how that compares and contrasts to what we stood up with BridgeWorks. My Turn really has 3 elements. It has that registration front end, and that's what we've emulated with BridgeWorks locally here, and much quicker than the state. But the state with their My Turn system also has 2 other components, and that's going to be the not the registration, but so much the appointment system. So what I'm seeing from the state is that all appointments for vaccines, once you've been registered and you're able to apply, all clinic schedules will be in the My Turn system. So that's not something we have currently. That is something where our various partners and OES use Sign Up Genius and other tools that might all be going into the My Turn system. And then the final piece of My Turn is the immunization registry piece. A lot of our partners, if they're a hospital system, they might use their enterprise electronic health record to forward that information into the relevant registries. Smaller entities that are atypical use a product called PrepMod, which they enter the vaccine information, and that integrates with the registries. PrepMod might be going away, and everybody might have to use My Turn for that. And that goes back to Chris Cruz's comments. The state is biting off a huge amount of work here, trying to shuffle all 58 counties, actually 61 jurisdictions, into My Turn in a rapid phase. Chris Cruz mentioned that we were in the 4th phase. That 4th phase was targeted for February 13th, just a few days from now. I don't see that coming to fruition. I see a lot of disruption in the interim. Not that I want to slow walk this, but I think we have a lot of good stories to tell about the innovations we've done in our county. With this BridgeWorks system, what Dr. Park didn't really mention is we are lining that up with our Bayesian data and really, given the scarcity of the doses we have, targeting those doses to the individuals most vulnerable to require hospitalization or death. And when I say most vulnerable, this is orders of magnitude, 20, 30, 40 times more at risk of negative outcomes than the general population. And that, I think, is something innovative that the state is interested in. We had our state monitoring call yesterday, and I know Dr. Park informed them, and this is something that I know Dr. Galley is also looking in. Rather than the My Turn system where, theoretically you might have appointments open up at midnight and some senior citizen sitting on their computer hitting the refresh button again and again to find an appointment. Given the scarcity of vaccine, I think we really need to target that, and I think that's an ability with our local system.
All right, thank you. And where are we at with I know I got some of your memos. So where are we at with the firefighters being allowed to vaccinate?
So both fire paramedics and fire EMTs are authorized. There is a training curriculum, but the local EMS has authorized our paramedics to be vaccinators at any CalVax approved site within our county. So OES could, as they coordinate these sites, if we need additional vaccinator individuals or additional resources to coordinate large mass or small vax events, that is a potential. So we are primed and ready to go to partner with the fire services.
Well, thank you very much for
You're welcome, sir.
getting that taken care of. I think we all appreciate it, as does our community, our cities, our community, and our firefighters. Dr. Park, I have a question. You mentioned, the U.S. Supreme Court case that happened last week, and I'm ecstatic about it. And I think people that follow knew, the New York case, that it was going to be unconstitutional. And so at least it puts a reins on California when it comes to allowing people to worship and religious freedom. But one of the things, if you read the case, and which I did, and it's from Justice Gorsuch, it says California singles out religion for worse treatment than many secular activities. At the same time, the state failed to explain why narrower options it finds sufficient in secular context do not satisfy legitimate interests. The reason I'll bring up that one quote from Senator Gorsuch is the data and science, and that's something that seems to be lacking. Not just when it comes under strict scrutiny under the South Bay United Pentecostal Church versus Newsom, but also when it comes to opening up our schools or allowing our kids to play sports. Have you heard? Do we exactly know why those schools aren't reopening or sports can't be played using the data and science?
Those schools are able to reopen using the new guidance that was put out earlier last month. And it is based on case rates, and this is based on the state working with pediatricians and UCSF at the data. And they are reading many, many studies from across the nation and across the world about children returning to school. And they're looking at how the younger children tend to not get as severe a case of COVID when they do get COVID, and might not be as effective at transmitting disease than older children, which is why the new parameters are in place say that schools can reopen up to 6th grade at case rates of 25, and we're almost there at 31. At a case rate of 7 for middle school and high school.
Okay. One of the reasons I know is very interesting to me, and because, hey, I have a senior in high school this year, and she hasn't stepped, one foot in school. And my oldest daughter graduated from high school last year, and of course, at the end of the year, didn't get to graduate in the ceremony, that is. She's an excellent student, so put that aside. But, even in college, she hasn't stepped a foot in college. It's all Zoom. So, I do have some great concerns, and we have put our kids back in school, and there has been studies, as you're well aware of, depression, dropout rates, suicide rates among our youth. So it's something I would like to see. But even what about sports? I know there's a big push right now, I believe it's Let Them Play, to get our kids being able to play sports again. Because I know, 5 years ago we had obesity pandemic, and somehow that's just went away.
And we obviously still have issues with childhood obesity. You're right, Supervisor Rickman. So in the purple tier, now that we're not under the regional stay-at-home order, some sports are allowed to be played competitively, and that's all mapped out in purple if you look at the youth sports guidance. So it seems like cross-country and track and field and swimming and diving where there's less contact. The stipulation is that it should be intra-team competition, so two teams within the same county playing against each other. So there are some sports that are allowed, and CIF has resumed in those sports. And then kids are allowed to condition. If they're not in one of those purple tier sports that can actually compete, they can still condition. So that's what's allowed at this point.
And we don't, again, data and science, and we don't exactly know. And I think that's the most frustrating, not knowing. And this would be my last question to Mr. Miles, our county counsel. Is there a way we can do a PRA request, Public Records Act request, looking for the data and science behind the state's decision to make these decisions?
Sure.
I don't know if
I'll work with Dr. Park to develop a framework for it, and we'll make a request.
All right, thank you. I'll relate my time, Chair. And thank you both very much.
Supervisor Villapudua, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just curious, as far as when the vaccine sites are set up, how are we sending the word? How are we sending the message that there's a site up? Like, how long do they have notice, and how are they signing up?
So we are using an appointment system called Sign Up Genius, which Mr. Diedrich mentioned. And so it literally can tell you how many appointments can be handled per hour, and then the appointments are set there. And when we do set up a clinic, that will usually get on SJ Ready. And if it's going to be a site that's open to the public, it will be on SJ Ready, and people can just click through the appointments and try to sign up for one. Alternatively, if we're going to do clinics where we're trying to really focus on people in a certain census tract with certain CORA scores who are more at risk, we will be utilizing the new vaccine interest bridgework system that we've been talking about to try to funnel people to those vaccination clinics.
How does it work if somebody's Hispanic and bilingual and they don't speak English and they're not computer literate? Can they make a phone call and set up an appointment?
Yeah, so the vaccine interest form, if they were able to get to SJ Ready or SJ Gov, is available in Spanish. So there's English and Spanish versions of it. There's also the capability of calling 211. And I think OES will be talking about the contracts with 211 that we've set up to handle those phone calls and to walk people through the registration process, especially people who don't have access to computers or smartphone technology.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Park. Thank you, Greg.
Supervisor Wynn.
You want to say something?
Actually, yes.
Go ahead.
I did have a couple of questions.
I only have one request here. It's from Supervisor Wynn. Are you able to use your keyboard? Otherwise, I'd call on you if you're in the queue.
I was in before, and then it went away, and I was just in again, and I'm not sure. I have experience with that system, though, and a lot of times they don't show up. So
okay,
I appreciate it, Supervisor Wynn. When we talked earlier about outreach into the most heavily impacted communities and our health risk quartile, I'm wondering if we've also looked at not only county but various city community centers for vaccination events, because oftentimes those are, they already have staff there already has relationship and trust built up in the neighborhoods, and the residents are used to going there for various activities. They pick up food there, that kind of thing. And we also heard earlier from the Children and Youth Task Force that we have a fairly robust program that, I hope we will increase for in-home visitations, that our Human Services Agency and our First Five of San Joaquin are very involved in coordinating. Those are also individuals that are already known and trusted in these communities. So I think as much as we can leverage those kind of resources that the county already has, I think it will help us, because we don't have to reinvent the wheel by trying to gain trust. We can utilize surrogates that already have that trust in these communities.
Yes, and I've had a discussion with Director of HSA, Mr. Chris Woods, about this, and he's already told me that he would open up any senior center for me on the weekend or whenever we wanted to do a vaccine clinic. They're ready to go as well to offer their sites as locations for us.
That's great. I just want to say thank you for responding. This board made it really clear that we wanted to be ready for when vaccines showed up. And I want to thank you for following through on that, because the only thing holding us back now is really the lack of vaccines. And so thank you and your entire team and all the other community-based organizations and county departments that participated in this, getting us ready so that when we get those vaccines, we can implement right away. Thank you.
And Supervisor Miller, I would just comment the first iteration of the on the public health dashboard, the immunization is up, and you'll see a lot of detail there, and we'll continue to add more detail to it. But it lists the number of vaccines actually administered by city of residence as well.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Supervisor Villapuda's comments in regards to the Hispanic community, when you look at the number of vaccinations compared to the percentage of population in this county, it's abysmal. And I guess I agree with him. We need to, and I understand there was a barrage of information, leading up to the election in regards to the concern in regards to the safety of the vaccine, et cetera. And I think for a lot of people it's stuck, and they're still holding on to those views. So I think you're right. I think we need to get in the communities and correct that misconception, certainly to reach out and make sure that, and again, I think the other problem is I know a lot of professionals are not going to take the vaccine. And so that's another issue, and we can't force them. Maybe at some point in time the government try. I was on a call yesterday with the state, and I would agree with Mr. Dieterich in regards to the state's plans, because when they talk about Blue Shield, this is the third call in a row. It's on Mondays and Thursdays, and the person who's talking about it, who presents that information, has continuously said, "Well, we don't know. It's in negotiations." It didn't inspire great confidence in me that, the state, and especially with handing it off to somebody else who will be making decisions for this county. So that obviously is going to be a challenge. They did talk about Rite Aid and CVS as far as, I think, 19,100 doses per week they'll be receiving in California, which goes to about 327 doses per county. Obviously, some more, some less. But those are things that we don't, it's not in our numbers. I mean, those are some, as you talked about, Greg, as far as that's just another dispensary program. The one that we're talking about are the CalVax ones. So anyway, I appreciate that. In regards to, and I personally, I'm impressed by certainly the progress we made in just the last couple of weeks. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears to me what's happened with public health and what you're doing is, I think we've with our healthy places and with the Bayesian, et cetera, we're pretty fine-tuned, almost laser-like in regards to identifying those who are most susceptible. And the reason that's important, obviously, is because if we can get those individuals vaccinated who are the greatest potential for going in a hospital or ICU, that lowers, the needs for our hospital beds, et cetera. The other part of it is that I think that from what I'm hearing from what you said, and is that you pretty much have the vaccine doses nailed as far as, where they should go given the latitude currently of dispensing them where they're most needed. I think that's great. And then we'll hear from Marcia or Sheila or somebody about, from your part of saying this is what we need to do. Then we go to the next part, which is the implementation, which is critical. And I know that with Supervisor Rickman's comments in regards to the fire service, it's not just fire service, it's cities, as Supervisor Miller talks about, it's all these different entities that we have used or can use that are pretty much signed up. So I look at in totality of what we're doing with Mr. Cruz and certainly with what you're doing and certainly what we hear from OES. But it sounds to me like our mechanism, our I guess our system is pretty much locked down from start to finish. And as Supervisor Miller says, the only problem we're having is getting the doses from the state. So do you think that we, and I asked Mr. Cruz, are we at a point that other than trying to deal with the state and their rollout of Blue Shield and My Turn and all those things, as far as we're concerned currently, we're pretty much set with the exception of the doses. Is that your feeling?
That is exactly it. I think that what we've set up is a very robust program, and we're really ready to go. The point is we lack the vaccine. We have spent weeks building capacity, public health, talking to the Safeways and Save Marts, and we're still talking to Costco and Walmart and all these partners, setting up all these contracts and working with them and getting HR support on board. There's been a lot of time spent in building the capacity, and now we're really ready to exponentially increase the amount of vaccinations we do with all these partners in play and a lot of vaccinators who are raring to go, but only held back by vaccine supply. And the BridgeWorks system that was set up is very unique to our county, and we tried to portray that to the state on our call yesterday about how it really does hone in on our Healthy Places Index census tracts as well as the Cora scores. It's very unique, and it seems to be the most equitable way of vaccinating people 65 and over. And as Mr. Diedrich said, the state was quite impressed because it's not really a first come, first serve type of deal. It's really trying to hone in on people who will be most at risk for a serious outcome if they were to get COVID.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. As Rickman talked about agriculture, and I know that's a challenge. I've talked to Mr. Pelican in regards to, because right now there's a transiency among farm workers, and as to where they really belong and how they can get vaccinated. So I'm glad to hear, and I know I've heard a lot of packing houses and farms and things are willing to do this. When you talk about getting rid of all the tiers, and it just seems like every time we turn around, the rules change. I mean, it's like a whole new game. And I guess the one part that I do appreciate is the now understanding that probably one of the, which has been successful in most other states and countries, is the age. And so once we get past these particular tiers, like agriculture and education, those types of things, then it's just going to be a matter of age. And those who are the oldest, obviously going down, that would be a fairly simple process, wouldn't it be, as far as capturing those individuals?
Yes, and that's exactly why the state is trying to move to an age-based distribution framework, because it would simplify who gets vaccinated. They were coming across multiple different agencies demanding to be put into Phase 1B, Tier 1 or Tier 2, and so many people standing up and saying that they felt they needed to be moved up the ladder. And it was very difficult because they were trying to put people into pockets. As time went on, they realized the real risk is with age. And if, as Governor Newsom said, past 65 years old represents 75% of our deaths. We looked at that number in our county, and people over 65 represent 71% of our deaths. So close in number. Not the same with our Hispanic population, which seems to be more spread out into the younger ages as well for earlier deaths. But overall, we really do feel that the age makes sense. It's just hard when you've already shown people there's a Phase 1B and a Phase 1C, and people have already looked at this and found out where they belong, and they have it in their mind, vaccine is coming, and they're going to patiently wait for it, and now they don't know what they're waiting for, and it makes it very frustrating when the changes keep coming. But we will have to do whatever they say, and for right now it's really a lot of focus on that Tier 1B and 65 and up, and that's going to take us a while just to get through that before we can move on.
Thank you. Dr. Park, did you mention we have another presentation from from the emergency offices? Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, just ask that let's move along. We have a bit of a busy schedule here today. So could you please come forward with the next presentation? We have Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Lima, I believe. I know we're going to have more questions as it relates to this next presentation, I'm sure.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Council, Assistant CAO, Marcia Cunningham, Emergency Services Director. The board has asked us questions of us. Are we ready to distribute vaccines? The flat out answer is yes. We're ready. We've been doing it. What don't we have is enough vaccines. What we're going to cover, though, and demonstrate to you this morning in our presentation is we have the capability to do small and large scale vaccinating. OES will cover our planning and preparedness activities that demonstrate, yes, we are ready. We just need more vaccines distributed to our county. What is San Joaquin County's vaccine into armed capacity? OES will cover the EOC structure that includes law enforcement from sheriff and our surrounding police departments, our fire partners, and city partners. Updates to the resources and services to our community, which is important. She'll cover information such as 211 and what we've been doing and getting the word out. I think the key and important message here that we want to get across to this board and to our community, we are ready. We're ready to the capacity of about 35,000 vaccines a day we could put into ARM if they were sent to us. That's pretty huge. So before I pass the presentation over to Shelley Lima, Director of Emergency Operations, I do want to thank the board for the ad hoc committee and participation of Chair Patty and Supervisor Wynn. It has proven to be productive and beneficial to this process, and also Assistant CAO Matt Pollan for his leadership and support. With that, Shelley.
Thank you. So I'm just going to jump right in. Planning and preparedness activities that the Office of Emergency Services has already started includes developing a countywide vaccination plan to stand up multiple testing sites. We've been working with our partners and stakeholders throughout the county. We have developed a point of distribution template that we can actually hand to any organization that wants to stand up a vaccine site and help them in setting it up, running, and including the logistical needs, staffing, job action sheets, throughput, time studies, and other helpful information to help them get their vaccine clinic moving. I'd like to share with you this list of 64 potential vaccination sites that we have used in the past several years already. Actually, public health has used them, not OES. We don't usually do vaccines, but we're setting up the back end. So these sites have been used, and I supplied this map to give you a good idea of where these are throughout the county, and they include all of our major cities and some of the smaller cities as well, as you can see there. We realize that not all of the locations that we have will be available at the same time, but it does give our cities and special districts a really good jump-off point for where the planning can start. In addition, we're also gathering additional lists of other pop-up locations. We've had numerous businesses and agriculture locations that have offered to help have a site in their community. So with that, mass vaccination plans were modified to fit specific needs of COVID-19. The cities and rural fire districts will be helping to facilitate these vaccine facilities, traffic, security, and also extra vaccinators. One person has been assigned to coordinate with the cities and rural fire district as an incident management team. Fire Chief Neely of Manteca-Lathrop Fire has been tapped to coordinate that area command for those vaccine sites. OES Operations provides the template plan, scheduling capabilities, specific support as needed in addition to the marketing and advertising of those sites. The Incident Management Team Area Command will coordinate vaccination teams to put out to those cities, which are made up of clinical staff, administrative documentation staff, pharmaceutical, and also the paramedic EMT staff to assist with the actual vaccines. The cities and rural fire districts were provided that comprehensive list that I shared with you a moment ago. Those are both on small and large scale vaccine sites, 400 to 1,200 a day. If it's an outside clinic, some of these can get up to 2,000, maybe more for an 8-hour shift. Public Health with EOC will manage the vaccine inventory for the providers as well. So I did mention that I have worked with the city EOCs in scoping out these locations. I went to the city managers. They are extremely excited and willing to move this forward and working with us, and also working with Chief Neely to get these sites set up. They are getting familiar with the template plan. Event locations will likely be influenced by the scientific data that Public Health Dr. Park has developed regarding those target populations, as well as state guidance. We plan to expand the capacity of data entry for the mandatory entry into the public health vaccine system. It's called the RIDE system, I believe. This was identified as a gap in our previous experiences in our vaccination sites. Our cities are also asked to explore other locations that we might have left off of our list, and it just leaves it open for them to work with their communities. So this is an all hands on deck look at how estimated vaccination capacity will take place. I'm also assuming an endless vaccine supply is available whenever I give you these numbers. So a conservative estimate is a little over 37,000 vaccines per 8-hour day can be accomplished within San Joaquin County. This is based on those 64 predetermined locations, varying capacities of 400 to 1,200 a day. We have the capacity within our county to stand up 55 vaccination teams. This uses all of our mutual aid support folks that are already within the county. It taps those approved vaccination support groups. Our vendor HR support, I listed a 5-site capacity, but they have indicated that they're willing and able to go over that as we're needed. San Joaquin County Clinics has been instrumental in already doing these vaccine site, public health nurses, and of course our EMT paramedic support staff. The heaviest manpower of most of this is on setup, coordination, direction, cleanup, and that part, and most of that has been supplied by our disaster service workers in our county. So based on this material, our data is more than ready to handle these vaccines. The next thing I wanted to demonstrate is the county EOC structure as it stands today. You can see at the top, we have our management director of emergency services, Marcia Cunningham, and the county health officer, Dr. Park, which provide our goals and leadership management objectives. Chris Miller of the OES agency is the incident commander. He provides the team leadership of the staff that are assigned, and it allows the incident commander to control the incident. I assist in wherever I can with Board of Supervisors meetings, budgets, and things like that. And then you can see where everybody else stands in the EOC. And I also wanted to point out on the slide, the bottom row represents all of our cities. IMT is what we're asking them to do now. They are always part of our stakeholder group, our weekly meetings that we have as well. And you can see where the vaccine task force, Chief Neely sits in that criteria as well. So on to some other things I wanted to share with you. Our ISD group mentioned that they have been working on SJ Ready. We have a cleaner look and feel to that site. If you've visited it within the last couple of days, you would have noticed that. There's numerous ways to access the new vaccination interest form. We've updated the banner, which is on all of the pages for vaccination testing, health guidance, frequently asked questions, and also the Ask a Question tab that allows them to go to the Go Ready page for questions. And we try to get to those questions as quickly as possible. The other thing, Supervisor Miller asked for a calendar. That's still under development. There's a lot of different ideas on how that will look, but we will have a template calendar later this week, we hope to have. At this point, it'll be a PDF type document where people can download it and have access to it, but it will have links to where they can go to sign up for vaccination clinics should they be available. The other thing you've probably already heard is we are setting up a vaccine event later this week as well at the OES agency, and that's for the second vaccine from the very first vaccination clinic that we did on January 16th and 17th. So what else are we doing? Our agreement with 211. 211 has been a tremendous partner for us. I know there's been some concern that there's some backup with their call volume. Over the previous weekend, their 10 voice lines were completely maxed out. So they've increased to 28 phone lines. That took them an extra 10 minutes to make that happen. So we're really excited about the capacity that they've been able to handle. They did tell us that they broke a lot of records over this last weekend with 916 calls. But those were primarily due to COVID-19 test site registrations for the second dose appointment coming up later this week. We have added a 7-digit phone line that our public information officer shares that goes to those folks that live in the outer parts of our county, because I don't know if you're aware, but if you live on the border or close to the edge and you call 211, you get the wrong county. So that is an issue, but we are working on how we can make that better for those folks as well. So our biggest thing is we just need more vaccine. So you can see that we have shown that we are definitely ready to move this forward. And I also want to share, well, I have the podium here, is COVID-19 testing has severely dropped. This is the only way we're going to get out of the purple and into the red, is we have to have that positivity rate. So I'd like to really strongly encourage people to go to those COVID-19 testing sites and get a COVID-19 test, so that way we can get our positivity rate back to where it belongs and get out of purple and into red. Thank you.
Outstanding. Really appreciate the presentation, but more than anything, that in just the last couple of weeks, all of the action that's come together to be capable, and through Chief Neely and your offices, the actions taken in the multiple departments to mobilize and activate, and to be in a position where we could do tens of thousands of vaccinations per day. But of course, we need those vaccinations. So, but we stand at the ready. I believe that's what the board was asking to happen in San Joaquin County, and I believe we are very well positioned. So thank you. It's an amazing and well-concerted and coordinated effort to get right here where we are. I'd like to ask any board members comment or statements, and we do have a very busy agenda to go through still. So if any questions, you could also ask offline, unless it's something perhaps for public information. Do we have anything? Of course. Yes, Supervisor Wynn.
I would agree that they've done a phenomenal job. And I guess from what I heard in your presentation, we have plans, but our plans are actually in force. I mean, we're not talking about speculating of doing something in the future. These are things that we could turn on tomorrow if necessary. And I think that's the key, because it's always nice to talk about what we can do. It's more important that we are able to do it today. So great job. Appreciate all that you've done. Certainly tell your staffs the same thing of their work, because we have really moved to a point where, like I say, I use the term turnkey, because it's there and we can use it anytime we need it. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like for us to move on to our second discussion item under COVID. We have adopt an urgency ordinance regulating the fees charged by food delivery. We've got this, I believe we have a presentation or a briefing from County Council, Mr. Mark Miles.
Thank you. On January 26th, the board discussed the adoption of an urgency ordinance addressing the charges imposed by third-party delivery companies to restaurants in San Joaquin County, and the impact those charges were having on the restaurants as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The reason to bring this ordinance forward is that restaurants have been subject to a variety of restrictions imposed by the California State Health Officer, reducing their seating capacities, at times restricting their abilities to deliver activities to delivery and takeout only. Restaurants in some areas of the county have been forced to reduce their staff by 50% or more. Most restrictive tier of the blueprint for recovery, which we find ourselves in, Restaurants are completely reliant on outdoor dining, takeout, and delivery offerings. Some county residents are either unable to purchase and prepare food or do not have consistent, reliable access to sources of food aside from prepared foods delivered from restaurants. Social distancing measures required to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 means that delivery and takeout options from restaurants are critical to the public's ability to have consistent and reliable access to food. Continued viability of the county's restaurants is critical to ensure the availability of that essential food service to the public, to sustain employment among restaurant workers, and preserve the vitality of the local economies. Many restaurant customers rely on these third-party platforms to place their orders with restaurants for delivery. And the firms operating such platforms charge restaurants a range of fees for their order, delivery, and marketing services. Restaurants in the county have a limited ability to negotiate these fees with the firms operating the platforms. And the fees charged by such firms are in some cases so high as to threaten the profitability of the ongoing viability of county restaurants. The ordinance that's being presented today, the key provisions of this ordinance are that it caps the fees which a delivery service could charge the restaurants to a fee of 15%. It limits the pickup fees on orders made through the third-party platform to 10%. Requires delivery service to provide customers with an itemized breakdown of all charges and fees. Prohibits the delivery service from reducing driver pay as a result of this regulation. And unless earlier repealed by the ordinance or by the board, this ordinance shall expire automatically when the county terminates the declared local health emergency or the date upon which all applicable health mandates allow all restaurants in the county to seat customers at their indoor locations at 100% capacity. It does require a 4/5 vote. The cities around us have adopted it recently. Fresno has adopted a similar ordinance. Modesto has also adopted a similar ordinance. I have reached out to Wes Ray from the city to have ongoing discussions with him about so that we have a conduit for information about whether there's an impact to the local restaurants, and we'll continue to monitor that. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Any board questions for Mr. Miles on this presentation? This is something that we had, I had found out was happening in San Francisco, the Bay Area, that these restaurants are being charged up to 30% fee charged to them on the order that they are picking up and also charging for delivery. So when you look at a 30% coming off of the top of a food order, when restaurants operate at about a 10 to 15% profit margin, that 30% delivery fee charged to the restaurant is a rather high percentage, and a lot of counties and cities have taken issue with this, especially during this period in time. So I'm glad. Thank you, Mark Miles, for bringing in that presentation. Supervisor Miller, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. So you mentioned some other cities. Have any cities in our county adopted a similar ordinance?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so would this ordinance only apply to the unincorporated area?
No, it applies countywide.
Okay, and so it doesn't matter if the restaurant is anywhere within a city limit or whether the recipient is anywhere in San Joaquin County. This applies everywhere.
It applies everywhere because it's being adopted under an exercise of the board's police powers as part of the response to preserve health, safety, and welfare under the COVID emergency. So
okay.
It's part of the exercise of those police powers.
All right, and have we heard from any of our city attorneys in terms of this proposed ordinance?
I spoke with the city attorneys 2 weeks ago and let them know that this was coming forward. I did have some questions at the time. They were interested. They wanted to know if the first presentation resulted in an adoption of the ordinance. I told them that it would be coming back this time.
Okay.
They appeared to be in favor of it.
Great, thank you.
And quick question, Mr. Miles, what's the mechanism of enforcement? Like, let's say we adopt this countywide, is it then up to the restaurants themselves to contact those service providers and have them systemically change the billing practice? So
that's a great question, Supervisor. Every Tuesday after the board meeting, there is a press release that goes out. The adoption of this ordinance, should the board choose to adopt it, will be highlighted in that press release, so it's out there for the public. The ordinance itself will be available. The actual enforcement is given over to the individual restaurant or the delivery worker, because they're the ones who are going to know immediately whether or not the delivery service is complying with it.
Okay.
So it defaults to them to be able to take action. There's a requirement that they give notice to the delivery service. The service has 10 days to correct, after which then the individual could pursue an action.
And just as a quick follow-up to a prior conversation you and I had, because we did want to look and see if there was any negative ramifications or an exclusion of services. And from the best you were able to find so far, in some instances, or in a instance, there was a $1 fee to the recipient of delivery, since the rates had been dropped from what was charged to the restaurants. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, is that down in Fresno, one of the delivery services has adopted the Fresno fee, which is $1 that gets tacked on and charged to the recipient.
Okay, which would be significantly less than the $8, $10, $12, $15 coming off of a restaurant bill. Okay, well, thank you. I'm proud to have brought this to the board and for the board to consider it. I'm going to maybe break tradition and make a motion to approve this ordinance as proposed. I'd look for a second and the vote.
Could I just ask one follow-up question of County
Sure,
Council?
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. So in terms of enforcement, I want to make sure I have this correct. It would be up to the individual parties to pursue some sort of enforcement action, and what exactly would that enforcement action look like? I mean, what are their options? And I'm asking because the board's been very clear up till now that they weren't interested in becoming the police state of any of these health and safety orders. So I'm wondering what recourse do the restaurants actually and delivery services actually have?
So under the ordinance as it's written, the restaurant or the delivery worker claiming a violation of the ordinance, as I said, provides notice to the delivery service first, gives them 10 business days for the business to cure that violation, after which, if the delivery firm fails to cure the alleged violation, the restaurant or delivery worker claiming a violation may bring an action in the Superior Court against the delivery firm, may be awarded all actual damages, triple damages in the case of any violation determined to be willful, knowledgeable, or reckless, and other legal or equitable remedies that the court may deem appropriate, along with reasonable attorney's fees.
Okay, great. That answers my question. Thank you.
I'd like to second the motion, Supervisor Patty's motion.
Thank you. We have a first and second. I turn to the board to vote on this. This adopts 5-0. I believe that's a wonderful step that we've taken in San Joaquin County to help our struggling restaurants and businesses. We're going to move on now to discussion item. Next COVID discussion, I believe, is a report on the leadership structure of the San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services. Again, going to County Council, Mr. Mark Miles, you have a report for us.
Thank you, Supervisor. Over the past few weeks, there's been continuing discussion about the structure of OES as it relates to who is responsible, who is in charge, who is the Director of Emergency Services. So in 2016, the county employed an emergency management consulting firm to review and assess the county's emergency operation plan. The report contained 10 recommended improvements, including a recommendation that the designation of the role of Director of Emergency Services should be amended. At that time, the Director of Emergency Services was identified as the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. The report stated that most local jurisdictions in California designate the chief executive or administrative officer as the director of emergency services in order to maintain continuity within the emergency management organization, supervise day-to-day emergency preparedness activities, and leverage the executive or administrator's authority. The consultant specifically recommended that the code be amended to designate the county administrator as the director of emergency services. Recently, at a board meeting, Supervisor Wynn mentioned that when he last acted as the director of emergency services, that those duties were quite onerous and impacted his ability to carry out his additional duties as the chair. So on January 23rd, 2018, responding to that report, the board adopted Ordinance 4503, which appointed the Director of General Services as the Director of Emergency Services. I have reviewed the board letter. I have reviewed the actual meeting where that occurred. There was little or no discussion of why it went to the Director of General Services. I performed a current survey of leadership structure in the emergency services offices around the state, and it revealed that typically they follow three patterns, with the position of Director of Emergency Services being bestowed on A, a member of the Board of Supervisors, typically the chair, B, the county executive or administrator, or C, the sheriff. In some instances, the position of director is a shared responsibility given to the chair of the board or their designee and the county administrator, with the county administrator tasked to carry out the day-to-day duties and responsibilities. Given the previous concerns expressed by Supervisor Wynn over his experience as the Director of Emergency Services during the 2017 floods and the continuing nature of the present pandemic, staff recommends that the adoption of a hybrid model. This ensures that the Board of Supervisors has a clearly delineated role in the emergency response, but does not unduly burden the supervisor with those day-to-day operations. Asking that you provide direction to staff regarding modifications to that leadership structure and adopt a board order as appropriate to implement immediate modifications to the leadership structure pending formal action to amend the county ordinance. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Any questions for County Council on this matter? Supervisor Rickman? Yes, no?
I just have a statement. I don't have any questions.
No? Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wynn.
One of the things that when I was talking about, the challenge for the chair and also to be working directly with EOC or Office of Emergency Services is there was really not a lot of interaction with the CO's office. It was direct, and I was down there almost every day and dealing directly and getting calls and those types of things. What I would envision probably is something akin to what's happened with this particular pandemic in vaccination program is that I think the board needs to be involved, the chair, because obviously the board collectively is responsible for the ultimate outcome. But the second part, I would say, would be the CAO's office, because the CAO's office has the broad authority with all departments to make direction in regards to decisions that need to be made at that level. And then from there, obviously, the CEO would make determinations as to certainly the Office of Emergency Services, the EOC, those types of things, and can delegate a lot of that. Because what I see, for example, on our current situation is, I see, for example, Dr. Park, and I think in most cases, with the vaccination or I guess the pandemic, a lot of counties have public health as the key player as far as the incident commander, not OES. I think we have a better position here because I see Dr. Park in her role certainly to be, like a better term, incident commander over the vaccine distribution and priorities. I also see, which I think is highly beneficial, is that OES, EOC is doing their job, and I think the collaboration has been great. So I almost see, for example, the chair the CEO's office, and ultimately the partnership between two different entities coming together and working collectively to really accomplish what I think is a much more efficient and effective goal. So that's kind of my take. Again, but going to the chair, I would offer this. It is not possible for the chair to be involved as either Marcia is or Shelley is in regards to this, because it's just too much to do. So I can see the role of the board being kind of oversight, but more importantly, the hands-on would be the CA's office, and based upon that, the CEO would make determinations as to how the organizational chart would work on each individual incident. As with the floods, for example, we had in our EOC, we had the state, we had sometimes federal, we had everybody, all the fire districts, police, et cetera. So again, I think this is an opportunity to maintain at least some semblance of accomplishment, or at least preparing, but more importantly, getting the job done, which always goes to the people who are most best trained and most able to really accomplish these goals. Just my observation.
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. And I believe that's pretty much what's being proposed and for our consideration. In order for this to go, County Council, we could and we would have to agendize and at some point bring back to the board what would be a more actionable item for a permanent structural change. But what's being proposed now is kind of in the immediate.
Correct. If the board wants to act today to, by board order, make these modifications as part of the overall response under the healthcare emergency, that's appropriate. And I will bring back an ordinance, but we'll have to modify the existing ordinance. We'll go through that process of introduction, waive reading, and at the next meeting, finally do the adoption. Excellent.
Supervisor Miller, I believe you have a question.
Actually, I was just going to say I also like this hybrid model. The CAO is the individual in the department that has the broadest picture, and depending on what the emergency is, then as we saw the org chart for the pandemic, they would have the ability to decide who goes into those slots at the top. Wouldn't be a public health officer if we're dealing with a flood. If we're talking about a fire, it would be someone else. So I like this structure. I think it does alleviate the burden from the chair of the day-to-day. And I do think the CAO has the broadest authority within the organization to help make those decisions. So I would support this.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And while we're having discussion, this in no way, shape, or form is a reflection on Ms. Cunningham's handling in a very expedient and hands-on manner in the job you've done. I know that the position of the CAO is above, at an executive level throughout the county, and that may lend itself to activating some of the departments that as a director you're on parity with. So I appreciate everything that you've done and the mobilization that's taken as reflected in the presentation we just had to get us to the point of where we are. The inclusion for the chair, whomever that may be, I believe is important as we represent the voters. And the voters want to know that their leadership is engaged, listening, getting their emails, and responding as Supervisor Wynn had done very diligently during the floods. And I, as a supervisor, felt very comfortable that knowing that one of us was there and addressing the concerns from the voters, that we are all, of course, taking care of the citizens. So I like this model. I appreciate it. If somebody wants to make a motion to approve it, second it, and vote on it, we can move it into play.
Make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. Please vote. This passes 5-0. That was the last, I believe, discussion point of COVID. There's one more thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention. I mentioned the county council earlier, so before I forget, and while we're talking about some amendments and considerations, as we did in the adjustment for restaurants and the fees being charged for delivery services. I've also seen recently that the annual fees that counties or even cities are charging their businesses for renewals, and that could be fees from the environmental health department, that could be business fees at the county level. I think that we should task county staff to come back to us what may be actionable to suspend those fees for the businesses that are impacted, that are only able to operate in a scaled down capacity. It's really not fair to knock on their door and say, you've got your annual fees of the thousands of dollars when we know the revenues are down by tens of thousands monthly. So I would like to ask, and if the board agrees, that bring back something that would be actionable for this board to kind of review what that suspension would look like. This is something similar to what they're just approved in Yolo County, so we can already look at a template that's in place. But I thought it was a great idea. So I believe, would that fall to the CAO's office?
Sure, we could definitely coordinate that effort if the board chooses to do so.
Okay, let's bring something back to us then, please, as we're piling on things for the CAO's office to do today.
Chair, on what you're proposing, is there a way to give penalties or penalties that might have been accrued because of the pandemic? Have we done that?
To waive penalties?
Yeah.
We have not, as a county, enacted penalties, fiscal penalties. We've discussed that as a board, and we decided that we were not imposing additional hardships.
All right, good.
That might have done some nails or something that day. I don't know what the.
No, I'm talking about for like fees and fines or whatever, and like what you're proposing now is that to suspend those, but for those that may have back fees or something of a similar nature, to forgive or.
That's a great. I think with the CAO's report, they might.
Right. That's why I just wanted to add that.
I think it's a great idea. I appreciate that. So we just pull up and see what the back fees are. And this is not for all businesses. There are many businesses that are operating in full capacity. This would be for businesses that we know are structurally limited in their capacity to operate. We know we've got, whether it be hair salons, which are open now, just as an example. We know we have restaurants. We know we have gym, health clubs that are not allowed indoor regular membership activity. So I don't know what their annual fees would be, if any, as it relates to the county. But I think these are the types of models that we want to look at that are impacted. All right. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Yes, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that this effort, we get input from County Council, because it's my understanding that those fees are based on cost recovery. And so I want to make sure that we get that analysis in terms of if our costs have been reduced, what should the fees be reduced to? And also in terms of any waivers, if there would be budget impacts to our departments that are charged with inspections or enforcement or any of that kind of stuff. I just want to make sure that's included in what comes back to the board.
Absolutely. That would be part of the analysis as the legal authorities and what we can and can't do.
Great. Thank you.
Great. I appreciate this board's engagement on this and the consideration. Look forward to that report when it may be available. We are going to move on and hopefully forge through consent before we take a break, which will happen maybe within the next hour. So going forward, we have consent items 1 through 16. We seem to have a hotbed issue, which is the consent item number 1, appointment of a legislative assistant for the 2nd Supervisorial District. I'm going to ask that we pull that out of the general consent and discuss this separately and vote on it different than the rest of the consent agenda. So let's go with this item first. Item number 1, the appointment of legislative assistant for the 2nd Supervisorial District. Now, if history serves me correct, 2 weeks ago at our last board meeting, this issue had come up, and we all know that this has nothing to do with ethnicity or sexual orientation, however a person likes to identify. This was an HR discussion that we had, and we had asked HR to look at our historical reference. So I'd like to ask Ms. Hopkins to come on down and address this. So we had tasked you 2 weeks ago to kind of give us a historical evaluation, what our common practice is, and what would be the best policy moving forward if when we have somebody that's qualified as Ms. Zapata seems to be, and there's many testing of her high level of qualifications. So the question would be, what will be the general practice in the county, not only just on the supervisorial board and us, the staff that work on the 6th floor, but we had asked you to come back to us, and that evaluation might also include, as I had suggested, speaking with legislative aides and getting their history. We have two legislative aides that have been here for almost or over 20 years. So they've got an historical reference that might be a pool of information for you to come back with a recommendation on the best policy, not the best candidate, but the best policy moving forward. So 2 weeks later, here we are. It's a consent item, and it seems to be a very hotbed issue. So I'd like the board to hear your evaluation and the recommendation of the policy that we have from this day forward that you're suggesting we do, not only at the supervisor, but perhaps county-wide, if we're going to bring somebody in, not at level 1, not at level 2, but the entry level has been always traditionally, I believe, and you might have this historical reference, has been level 3, which is advanced level, and then there's 4 or 5 above. So I'd like to hear your report and recommendation, please.
Thank you, Chair Patty, members of the board, Assistant CAO, Mr. Paulin, and County Council Miles. So there's, based upon the evaluation and the history of what I looked at, there's 2 different practices and policies. So for non-legislative aides, the county has a policy that is San Joaquin County Code Section 2-5205, Salary Upon Appointment, which provides for an advanced step when recruitment difficulties exist. And for non-legislative aides, I think you just mentioned, Chair Patty, they have a 5-step system. So it's when a department is making a recommendation, step 2 through step 5. And that recommendation comes to either Human Resources or to the CAO's office for evaluation about what recruitment difficulties have existed for that particular recruitment, which may change over time depending on qualified applicant pools in the labor market. For legislative aides, in 2012, the board approved the appointment that's subject to board approval and not the individual board member. So if I understood what was provided by the clerk of the board prior to 2012, an individual board member made that legislative aide appointment, and today it comes to the board. So from what I'm reading and understanding, when it comes to legislative aides, Human Resources involvement would be to provide the policy to the board member who may want to bring in an individual. You're absolutely correct, the 3-step system. So there's the entry-level step, which on the salary scale is listed as step 3. There's a mid-level step, which on the salary scale is listed as step 4. And then there's a top step at the salary schedule, which is listed as step 5. That would be the individual board member's recommendation to this 5-member board based upon that same policy.
Okay, and so have you completed an evaluation and come back to us with a recommendation if there's a new policy, a better policy, something that even a comparison of other counties of where the chief of staff or legislative aide position is coming in? Are we doing equal pay for equal work? Are we? How's that fit into, as an HR director, historically, what is equal pay for equal work when somebody's at the entry level? For instance, if somebody in the assessor's office is hired and they have a caseload and they're working in the assessor's office, they are doing caseload as expected, and they come in at an entry level, is there a merit-based pay, or does that person that's working there for 2 months make the same amount of money as somebody who's working there for 18 years? What's the departmental comparisons if we're doing that here in comparison to the rest of the county? Would it be fair for us to bring somebody at level 5 when they haven't spent a minute here working or earning those merits from that higher level 3 entry to go to 4 to 5, which we're only talking a few $1,000 disparity? Level 1 to level 5 is a significant change, and that was narrowed when somebody enters at level 3. So have we done a full analysis, and you're coming back now to the board with the recommendation?
So, Chair Patty, I don't have a recommendation today to change current policy. What I can share with you are two different things based upon the scenario that you just shared. So at the, if it's the assessor's office, I can actually share a current situation that we're looking at with LVNs at the hospital, where currently this recruitment market has shifted and it is much harder to recruit LVNs than it was previously. So recently the department came to Human Resources and said, hey, we have applicants requesting to come in above the bottom step, so in this case, step 1. However, maybe in the last applicant round or the round before, when it wasn't as difficult to recruit, we ended up bringing people in at step 1. San Joaquin actually has a provision that not every county has that allows us to go back and look at right-sizing that should the department head make that recommendation. So that's a true life example of something that we're looking at with Mr. Culverson and his team today about whether we need to potentially right-size a classification that didn't have recruitment difficulties maybe 18 months ago, but is severely impacted by recruitment difficulties today. And looking at the current situation with the legislative aid, as I mentioned, the salary upon appointment or above appointment is really focused on recruitment and recruitment difficulties. Listening to Supervisor Miller and her comments 2 weeks ago, the recruitment difficulties that she described in providing a job offer to the legislative aid are similar in theme to the recruitment difficulties that other department heads have brought forward, whether it's an LVN, whether it's a deputy sheriff, a nurse, broad classifications countywide. So in that case, as the HR director, I did concur that this was the appropriate policy to follow and that she was applying it appropriately and consistently with other requests that we've been receiving in Human Resources.
Based on the difficulty of finding somebody to fill the position. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is what as the county code is written, it is written about recruitment difficulties.
Okay, so as the HR director, and I know at one point the legislative aide, the chief of staff, Ms. Filios, had left the 4th supervisorial district position as chief of staff. When were you notified to do a recruitment effort to fill that position, and what was the yield of that? I know, and just by reference, at one point, the position for legislative aide, chief of staff in District 5 was open, and they put out for recruitment. They got over 150, 160 something applicants. So to establish that this difficult urgency has happened, what was the recruitment process? Where did you guys advertise? What was the amount of applicants that came in? And when did you start, based on knowing when Ms. Filios was going to be leaving? Because again, this is an HR issue. So how did this work? How did the function flow through your office?
So, very good question, Chair Patty. And what is unique with this particular classification for legislative aid is that historically, other than the recruitment that you mentioned that Supervisor Elliott asked HR to do under HR's practices, the individual board member has conducted their own individual outreach and their own recruitment. So Supervisor Miller would have better information than myself about her recruitment and outreach. She has provided some of that to me, and I listened to the last board meeting. But the recruitment was conducted by the board office. It was not conducted by Human Resources, consistent with other legislative aid agencies.
So perhaps Supervisor Miller, could you answer the question then? What was the recruitment process for the difficulty to be established to warrant bringing somebody in at the highest tier of pay?
Yes. I followed past practices. I conducted outreach into the community. My former chief of staff also conducted outreach. I consulted with the CAO about potential candidates. I also consulted with the clerk of the board. After that discussion, the decision was made. I took her recommendation that looking within the clerk of the board office was probably not appropriate to, because it injected, maybe a political slant into those positions. And so I took her advice and I did not pursue anyone in the clerk of the board office. But I also reached out through my former chief of staff to former chiefs of staff, also to agencies that the county works closely with. And the most qualified candidates with the most experience stated, 3 of them stated that this was too much of a risk for their career because it was only a 2-year contract. And within the county was made very clear that oftentimes these positions, folks that are in them, have a difficult time moving over into other county departments. Because of that, I was working through recommended folks. My criteria was someone who was knowledgeable in the technology that we, especially now, need to use and be familiar with, that also had strong ties into my district and the city of Stockton and with other elected officials and with other agencies and community-based organizations that I work with. I also thought, as I worked my way through, in terms of what we're facing now with COVID, outreaching into some of our hardest hit neighborhoods, that those, I lent extra weight to those existing community ties. Writing skills were very important to me, and also communication skills were very important to me, both maintaining my information on the county's website as well as supervisors' social media, with an eye toward increasing communication, which is especially important right now. We're hearing over and over and over how important it is to have better communication. Those were priorities for me. Because of all those things, I settled with, and I was very pleased to have her apply for and hang in there for this position. She is well known. Ms. Zapata was actively working through other opportunities, and I did not want to lose her. I would also mention at this point that I do not feel that for purposes of this discussion, the process or any of that is really under discussion. What's appropriately under discussion is whether or not to bring this individual in at the top level. These positions have been looked at in the past by the board, and in fact, the board at a previous occasion considered making them no-step positions so that each chief of staff would be making the same amount, and it would be based on what the individual supervisor felt were the needs for their particular office and whether or not the individual met those needs. I think if you listen to the public comment and you read we had over 76 people call in, including elected officials from city councils, our state senator, our an assemblywoman and chair of the Women's Legislative Caucus. There was a whole host of individuals. To me, what this indicates is that and it demonstrates it very clearly. Times change. And the way this is being perceived by the public is that this is an equal pay for equal work issue. I don't know that that was as much in discussion or as highlighted when the board looked at this previously, nor can I comment on previous hires and what level those individuals came in at, because circumstances change. And I would say that what the public's strong response to this, to me, says the board should look at these positions again. We should have our HR director, especially in light of the city of Stockton's mayor just made administrative hires for his office and it was not only approved by the council, the salaries were quite a bit higher. 2 out of the 3 were quite a bit higher than this one. I think we should look at these positions and what these individuals do. I think we should consider making them no-step positions so that we don't face this again, because any way you slice it, this board may say, well, it's clearly not discriminatory. That's not how a very large percentage of our residents are seeing it. I don't think we want to continue with these kind of challenges.
So,
but for today, what I would suggest is, I believe it should suffice for this board that I adhere to the existing process as I was informed by the clerk of the board. I had conversation through the clerk and then later directly with our HR director as to why I was requesting the 5th highest level for this. Upon review and verification, I mean, our HR director actually spoke to one of the individuals that backed out to verify that they had backed out because of the short-term nature and the risk involved. That our HR director, that we task with leading our negotiations, with overseeing all of these other requests. 46 a year on average are approved, 12 so far this year. The vast majority of those are approved by our HR director. My process was consistent with our hiring practices, and that our HR director concurs with the decision. I believe that should suffice for this board to move forward with this particular approval. But I do think there is value in us directing our HR director going forward to bring back a review of these positions, to right size, if necessary, the compensation, and to consider making them non-step positions so that each office is on an equal footing based on what the supervisor's priorities are, and so that the county is not faced with these charges going forward and the perhaps inadvertent creation of a public perception that there is an unequal playing field. I don't think this board wants to do that in the future. So that is what I would recommend, that this particular hire, because of those reasons, and mainly because our HR director concurs, this hire should go forward, but that we should revisit it. And if we need to right-size the compensation, then this board can deal with that. And if we eliminate the steps, this board can make that policy decision.
Question for you, Supervisor Miller. At the last meeting, you had said, and you we had raised, and I don't even remember taking a vote on this on a 3-2 to approve. I believe it was just pulled, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was pulled because you had agreed and you had said, you clearly stated, I'm going to go ahead and revisit the salary that's being offered to this person and come back to the board and resubmit the request. And so you went to this applicant. They said, no, I want equal pay for equal work. They threw out your idea of coming in at a slightly lower level than the senior pay for an experienced veteran legislative aide, chief of staff. And so they dismissed that negotiation that you had with them and said, no, I'm only comfortable coming in at the highest level. I mean, how did we get to where it's now become an issue of equal pay for equal work when we know that experience brings forward the proficiency of what exactly you'll be doing as a legislative aide when somebody's never even done that job?
I am not going to get into a comparison between applicable experience between our own personal selections for what we believe our office support needs to be. I have no interest in criticizing or disparaging.
That's not the question.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
The question is the conversation you were going to have with your applicant.
I did. First, I had conversation with our HR director to make sure that I was in line with our practices. And I will say that further conversations with Ms. Zapata, she made it clear that she did see this as an issue of equal pay for equal work. She felt very confident that she would be representing my office and providing services at a very high level, that there would not be a steep learning curve for her at all. And that, so I did not pin her down and ask her, well, will you take less? Because based on my conversations with our HR director and the fact that she still felt that this was appropriate, I moved forward with this request. And we provided additional information in the board letter in terms of the number of other hires that we consistently do every year. The last 3 years, we've averaged 46 of these every single year. We've already approved 12 just this year in 2021.
And to that reference, Ms. Hopkins, so if we are approving people at the higher tier, is that because they're lateral moves or that's because of their resume warrants it? We have a person, an applicant that's been narrowed down to who's apparently amazing and dynamic and exceptionally wonderful in everything they do that would be suitable for this job. But how does that compare to others that we're bringing in at the entry level of level 5? Is it comparable work experiences, similar job, lateral movement? What is that justification? Because that's interesting if we have so many working at and entering the higher tier. Perhaps this is something that we should revisit for the entire county, that the entry level is the top pay level for everybody, or the top pay level goes down to what the entry level is. I don't know how to best do it so that it's affordable for this county to do this across the board. So I'm really curious what triggers that entry at the highest level.
So Chair Patty, again, a very good question. In some cases, as you mentioned, it may be a lateral, and a lateral's coming to the closest step. So maybe I'm coming from Merced County to San Joaquin County, and we're, as a deputy sheriff, we're trying to match up that closest step.
Okay, so then we could exclude those because that's not really a fair comparison. So in what instance would it be that a person comes in without experience, college graduate, great degree, dynamic personality, and wonderfully energetic, ready to do a great job, and upon entry, this being, of course, their first time in that type of position, how many times in this last year, we're getting references of numbers, how many times this last year would you say we've brought in somebody that's just dynamic and going to be fantastic in the job they do, but they're still lacking the experience in actually doing the job? How many times have we brought them at the top pay tier?
So I hope all of our candidates are dynamic and exciting for our department heads that are selecting them. But this policy that we use is really about hard to recruit. It's not about the dynamicy of the candidate. It's not necessarily about their experience, although sometimes experience factors in because that's what makes it hard to recruit. The policy that San Joaquin County has is about the difficulties in the recruitment process.
I see. And there's a lot of departments that are coming in with difficulties. So we're raising the pay on all of them. Is that what we're doing across the board?
I wouldn't say that it's across the board. What I would say historically is that when you're looking at law enforcement, historically has been hard to recruit. Healthcare generally historically has been hard to recruit. So nurses, for example, that's probably an easy example of where you might be bringing someone in at step 3, 4, or even 5 that maybe doesn't have a lot of experience. Maybe they've been a nurse someplace else for just a few years. So it's really the difficulty of filling those positions. Other positions in the organization and up and down the state, depending on the labor market, may have been hard to recruit at one time or not today, might be again in 2 years, depending on the labor market. So the policy that's established by county code is about the position and the hard to recruit difficulty. So in this case, Supervisor Miller described that I think she met or spoke to about 6 people, 3 of them backed out. If any of our department heads called me today and had a conversation about, I have this really difficult to recruit position, that's the conversation that we would be having with that individual.
Understood. So then 20 months ago, when I hired my chief of staff, and they had come with 10 years of experience working at the federal level directly in the community, hands-on, right in the community, perfect fit, could not find what I thought would be a better and more suitable person. I know if I put a bigger search, I could have found more, but there was no guarantee of anything more than 20 months if I was going to be reelected or not. And HR at that time did not yield. They stuck with, no matter how much I had asked and said, look at this person's taking a dramatic salary drop coming to the county, and HR literally dug in their heels, their feet, and just said, hold on a second. No, you cannot enter at tier 5. We do understand you come with some experience and you're a high grade and a hard to fill position. So we're going to enter you at stage 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, but level 4, and give that person a chance to earn and prove, because we know they're an at-will employee. You don't know their job performance and how well they're going to do. They may have a meltdown the first time the phone rings 3 times in 5 minutes, and you're multitasking, and all of a sudden you realize this person's not suited for my office. So I had somebody with a high level of experience, but HR said, no, you cannot be even close to your past salary. Even though you have 10 years experience, you'll be brought in at a lower level. How's that possible? Is there a disparity against my office and my staff and somebody that I'm going to hire because he was a Caucasian white male, and now there's a special benefit or given to someone else? I don't understand.
Well, Chair Patty, as this board knows, I was not here when your legislative aide came on board. Based upon my experience with our former HR director, I don't believe that he had a disparity against white men. I don't know the specifics of what occurred in that particular case. I'm happy to go back and look at it and have a conversation with you.
But you've got a different interpretation now of HR policy, and this is an HR policy discussion. That's what was tasked 2 weeks ago. It's an HR, what are we looking at? What are we doing? And if it's to raise the salary cap on everybody so that, as Supervisor Miller points out, that everybody has top tier pay, is that your recommendation? Because we asked you specifically to come back with the policy after interviewing for the legislative aides, which I don't believe you had a chance to do. But I had asked you as chairman, and the other board in discussion had asked specifically to come back with the policy and a change to that policy. So perhaps that's not where this conversation will go today. You want the policy to go to a top tier equal match, and you're going to bring that back with a further discussion. Is that where I'm gathering this is going? Because we asked I asked for that, so it makes our decision easier. This is not racism. This is not sexism. This is not favoritism. This is not anything. Supervisor Miller wants a highly qualified individual. She's identified them. We've asked you to bring back to us the policy that we're going to instill and the modification of the past policy as it relates to these positions and hires. So are you ready to state today that the policy you're recommending is equal pay for equal work at the supervisor, legislative, or chief of staff position?
So, Chair Patty, if I understand your question, are you asking if it's my recommendation that the legislative aid is a one-step system?
Correct.
I think that that's something the board could consider. I don't know that that's my recommendation today. And I thank you for bringing to the board's attention today that you did ask me to go back and talk to all of the legislative aides. I appreciated the opportunity to apologize to you yesterday because, as I shared with you, I forgot to do it, and I apologize. That's
understood. We're all busy. I understand. We're all busy.
So I would want the board to know that I apologize and regret that I did not do something that was asked of me. We would still need to do some analysis on the HR side. And my understanding is this is county code, and it would also require a county code change, and I would need some direction from county council because different counties implement county code separately. But I am still looking at this issue for you. 2 weeks was not enough time to come back with a solid recommendation.
How much more time would you need to review this issue and come back to the board with a recommendation, a policy change recommendation? And we should do a comparison of other regions and what they're paying, because I know we have a 10-county comparison usually. How much longer would it take for you to do an analysis?
I can come back at the next board meeting.
At the next board meeting?
It's that February 26th, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I know that other supervisors had, maybe want to suspend this conversation to another point. Mr. Pollan, you look like you have something to say.
No, I was just going to interject that we would be more than willing to sit down and do that kind of comparison that you and Ms. Hopkins have been talking about, and do it in a thoughtful and deliberative way in concert with council. And maybe I think that's a good idea to look at some of our typical comparator counties to see, which we do periodically, to ensure that we're remaining competitive.
I would think that's fair. I know Supervisor Wynn has been patiently waiting to speak, we're not done with this issue, and I do have a statement to read because of, in light of some behavior from different people. Supervisor Wynn, please.
Thank you, Chair. Frankly, I think this is a problem with a simple solution. Ms. Hopkins has touched upon it. I mentioned at the last meeting 3 years ago in discussion with my legislative aide at the time and talking about her role and certainly the role of each one of your legislative aides, they're now chief of staff. I gave her the authority to change her title, chief of staff. And there's a variety of reasons. I won't go into that right now, but I also, and one of the other reasons was I know other counties, supervisors have a chief of staff, not a legislative aide. And I think because there is a difference on how we are treated out in public representing us as supervisors, I think it has a little more, I guess, importance, so to speak, because in many respects they are chief of staff. The other part is that, there was one issue in the back, it's kind of apples and oranges, but I think it shares maybe the supervisor's individualist perspective. And once I brought up an issue in regards to doing a public interview at board meetings for certain positions, RTD and Housing Authority, et cetera. But I also included planner commissioners and felt that there was a need to maybe vet them publicly as opposed to individual supervisors just making that appointment. And it was shot down. That's fine. I have no problem with that. That wasn't the will of the board. However, it does point to the fact that we are very possessive of our appointments in regards to how we assign individuals to represent us or our districts. And that's fine. However, this is probably, in spite of all the other categories we have in the county, this is a unique position, period. And the reason I say that, I've watched I call them chiefs of staff over the years, and there's been a variety of them. But I'll just take the current crop that we have, and I for example, with Chris Ruppe, I mean, the guy's phenomenal. He's everywhere. And I'm not just talking 8 to 5. He's on the weekends. He's all over the place. And so I believe, is an outstanding representative of Supervisor Villaputa in regards to going out in the public. And I think part of and I have a job description with all the duties and responsibilities that I can give you, and you can look at, and you can talk to the other legislators, other supervisors. But the point is that Miguel has a tremendous amount of faith and confidence in him representing him in his district, period. Supervisor Rickman kept, Scott in regards to who's been there, I don't know, at least 16 years, if not more, probably more. I've seen Scott. I have a lot of night meetings, so I see Scott in his office working on things. I see the piles of paper on his desk. I see the amount of work he does for Supervisor Elliott previously. I sat next to Supervisor Elliott. I saw the highlighting and things, and I know that didn't come from Supervisor Elliott. And my point is that he works extremely hard. Scott Tyrell is an outstanding aide to the supervisor, now Supervisor Rickman. And this wasn't an 8 to 5 job either. A tremendous amount of work, and I know times he worked from home. And then, Susan Filios, I saw her at a variety of functions, and she did an outstanding job. And as Supervisor Patty says, Mike Anderson worked for Denham for a number of years, knows everybody, has certainly a lot of contacts and experience. And then I finished with my chief of staff, who was doing it 16 years before I came on. It's 22 now. And I'll tell you, and I had a lot of people interested in this position. But I found that she was invaluable when I went out and campaigned. Everybody knew her. She knows almost everybody in the county. She certainly knows who to call on issues. And she does a tremendous job representing me in meetings when I have conflicts of interest. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that these individuals are really an extension of us. It's the only job in the entire county of over 7,000 employees where they have to replicate what we believe our values and our ideas, certainly by all the input they get, but also in conversations. And so I think that each one of us actually require somebody that we trust. And more importantly, the way our office is set up, we are in the same room with our legislative aides, and there's a lot of conversation take place. And, not that we do a lot of secret stuff, but there's things that are highly sensitive, et cetera. So you can't just have somebody apply, interview them, and look at their resume and say they're doing a great job, unless you have other information to verify that you feel that you trust them and that you believe that they would represent you the way you want them to. So these are all things that I think factor. And I would say, in regards to Mike Anderson, I don't know why the decision was made, but the 5 of us have the ability to create anything we want. That may sound, arrogant, but the fact is that we can create the policy, and as Supervisor Miller says, we can establish a one-step where everybody gets the same from day one. Because frankly, if you've been here a long time, obviously you're much more proficient. But to walk into this job brand new, I can't imagine the challenge that you face, which means you probably have to work harder. I shouldn't say harder because they all work hard. But my point is that I think it's a matter of trust, of a partnership in regards to making sure that our offices are represented. So Supervisor Miller talked about in the past that the board had discussed this, but frankly, I always appreciate your input and recommendations, but I think it's this board's job to make a decision on this issue. And frankly, in regards to, whatever was done back, when Mike was hired, we can correct that. And I think we should correct that. Because inequity goes 2 ways. I mean, we can either bring people down or we can take people up. I always believe we take them up. And I think that's the case. So I would offer to this board that we discuss, but I'll provide you with the job description of Chief of Staff, and you can talk to the other, and you can talk to supervisors. But I would suggest that we move towards a one-step for these positions, that we continue to have the latitude, I guess, the authority to select who we want, because good or bad, it's on us. We own it. We own that person whether they perform well or they don't. And I think that we, because we've been elected, by our constituents, that we ought to have that latitude, because this person who's our chief of staff represents us in our district. And I think we all want to feel comfortable that we're getting appropriate representation. So again, I think it's kind of a simple solution. We just do a reclassification, or at least a study, come back to the board. Our CEO has talked about, we can do a salary comparison, whatever. But all I'm saying is we ought to create that class and allow supervisors. In fact, I wouldn't even mind going back to having the supervisor make the appointment without the approval of the board. I think it's much simpler, because that's really where it should be. So anyway, that's my recommendation.
Question for you, Supervisor Wynn. Are you proposing, and this could be a great solution, is that we do a back pay for Supervisor Villapudwa's ledge aide, Chief of Staff Chris Rupe, and for Mike Anderson, so that they're paid equal to the work that they had done to this point, and then anybody that we're hiring new would be brought in at the single tier? I'd be in favor of that. And I think that's a great idea. I appreciate it. Am I interpreting you say we can make this right?
We can do anything we want. And to answer your question, yes, I would say if there was an injustice done in the past, that we would make it right. And I think whatever that required. But moving on, certainly for the future, we need to decide on how we're going to pick our chiefs of staff, true chiefs of staff, not just a name change, but an actual title. And I think Ms. Hopkins can come and make a recommendation on how that can happen and how it would be structured, et cetera. But yes, I would agree. I think we ought to go back and make them whole and move on from there.
Okay. I think that's something worth considering. I appreciate that. I think that would smooth over some past aggressions as it may be. Supervisor Villapudwa.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to just clear the air. I know last board meeting we spoke, and the only reason I voted no was because I thought it was an injustice for our other 4 chief of staffs who work extremely hard. My chief of staff, Chris Rupe, is Hispanic. He's a Hispanic male. He started out at level 3, works extremely hard. And, just being honest, when he found out that, Pato was going to come in at level 5, there was a discussion, and I felt like, Chris, I'm sorry, what, I don't know how that's working out, but I know you work extremely hard. And I know Denise has been there for a long time, and Mike works extremely hard. And I know Scott, like Chuck Wynn said, they're all hardworking, and I thought it was just someone with a little slap in the face that, we're starting her off with no experience, and she's coming in level 5. I have no problem with her being Hispanic, and I know she's a very intelligent young lady, and I wish her all the best. I hope she does. I hope she makes a lot of money in her future, and I want anything with the best, especially for someone like that. This is just tough. But, she brought up valid points, discussing and speaking with other women in leadership in our county. I spoke to them, and, yeah, there are some issues that we have in this county that I think we can work on. Chair, would you mind if we called DA Salazar to the podium, please?
Sure. I'd like to ask our district attorney, Ms. Verber, to come on down.
Thank you. Thank you very much, George, coming down.
Thank
you. You're one of the people I spoke to of women in leadership, and I took notes, and I think you're one of the most persons that you're the most vocal about it. Could we do better as a county for women in this county as an employee?
Absolutely. And I think we can in any business, in any city or county or state, and in our nation. We can always do better. And we can really have an in-depth and those tough conversations about misogyny and about racism and about things that go on, whether we know we're doing it or we don't know, whether it's implicit or whether it's true hate. And I think there's a good opportunity with the conversations that we had earlier and the public comments to take that to that next step.
Well, Mr. Salazar, DA Salazar, would you be interested in maybe forming a committee and maybe you leading the committee, women and men, and coming up with steps on how to make this county better for women?
Absolutely. I think
maybe our Supervisor Miller being leadership could also join you?
Absolutely. I'd be honored to work with Supervisor Miller.
How would you feel about that, Supervisor Miller?
I think it's an excellent idea. I do think we can do better. I think the public comments, as I said before, are very reflective. You know, times are changing, and we need to be responsive to our residents, and that's why, you know, my intent was never to bring down anyone else. Right. It was to create a level playing field for Ms. Zapata. I have no problems whatsoever with our HR staff revisiting our other staff and where they came in, and if any kind of reparations should be made, I'm more than happy to have our HR director analyze those. I'm always going to be in favor of raising everyone up as opposed to trying to keep some people down. So I have no problems with that, but I just want to make sure that this board understands. I do think that effort needs to be thoughtful and not rushed. And so I think it should be separate from approving this particular hire. I think the board's been pretty vocal that this is the direction we want to move in, and I would hope that this board would have confidence in each other that that is the direction we're going to move in this, in terms of a zero-step sort of category, and looking at how do we make this fair for all the existing staff, as well as moving forward, how do we improve opportunities and level the playing field for not just women, but people of color and young people. That's another issue that we heard loud and clear today with the public, in terms of creating opportunities and supporting our young people and encouraging them to come to work for the county, because it is a good career opportunity. So I would be honored to work with our district attorney and our HR director and anyone else that we identify as perhaps being able to bring some good, strong recommendations back to the board. And I appreciate you taking the time to look into this and to make the recommendation.
Absolutely, thank you.
I'd also like to note, so one of the barometers, of course, in looking at a single tier for the supervisors, assistants and legislative aides, chiefs of staff, whatever they want to go as, and the important job they do, we are knowing that this is kind of triggered by the urgency and the lack of the ease of finding someone for that suitable job. That's why we kind of have triggered this. And we also have, present is our sheriff's department, and they're running historically at a dramatic low because they can't recruit enough. So I think that we should bring back to the board a consideration of what we could do in our deputy sheriffs, for our deputies, at all the pay scales, to bring them up where there is more enticement to come in, because we have an urgent environment with the deputies association and the staffing and that department. So I think that's something we need to, if we have other departments with this type of urgency, we need to address this issue so that we have not only parity, but an attractiveness to retain talent and to draw them in, because as Supervisor Miller points out, times are changing. So I think that's a great point that we take a broader view, but I do not know of another agency with such disparity than the deputies and the job they do, risking their lives on a daily basis in many instances, and willing to step into danger on behalf of citizens. So I would task HR to come back to the county with a measurable action for the deputies and that serve this county.
Chair Patty, I think right after I started about a year ago, the board graciously approved some hiring incentives for the Sheriff's Department. And I believe the barometer was that we would come back in about a year. So I will start to work with the sheriff on that report, and if there's any modifications that we need to make after we've done that analysis.
Yeah, I think that's good. And Supervisor Rickman, we've all been talking, but would you like to weigh in on this?
I'm just listening. Well, thank you, Chair. I'm going to be a little bit, so if you would bear with me.
We need to be as brief as possible because we've had a long and filled a full agenda. We have a lot of discussion items, and we're moving in a direction of pay parity across the field versus anything that we've done historically, and using that as a measure. So it looks like we're moving forward, and any discussion I believe would be relevant to that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair. And one of the things I wanted to make clear is, how did you come to your opinion, and when it comes to the pay raise, and the issue was whether a future employee of the county, more specifically a board of supervisor, legislative assistant, should be subject to a salary grade assignment set forth in county policy, procedures, ordinances, and board precedent. And in order to make that determined, which I did, I looked at the following, factors. County ordinances. There's 2 county ordinances, that speak, and we mentioned it. And I know the agenda item only has a portion of it, partially wrong. And you talk about advancement with range, and then a salary upon appointment. And if you look at 2-5208, and when recruitment difficulties exist, as we're talking about here, it says, and on the recommendation of the Director of Human Resources in front of us and the county administrator, new or current regular or temporary employees may be appointed above the first step of the salary grade. We talked about the human resources side, but the county administrator, did you make a recommendation at all on any of this?
No, Supervisor, we didn't make a recommendation as to what the candidate salary level should be.
All right. And that's the point I'm getting at is if we're going to have ordinances, which is pretty much law, we can't go around it even if we can create policy. I mean, if we're going to make a change, we have to make a change in the ordinance or the statute. So you just look at the very first thing, and we didn't even meet that qualification. And, then you look at the agenda item which you mentioned, and hey, I did a lot of research on this, and you mentioned on December 4th, 2012, and on December 11th, it was adopted, and the ordinance amending the appointment process for legislative assistants. And that appointment process was that, it would have to come back to the board of the procedure that we have now. And then, you look at the legislative assistants, and, I just want to give me a second look at this.
Supervisor Rickman, may I clarify, you're speaking about Supervisor Miller's board item? I'll make sure I'm looking at the right document.
Yeah,
okay,
it mentions 2-5205, even though 505 mentions the first step when recruitment difficulties exist, it's 5208, which explains that section. But it's near there, so I'm trying to hurry as fast as I can here for Supervisor Patty. But if you look at the appointment process, our legislative assistant history, and I went back 18 years, and there was one person who was ever hired at top step. And that was because that individual had 10-year plus county experience when he came over, and that individual ended up taking a pay cut. But if you look at everyone else, it was, if you look at, I believe it was 2007, we started the 3-step, 3, 4, 5, and before that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you go back all the way to 18 years, pretty much everybody started at the bottom step, or 2007 forward, the 3rd step, except for what you mentioned earlier, Mr. Anderson. I also looked at, and we mentioned that today, on November 26, 2002, there was agenda item, submittal forms for appointment of legislative assistant for 5th district, which would be my district, and I was from Supervisor Arnell's recommendation to bump his legislative assistant, which happens to be mine now, from beginning step, I believe it was to step D, which is a high step. And you're looking at the minute summary, and that was denied. and he ended up starting at the A side, which is the lowest possible, even though he had legislative experience. And if you look at, and I looked at the video, I pulled it from archives on November 26, 2002, and if you look at 11 minutes and 30 seconds to 16 minutes and 20 seconds, and some of the comments that were received, that, you know, hey, they should take in, the board should take into account past legislative experience, you know, either maybe a half credit or a credit. And another supervisor, I believe it was Supervisor Mao, said, you know, hey, this is, you know, I have my second aide, they had 30 years of experience, and we're taking that, you know, he took that as a fairness issue. So nobody budged, so he ended up coming at the lowest form. And if you look, for example, well, let's see here. And we did look at, on June 7, 2005, introduced and waive reading of ordinance creating the new exempt class of Board of Supervisors staff assistant, in which this board did, and regarding the creation of a new exempt class of Board of Supervisors. Let me jump to that section. And there was talk about doing exactly what we're talking about now, instead of, you know, going to a step 5 or going to the top step. And I believe there was 2 times that was mentioned in 2007, 2005, and I believe it was 2007. And both of those times it was denied, and the board ended up staying the way it is. You know, I posed some questions about, you know, what exactly is an emergency, and we discussed that. But, you know, we look at the San Joaquin County in composite department vacancy rates and San Joaquin County position control audit list by budget unit, and look at some of the vacancies here. And I just highlighted a few of them. I mean, for example, you have employment economic development, EEE, DD Administrative Service Manager, days vacant 1,021 days since April 16, 2018. You look at Sheriff Court Services, vacated June 29, 2015, 2,043 days. And the whole court, and there's another one, same classification, 2,001 days from August 10th, 1,021 days from April 16th, 2018. Public Works Equipment Operator 1, 1,147 days, you know, December 11th, 2017. There's several from the District Attorney's Office and Public Defender's Office. In fact, I just had a conversation with, I forget who it was now, but about opening up Tracy's Court, and there's been some discussion about that. And one of the reasons was, hey, well, we don't have enough bodies in the District Attorney's Office, and we don't have enough judges to fill that. And that's an issue. And DAs, those are, I guess we can talk about that at a later time. But my point is that, you know, we have several vacancies throughout the county, and what Supervisor Patty was mentioning, Chair Patty was mentioning earlier, one of the issues and one of the things I, you know, ran my campaign on, and is the effects of the Sheriff's Department, what limited personnel that they have. I know at one time they had half the patrol deputies out there patrolling. And being from South County, I've seen it, you know, over the last decade, it get worse and worse and worse. So kind of what Supervisor Patty and a few other supervisors mentioned, what is an emergency? If we're going to define an emergency for a supervisory position, what about these other positions? What about the Sheriff's Department? I would imagine if you did a poll and you talk to residents out there whether they think it's an emergency that our police force or our sheriff's force is so low, that they would. I mean, how long did it take for us to go through negotiations with the Sheriff's Department? Right? Is that one of the things that we have to look at too? You know, the pay, not just the increase in pay from entry-level deputies or lateral deputies, the pay itself is one of the things that we are experiencing. And I guess I was going to ask to come back at a later time to look at the Sheriff's Department and see why we have such a high turnover rate. At least what I'm hearing is because the salary. You compare San Joaquin County salary compared with surrounding agencies, Tracy and Manteca, for example. I mean, it's way up here and way down here. So, if it's emergency and we're going to make everybody, on an equal playing field, that's something we have to look at also. And if you look at the vacancy by department, healthcare agencies we have 197 vacancies. San Joaquin General Hospital 80, Human Service Agencies 124, and there's a whole these percentages. For example, cooperative extension 25%, and the list. My point is, the list goes on and on and on and on. And we're just if we are going to have an equal playing field, it has to be equal for everybody. And if we are going to change the rules, then we have to have the authority to do that, to change the rules. I don't know. I don't understand how you can change rules when there's an ordinance in place. But at least with the way I look at things is when I make my decision up here, I make my decision on what's in front of me, what is here now, not what could be. So if we are going to bring this back, then that's a discussion that we need to have like past boards did. But again, my decision is based on county policy, procedures, ordinances, the law, and board precedents. So I just wanted to clarify that, Chair.
Chair?
Yes.
If I could respond to the, Supervisor Rickman. First of all, nobody used the term emergency. That was never used in conjunction with this position or this hire. The term that was used and that I stated was it was a difficult to recruit position. And as our HR director said, that changes from time to time depending on market forces and other things like right now, COVID. So in no way was this ever depicted as an emergency. Second, today, what's on the agenda, I'd like to just bring the board back to what's actually on the agenda, which is to approve this position, this hiring at step 5 as recommended by myself and by our HR director. That's what's in front of us today. Going forward, I think the board has made it pretty clear, we do want to look at eliminating steps. This is a unique position within the county. There are no other positions like this. This is unique. Just because previous boards did not want to eliminate the 3 steps, again, circumstances change. That does not bind this board. I can't speak to Supervisor Patty's hire. What I can say is, even though the HR director disagreed, he had the option at the time of bringing it to the board at the top step, and the board would have made the decision. The HR director might have weighed in, but the board would have made the decision. So I think we've all been very clear that going forward, we want to make sure there's equity. We're willing to look at right sizing any compensation for existing chiefs of staff. We need to have the title clarified. We need to have the description clarified and the process. But for right now, what's in front of us is, I did follow past practices. I am stating to this board that it was a difficult to recruit position. Our HR director did research and concurred, and that is why this is being brought to this board at the top salary range. And I think I think the two issues in terms of going forward and looking at HR changes and ordinance changes or code changes, that should be separate. This should not be that difficult today. If this majority of this board has clearly stated that's the direction we want to move and we're willing to right any past wrongs, I would hope that this board would have confidence that that's the direction we're going to go.
And Chair, real quick, and
yes,
thank you, Supervisor Miller. And you know, I'm aware of what's directly in front of me. Mr. Miles, if we don't under 2-5208 salary upon appointment, and when it says, and you are correct, when recruitment difficulties exist, and on the recommendation of the Director of Human Resources and the County Administrator. So we don't have a recommendation from the County Administrator.
That's my understanding.
So you're missing I mean, so how can, even if this board wants to, but you, at least what the ordinance says, you said that you have to have, it says and, not and or, but and the county administrator. Can you comment on that? I mean, so doesn't he have to have input?
I believe that the ordinance is clear that it calls for the recommendation of both the Director of Human Resources and the County Administrator.
Okay. I mean, so we have half of what needs to be done. There you go.
County Council, in this type of circumstance, without following past protocol and what is policy, what would we do? Would we re-agendize this and bring it back? And I know that Ms. Hopkins said that within 2 weeks she could come back with a more expanded report on this, and maybe the action and measure needed to create a one-step.
Well, I believe that the actions and recommendations, whether to create a one-step, is a separate analysis.
Understood.
From what is before the board. If the question is whether or not there needs to be a recommendation from the county administrator, Mr. Paulin is sitting there, I think it's appropriate to ask him.
Okay.
If he needs time to go review something, I'm sure he'll tell you that.
Okay, very well. So, Mr. Paulin, to the CAO's office.
So given the circumstances that have been described and the way they understand the facts at the matter, I think Ms. Hopkins has correctly interpreted a difficult to recruit situation. So I believe that those circumstances apply to this hire.
Okay, very well. That's sufficient, County Council? That's all we needed?
Yes.
Okay. I am, in closing, I'm going to read a statement that I prepared in advance to this conversation that regarding the hiring practices for the Board of Supervisors, staff, and employees throughout county government and in San Joaquin County. I want to affirm our support for an equal, diverse, and qualified workforce that makes hiring and compensation decisions based on merit. This is tradition. I've been harassed and publicly targeted by an individual applicant that has messaged and coordinated with other individuals now attempting to bully and shame me and this board into making a decision based on a smear campaign of lies and slander. Initially, our interest is that we have hard-working county employees, including staff that works for this board who had earned their steps on previous established compensation scales. I believe the taxpayers of San Joaquin County support this approach. We are tasked with being a steward of the taxpayers' dollars. Myself and others take that responsibility seriously. In closing, I will keep an open mind, but I am firm in my belief that the citizens of San Joaquin County expect that we stay consistent with our past practices without personal preferences. The hardworking employees of this county that include women and men of diverse backgrounds had to put in their time to move up the pay scale. We are honoring them and protecting taxpayers by holding firm to those principles. Lastly, I will not be bullied ever. nor harassed into making a decision that gives anyone preferential treatment. That's never been what this discussion has been about. This, as it was 2 weeks ago, was a request to HR to come back with an evaluation and an analysis, which you did. It was never about an individual, and I fully support Supervisor Miller's right to choose whomever she would like to be her legislative aide. That is not our discretion. It was the practice and protocol of going in at the highest tier, and based on conversations we've had today, it looks like we're moving into a new direction, and that in order to make this better, that our current legislative aides, the chiefs of staff, will be made whole so that if we are to move forward and improve this candidate, then we are also addressing the pay disparity now that we've gone to a one-tier system for the hire at the supervisor level. So with that, I don't know what's actionable here, who wants to make a motion, but let's move on.
I say we make a motion to vote on Ms. Zapata starting work for Ms. Miller. I'm sure she needs her assistant.
Would that motion also include pay?
I'd like to make a motion, maybe the CEO's office look into it, and maybe Director Hopkins look into it and come back with a report in 2 weeks.
That's just so you want that just to be actionable?
Yeah.
That's not part of the motion. That can be separate.
Okay, it can be separate.
All right, so the motion is to approve the position for the legislative aide, or as written, chief of staff, whatever it may be, for the 4th supervisorial district position.
Second.
That motion seconded.
No. Second supervisorial district.
Oh, I said 4th, didn't I?
I just want to make sure it's accurate in the record.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's reminiscent of my boxing days. Sometimes my memory's a little off. So we have a motion and a second for the 2nd supervisorial vacant seat. That motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
It's 2 o'clock now. We're going to take a 20-minute recess and come back and move into our consent agenda. Is there anybody who wants to pull anything in consent? Can we finish consent real quick? Is there anything, not to rush, but is there anybody who'd like to pull anything?
Item 4.
Item 4? Okay, let's do item 4 real quick in consent, and then coming back from when we are done, we are going to go to discussion item number 5. We have Mr. Larry Gage waiting patiently online, so we're going to skip ahead to item number 5 of discussion after our break, after our general consent. Pulling item number 5, Supervisor Wynn, you have the floor.
Well, I'd just like to hear why we need to have an interim, since we're going to be doing interviews this month, and hopefully within a month, maybe a month and a half at the most, we'll have a new CEO. And in the interim, my observation, unless you all have different views of it, I think our assistant CEO has done an outstanding job. There's no instance where I haven't contacted him on a particular issue. He hasn't responded immediately and taken care of it. And I don't know if anybody else on this board has had any problems in regards to having him resolve any issues that we bring up to him. So again, absent any kind of problems in regards to the current administration, I don't see why we need to pay $60,000 for 90 days, especially since we've just talked about being good stewards of taxpayer dollars.
Supervisor Wynn, are you talking about item number 4 or 5? I believe you said 5. Did I get that wrong?
4.
Item 4. Okay. Well, that was Boxing Days.
Okay.
You can discuss.
All right. Any other board members have anything to say about that? Looking like we don't. Moving on then for approval of consent items.
Excuse me. I do.
Oh, sure.
I also, I would actually like this item pulled for a separate vote. I also believe that it's an extremely expensive contract. I confirmed with our HR director that we are scheduled for final interviews in 2 weeks. even if it takes us a full month to onboard a new CAO, we're talking about 6 weeks. I look at the cost of this contract, and I simply can't see the benefits that San Joaquin County will receive for this. I mean, we will be paying someone, $30,000 over 6 weeks. I can't see the benefits we will receive. This is an individual, and I'm not, he has been a CAO before, but he has not been here in 8 years. Almost all the staff that was here is gone. It is going to take him a while to get up to speed, just to meet all of the, especially given COVID, just to meet all of our existing staff and to get up to speed on what we're doing on some of these very pressing and unusual issues. I can't see the benefits for the county for this, and so I just would like a separate vote to register that.
Well, and actually, I didn't get an answer. Why are we hiring him? I haven't heard any justification why we're going to spend this kind of money for somebody or a person, individual, where, at least from my vantage point, I don't see any particular need. I don't see any crisis. I don't see any benefit to having somebody in the CEO's chair when the assistant CEO and department heads, in my opinion, have done an outstanding job, as demonstrated by this, I guess, reinvigorating our vaccination system. So that's all. I just want to know why. Why are we doing this? I mean, when you're going to spend that kind of money, usually there's a justification on why we're going to do it, and I haven't heard any.
As you know, Supervisor Wynn, we discussed this in closed session, and there was 3 supervisors that made a motion and approved it. It's now on the consent item. I appreciate your questions and your comments. I'm now closing all discussion on this. I'm looking for a motion to approve our consent item and a second, so we can move forward.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have to read the announcement before the vote is taken on this item.
Sure.
Government Code 54953C3 requires an oral report on salary or compensation before the board takes action. Today's action recommends the interim county administrator's appointing salary to be $20,529 monthly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm looking for a motion to approve consent and second, so we can move to a vote and take a 20-minute break.
I had a question for Matt. That's for 2 months, correct? For 60 days?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
2 months, correct?
The salary that I outlined was monthly.
2 months contract?
$20,529 per month.
But we agreed on 2 months, correct?
No, this is a different item.
Oh, okay.
No, it isn't. The board letter does, but the board letter does say not to exceed 90 days.
Okay, that's exactly. Thank you.
I have a question, though, before we vote. I still haven't heard anybody, and obviously, Chair Patty knows we can't talk about what we discussed in closed session, but I haven't heard anybody explain why we're going to spend this kind of money and what's the need. Because if we don't have an explanation for the public on this kind of expenditure, over $20,000 a month, people are going to think sometime that there might be some backroom deal that occurred. Absent some kind of explanation what this money is going to be used for. I mean, I know it's going to be used for a person, but what's that person going to do that isn't already being done?
Supervisor Wynn, it's already been addressed. You've asked your question, and as I noted, we discussed this at length in closed session. It's something that you can voice your opinion all you want based on the action that's taken, but we will not discuss this any further. I've asked for a motion on the consent item, and if we have a second, we will vote. You can vote according to your conscience.
So is this a separate vote on item number 4, as I requested?
Not at all. The consent item is the consent. We've already voted on item number 1 that was pulled out separately. We are voting on the rest of the consent item. Looking for a motion and a second.
We pulled it, and I think Supervisor Miller asked for a separate vote. I think that's, I'll ask County Council, is that appropriate?
Typically, when a request is made for an item to be pulled for a separate vote, it has always been the practice of the board that the item is pulled for a separate vote.
I'm not looking to separate vote. Do I, as chair, have authority to keep the consent item as is? We've already pulled one item. The rest of the items can vote. We need a 4/5 vote on one of them, on item number 2, and moving on. So I'm looking to wrap up the consent item and move forward.
If you take the entire consent calendar on one vote, that 4/5 vote may not occur.
So be it.
Chair, if I could, if you don't mind me piping in here, can we, if they want to pull it, I know where you stand, but can't we just limit it, like 2 minutes per, just put a time limit on it per board member so we can get through it?
I'm sorry, please.
Like, for example, 2 minutes each for comments for Board of Supervisors, and we can do that under Robert's Rule of Order and so on to put time limits. And so we can get through this quickly.
I don't believe there's anything that any of us are going to say is going to change the minds of others. So I'm uncertain why we want to delay and further exasperate the issue.
I don't know. You're the chair. I'm just saying if it's been common practice, I mean, for me, I mean, I know where I stand, but at least it gives the public knows where I stand on this issue. I mean, for me, it's what's been, I just got done talking about precedent and what's been done in the past. And
so we're looking to pull item number 4, the appointment of Manuel Lopez as interim county administrator of the San Joaquin County, effective February 9th, 2021. Is that correct?
For a separate vote. That was what the request was from Supervisor Miller.
Okay, and that vote needs what number to carry?
3, requires just a majority vote.
Okay, so we want to pull that and vote on it separately. Then let's pull item number 4, the appointment of Manuel Lopez as interim county administrator of San Joaquin County, effective February 9th, 2021. Pulling that, looking for a motion to approve and a second, and we can vote on that separately.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, I have a first and a second. That motion carries 3-2. Now looking at the rest of the consent items, rest of the consent agenda, looking for a motion to approve, second, and a vote.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. That carries 5-0. Thank you very much. We will take a break until 2:30. And when we return, if and as possible, we'll do discussion item on health and human services regarding the county hospital.
vote.
Good afternoon. This is Clerk of the Board, Rochelle. If I could ask everyone participating telephonically to please mute their computers or their telephones. Thank you. Mr. Trezza, I understand.
Welcome back after a little break. I appreciate everybody hanging in with us. Madam Clerk, have we been able to make certain that we've got Larry Gage on the phone and we're good for discussion item number 5 here, moving up in the scale, and then Mr. Culbertson's here. Thank you so much. Maybe came in a little early, but thanks for being available.
Chairman Petty, I do see that we have Larry Gage on the phone. If you want, I can confirm that he's able to hear us and that we're able to hear him before we get started.
Please do. Mr. Gage, are you with us? What's the process of unmuting?
Mr. Gage, if you're participating via telephone, you would press *6 to unmute your telephone, or if you're participating through your computer or online Teams, you would simply select unmute. It is possible that he stepped away. And
all right. How is that?
There we are. Mr. Gage, welcome, sir. I'm going to just announce where we are. We are on discussion for Health and Human Services. Accept the ad hoc committee report recommending pursuit of partnership agreement with Common Spirit / Dignity Health Systems and approve development of a non-binding letter of intent for partnerships with San Joaquin General Hospital. I believe at this time I'll turn it over to Mr. Culbertson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair Patty. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. David Culbertson, CEO at San Joaquin General Hospital, here to present a recommendation for 3 items here. First of all, that your board accept the ad hoc subcommittee report that it's in the best interest of the county to move forward with negotiations to pursue formal partnership agreement with Common Spirit Dignity Health System. Number 2, that you direct county and San Joaquin General staff to develop and enter into a non-binding letter of intent with Common Spirit Dignity Health to negotiate the terms of a potential partnership. And number 3, you direct county and San Joaquin General Hospital staff to report periodically about the progress toward the development of a potential partnership letter of intent. So I do have here before you a presentation. I will be on the 10-minute time clock.
Thank you, sir.
And want to then have time for questions, of course. Really, the content of the report here is to help answer why the ability of us to enter into a partnership, where the request for interest is to date, a summary of that recommendation, remaining issues to be negotiated, and then a little bit more about Common Spirit Dignity Health. First of all, I wanted to give a little bit of background. San Joaquin General Hospital has a subcommittee that was appointed. Your board appointed an ad hoc committee to evaluate partnership. That committee included current chair Patty, Supervisor Miller, prior CAO Monica Nino, current Assistant County Administrator Matt Pollan, also County Counsel Mark Miles and Quentin Macedo of his office, myself as CEO, our Chief Financial Officer at San Joaquin General Hospital, also our Director of our San Joaquin County Clinics, Dr. Farhan Fadou, and then also Jay Wilverding, our County Auditor Controller. That committee then is the group we'll talk about, then the subcommittee that the ad hoc committee. First of all here, we wanted to let you know that quite honestly, there are some very important goals on why the county and San Joaquin General Hospital would consider partnership. First of all, to carry out the Section 17,000 requirements. Those are for the county indigent healthcare duties that are still part of responsibility of counties post Affordable Care Act expansion. Also to continue to have important, valuable healthcare services, including trauma care, graduate medical education programs, neonatal intensive care unit, a number of things, emergency department that the San Joaquin General Hospital offers. And then also, probably most importantly then, is to position the hospital to be able to handle change in reimbursement, change in the environment in which hospitals operate, also trying to enhance our limited payer mix here and really adapt to changing environment from really a cost perspective, make sure that we have capital for the future, and also that we can adapt to the changing environment here. Additionally, we found that the pandemic has put a lot of stress on standalone public hospitals with limited payer resources. We also know that the current change in population, operational competitive forces here have created really an environment for standalone hospitals to be really positioned not as strong for the future as they could be if they are partnering with a strong, successful regional healthcare system. We really think that a partnership opportunity offers additional clinical support, operational, educational, and potential financial assistance that could be very, very beneficial to San Joaquin General Hospital and the county. State law does allow the county to enter into a partnership with a strong regional nonprofit healthcare system. Specifically, California Government Code and Welfare Institution Codes allow the transfer of the maintenance, operation, management, or ownership of a county hospital to another party, provided that the Board of Supervisors make a special finding that those services can be offered more efficiently, effectively, or economically provided by the transferee. The partnership request for information was really a formal steps that we began, authorized by your board. We got together really in earnest in February 2020, right as the pandemic was beginning, and we issued a request for information that was in conjunction with County Council as well as Purchasing and Support Services. It was a request for information and not a request for proposal. We laid out for goals that make sure we continue to provide essential, high-quality services to the county residents while protecting the county taxpayers from future risk of uncertain or open-ended subsidies. Subsequent to the issuance of the RFI, the ad hoc committee got together with two of our strong respondents here, Dignity Health Common Spirit and Adventist West Health Systems, to determine the extent of both two parties' interest in allowing them to evaluate their ability to assist our county meeting the express goals, again, maintaining essential high-quality services efficiently while protecting county taxpayers from future risks of uncertain or open-ended subsidies for the health system. Following the initial meetings, as I mentioned, with the two respondents, we put together regular sessions here with both of the respondents here. They were information gathering sessions on Zoom or on Teams, generally lasting an hour. Those meetings included quality, they included looking at metrics, they include operations. Legal counsel was involved here, really the operations team from really the full scope of both our hospital, and then the two respondents were involved here. We got together as the subcommittee, the ad hoc committee, in November and had some questions internally, got again together in December and make a final recommendation about 2 weeks ago at the January meeting, and that recommendation is here before you this afternoon. That recommendation is outlined here is really to accept and approve the ad hoc committee recommendation, and you have a report that's been provided to you that it's in the best interest of the county to move forward with negotiations to pursue a formal partnership agreement with Common Spirit Dignity Health, that your board authorization at this time would be requested to direct county and San Joaquin general staff to enter into a non-binding letter of intent with Common Spirit Dignity to negotiate the terms of the potential partnership, and that the non-binding letter of intent permit the parties to consider various options for structuring that partnership, which would include a potential long-term lease, sale of the hospital, or entering into a management services agreement, or anything else really along a spectrum that would fall between the MSA or the long-term lease or sale. Again, nothing's been determined at this point. That's the intent moving forward here, is to start developing such documents that would outline that structure. Whatever options are selected, it does require final approval by your board, as well as other necessary legal and regulatory approvals as may be required by federal or state law. It's important to notice that over the last several years, the California Attorney General has been granted greater power to oversee the transfer of hospital assets in our state, and we'd anticipate that the Attorney General would be involved in whatever type of structure was developed. Also, we do have county ordinances and other contractual agreements, most notably our memorandums of understanding with our 4 labor unions at the hospital that will require meet and confer on a number of different items. The letter of intent would trigger a period of due diligence, and a number of issues will need to be addressed once that is signed. A little bit about who Dignity Common Spirit is. Currently, they are operating 142 Catholic and non-Catholic hospitals with more than 700 sites across 21 states. They came together as an organization. Dignity Health was primarily operated in the West, and Catholic Health Initiatives came together, and they're primarily in the Midwest. Again, 2 strong organizations came together. The center of the division, the Central California division, is here in San Joaquin, and of course we're very familiar in our community with St. Joseph's Medical Center, also St. Joseph's Behavioral Health, as well as Bakersfield Memorial, Mercy Bakersfield, Mercy Merced, and then Mark Twain Medical Center. Common Spirit's response was thorough, detailed, and included a clear demonstration of their ability to enter in and willingness to enter into a partnership with San Joaquin General Hospital. The response clearly focused on the synergy that would be produced by a partnership in terms of their existing services throughout our county and in Central California. Their description of operational clinical benefits was very informative, impressive. I think the subcommittee felt that they laid out their tools, their desires, their goals really very well. Post-integration, we'll have to work closely with their team, and including the finance, strategy, human resources, physician, nursing, marketing, communication, really all of the different branches that hospital teams operate will be working closely. And I think one of the things that's important to note that Common Spirit Dignity was open to an array of solutions that mutually met the objectives and goal of our county. They did articulate their mission very solidly here, pointing out that they have a tradition of taking care of Medi-Cal patients. They do have experience in Medicare and commercial. Their operating tools and models are very mature, and that by which we're talking there, the revenue cycle, their information technology systems, their labor productivity tools, really things that have been in place in their combined organizations for 20 or 30 years and are really very solid. They have significant operating metrics. They do work closely with some of the partners in our area, including Kaiser, Sutter, and Touro University for medical students. The graduate medical education, the GME programs, are already aligned with our hospital, predominantly in the San Joaquin General Surgery Residency Program spends generally the 4th out of the 5th year at St. Joseph's Hospital, and recently the St. Joe's Emergency Residency Program have come and are partnering or rotating with the San Joaquin General Hospital Trauma Program. They do have a strong ability to leverage scale for operating and financial improvements, whether that's on revenue cycle, purchasing. They've got a strong Cerner presence in information technology. They do have a variety of physician employment and retention models, not just what we have at San Joaquin General Hospital as employment model, but several other models that may be very beneficial to the hospital, position it to be more competitive in the future. They were very, very willing to come up with any, and flexible to come up with any type of deal structure. They didn't take anything off the table and said, let's get together and see what we could come. They did mention they have a variety of capital financing options that are possible. And most notably here, I think they do have experience, a long time working with SEIU and CNA to what appear to be good labor relations. The next step here then is going ahead to request your board approve the ad hoc committee recommending entering into a non-binding letter of intent. That LOI would intend to lead to the development of a recommended structure and eventually definitive agreements that would govern the partnership. We have started working with the county administrative team here on an internal communication plan. And the goal would be to bring a recommendation and necessary implementation documents back to your board within 6 to 12 months following entering into that letter of intent. We do have a few other issues that are still requiring focus over the next several months. The structure, as I mentioned, of that partnership, the responsibility of San Joaquin General Hospital's fiscal performance, the maintenance of the designated public hospital status. Clearly something that's very important as part of a very, very small, very unique group of hospitals. San Joaquin General Hospital is entitled to supplemental funding through the designated public hospital status. And in our case, it's about $100 million of around $400 million of our operating budget. So something clearly that we've got to maintain. We will have to commit to continuation of certain services. Again, a lot of that is driven by the state attorney generals here. We need to continue to recruit, maintain high-quality clinical operations staff, expand our graduate medical education, coordinate with them, working on our capital programs over the next 5 to 10 years here. Really strengthening our electronic health record. Again, they have a Cerner platform. It's a different larger system than we have, but it is the Cerner basic model and very, very familiar with the way it works. As I mentioned, we do have state and federal regulatory approvals resolved on the pension liabilities. Women's health and reproductive services, something that is important for our community. And then the relationship with the county FQHC clinics is still to be worked out as in the future. That wraps up a little bit more than 10 minutes, Chair Patty, but hopefully that's enough to get us started on any discussion, any questions your board may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Culberson. It's a very important issue to cover, and you hit the main topics to discuss. And of course, the boards may have some questions, so that that information shouldn't be rushed. You're fine. Going 5 minutes over is just fine in my book. I'd ask the board if there's any questions at this time for Mr. Culberson. We also have Mr. Gage available to answer, and then we'll also take some public comments. Supervisor Wynn.
So I wasn't on the, obviously, the committee, but explain to me that why are we going with a letter of intent with one of the two probably strongest hospital entities instead of what I guess what I've seen normally is we have two viable competitors who, in reading the staff report, in every aspect, it talks about Adventist and Dignity being almost equivalent. And it seems like there's really, it's not that Adventist is bad, it's just there's a little better, I guess, evaluation of Dignity. So would it be possible to do negotiations simultaneously with both those entities to come up with a, an actual, because when we had talked, you had mentioned, because I asked you some questions, you said, well, we don't know that until we actually get into discussions. So it would seem that as we go through the process with one, but more importantly with two, some of that information would be revealed, which would then give certainly this board a little better understanding of what's available, I guess, from each one of these entities. So maybe you can explain that to me.
Sure. Supervisor Wynn through the chair. Basically, I think one of the things, the goal of the subcommittee really was to really fact-finding, and which did we determine which did we feel was a stronger partner with us. And I don't see that we're going to find much more if we were to have a competitive process. I think one of the things that historically has been here is, I guess about 15 or 20 years ago, there was a competitive process that was attempted, and it really resulted in neither party willing to come to the table and join in partnership with San Joaquin General Hospital, maybe almost 20 years ago. So the recommendation of our advisor, Larry Gage, is, and he's done this several times, more than several times, but a number of times, is that to get into that kind of horse race is going to be very difficult, particularly as we move forward. And we really wanted to do this fairly quickly, Supervisor Wynn. I think that was the other thing. We want to be able to know that we have within the next 2 years or so something that we could really say this is where we're going. And I think there's concern that it could lead to longer drawn-out process.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess the question, though, is it would seem to me as we go down maybe parallel negotiating paths, that some things would be uncovered that may at some point in time say, we can't consider this because it's just unworkable or incompatible or whatever you want to say, as opposed to kind of starting out the gate with just maybe one horse, so to speak, as opposed to two. So again, I'm just trying to figure out the process, because it would seem to me we would want to, especially since they're, at least based upon the staff report, and I read the report, from the consultant, they seem, fairly equal in regards to, what they offer. And again, that's just my concern is I would hate to leave one behind if in fact, at the end of at least some preliminary discussions or negotiations, we may find that maybe Adventist would be the better option available to us. Just speculating, because I don't think anybody knows for sure, what the future holds.
Right. Well, one of the things, this was not a request for proposal process. This is a request for interest, and really for that specific reason here, of really moving forward in a fairly quick manner. And I think many ways we're going to come up with the same conclusion if we did go through a formal RFP process. We'd grade each other or the respondents and interview them, and in many ways come up with the same recommendation I would anticipate.
Okay. Well, again, I just Personally, I'm just a little more comfortable with a more detailed, discussion type negotiation presentation of both entities. And I understand the information, letter of intent. I get that, but it's just a matter that I'm a little more used to in the competitive process, whether it be on projects, construction, whatever. You always have an opportunity to compare apples with apples until such point, and then you get to the bottom line, maybe, which is a financial decision as to which would be the most rewarding or the least costly, whatever that happened to be. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'm wondering if perhaps our consultant, Larry Gage, wants to provide some information to the board in terms of why this decision was made to proceed in this manner. Some of it had to do with previous efforts and an attempt to avoid some of the pitfalls that beset the process before. So I'm wondering if Mr. Gage might want to weigh in on this.
Mr. Gage, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So I believe, if I understand correctly, and this I think will be a further discussion point from maybe in public comment, but perhaps you can share with us at this stage why we're speaking and narrowing down to, if we had two viable prospects, why would we narrow it down to just the one and go forward with just Dignity at this stage? Maybe you can give us a reference and maybe historical preference and give us a little bit of feedback on this.
Sure. Let me say first that the RFI process was really set up initially with, I would say, the hope, almost more than the expectation, that we would have a viable candidate for partnership. And I want to make clear that, at least as far as my instructions have been from mainly from the ad hoc committee, that the goal was to actually enter into a full partnership that would be multifaceted, not just to hire as a vendor a management company to run the hospital, and that entailed looking at a pretty wide range of issues, and the process was set up to be able to look at those issues side by side, because we were very fortunate in having what I think everybody agreed were two very solid respondents, and I certainly don't want this process to take away anything from, I would say, the admiration in many areas of the Adventist system. But when it came down to it, and you'll see in the presentation and in the reports, there were a number of, if you looked at each one individually, maybe small advantages that the project team felt that Dignity generally and St. Joseph's in particular had, the longevity of the relationship between St. Joseph's and San Joaquin General, the fact that St. Joseph's has a robust and growing graduate medical education program, the fact that St. Joseph's has a broader payer mix than either San Joaquin General or much of the Adventist system, their broader experience with tertiary services, the fact that they do appear to have good relationships with certainly CNA and SEIU, whereas Adventist is a non-union shop for the most part. I think only two hospitals in their entire system have labor unions. That when you added those up, it did strike the project team, and by that I'm referring to the group internally that San Joaquin General put together, to very carefully, and I must say at great length at a time of enormous sort of instability, given the pandemic and the rest, they really devoted a lot of time, over a dozen of the leadership and staff of San Joaquin General came together both to meet with the two respondents and then to meet among themselves to really hash out what they were getting, what they were hearing from the two. So I think that process it actually give the edge to dignity in enough areas that I think that the project team was willing to make the recommendation to the ad hoc committee, and I think make it pretty forcefully. This isn't a recommendation that came from me or from consultants. This was very much a homegrown process of taking a look at these two. I will also say that I have had experience. I've done upwards of 30 transactions of this kind in my career, involving public hospitals of every kind, county hospitals, city hospitals. Many of the county hospitals in California helped acquire nonprofit hospitals or partner with other entities around the country. And it has never worked as well to try to juggle serious negotiations for what they call them definitive agreements for nothing with a health industry partner while juggling various competitors. It really isn't like a construction situation. If it were a pure vendor situation and you were looking to see who could provide management services as cheaply as possible, then I certainly think it would be much simpler to continue to negotiate with both. But people are going to, there's a lot of moving parts. If you looked at all the examples in David's presentation of the issues that will need to be addressed in negotiating a final agreement, as well as obtaining regulatory approvals, meeting and conferring with labor unions, looking at all the different range of services, looking at the graduate medical education programs, and so forth. I think you will see that to do this simultaneously with two different organizations is going to be a much more complicated process than we think it should be. And again, with admiration for Adventist, I don't want to take anything away from them. We think the parts fit together more comfortably with Common Spirit, Dignity, and St. Joseph's. And I would certainly hope that the Board of Supervisors would move ahead in that direction, perhaps with the understanding that if things were not to work out with Dignity, then we would certainly be looking at other options. But I think with the confidence that this has been a very thorough process over the last many months.
Larry, Mr. Gage, also just for reference, I believe at one point, serving on that committee with Supervisor Miller, at one point, didn't we have almost 30 different interested medical systems across the country? What was that number? We had a multitude of different levels of interest, correct?
But the process, we didn't have 30 responses once the RFI went out, but as you'll recall, again, we tried to cast as wide a net as possible, and the ad hoc committee authorized David and myself to reach out toward the end of 2019 and reach out to our contacts, and between us we have many, and we did reach out to a range of different organizations, big nonprofit systems like Sutter, Stanford, the University of California, both at Davis and San Francisco, even several for-profit systems in addition to Dignity and Adventist. So, and we got expressions of interest at various levels, so that we were confident. We had actually reached out to several for-profit entities as well, which are, as you know, increasingly active in the healthcare universe. And we did get the responses. We only got 4 responses, only 3 of which were even semi-serious. But it was with the knowledge that we had surveyed the field pretty carefully and pretty comfortably, and we were certainly confident that after having done that, that the proposals that came in were the two that we really felt had taken the process seriously were led us to take them seriously as well.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open up to public comment, and I know we've got a member in the public, and we may also have some letters, some notes sent in. Any public comments to our clerk of the board?
Thank you, Chairman Patty. We do not have any written comments for this item, but I do know that we have a couple of public comments from the audience.
Okay. Any member from the public, please come forward, and if you have something to say.
Yeah. Bill Trezza. I'm a retired community banker and actually serve as a director at Dameron Hospital. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak, and it's great seeing you all together live. Been here before, but it's been a while. I want to commend you on the process of looking at this opportunity to improve health care and finances for the county. I want to commend the committee for all their hard work. I think it's a 2-part process. Number 1 was to identify compatible entities, which fortunately we had 2 in our backyard, which is kind of rewarding to know. And then the second part is where the rubber, what I think where the rubber meets the road is what are the financial implications? And I think it's a mistake to not do a joint competition for this, and I'll tell you why. Let's say you approve this recommendation, go down the road 6 months or a year, whatever. You come up with the program, whether it's an acquisition or a management contract, and it's not perfect. Nothing's ever perfect, but it is what it is. You have a decision to make. May not have all the clarity and precision that you want. If you do it with 2 able competitors, I know it's a little more tedious, it might add a little more time, but I think the money part is more valuable than the time part. At the end of that process, you're going to either drop the project, but if you decide to move ahead, you're going to have a lot of clarity and precision about your decision. And in the end, it'll be a great decision. Whoever gets it, whoever prevails, it's going to be good for the county. They both have the deliverables. But the important part is this may be the largest financial transaction you might all do in your supervisorial terms. And I really think it's important to put that little extra time and effort to guarantee a result that you will be pleased with and the county will prosper, and that's my comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Trezza. Appreciate that.
Hello, I'm Daniel Wolcott, and I represent Adventist Health. I served here in San Joaquin County for about 5 years and recently moved to Kern County, where Adventist Health has asked me to serve in our hospitals in that community. I came, ended up a little fortuitous. I had to be back in Lodi today for something else, and found that this was on the agenda today and decided that this was an important project that I was working on when I was here, and I wanted to speak on behalf of Adventist Health. It's been amazing to watch you serve in the roles that you have today in this agenda. You obviously take your responsibility for this community incredibly seriously, and I really appreciate that. It's something that I have learned to admire watching all of you serve during my time here. I and Adventist Health were welcomed into San Joaquin County with the affiliation with Lodi Memorial Hospital in 2015, and since that time, I think this community would agree that Adventist Health has been a great partner to this county in moving health and well-being forward across our community. It's our mission at Adventist Health to really partner with communities. Adventist Health is the 4th largest not-for-profit health system in California, and we serve a disproportionate share of underserved, that would be Medi-Cal recipients, and frail elderly, that would be Medicare and poor Medicare recipients. That is the exact population that the San Joaquin General Hospital really is designed to serve and its competency. So we feel like we have a great match in that area. Adventist Health, because of our diligence in managing healthcare services across the state, we have arguably the lowest cost structure in serving patients across this community. When you look at the rates that were paid from commercial payers, which then are passed on to businesses and governments for commercial care, and in the healthcare services space, commercial payers cross-subsidize underpaid services from Medicare and Medi-Cal services. So we've been able to manage with lower rates across this community, which means that we're able to manage a really complex business in a way that we think could benefit the citizens of San Joaquin County over time. In addition, all of the things that Mr. Culberson reviewed in the proposal, we concur that we can have all of those conversations with equal clarity and outcomes with our partners, our friends at Dignity Health. And so we would like the privilege of stepping forward to another place in this conversation, whether or not that's at this time or at the time of receiving an LOI, that if you were to proceed with one option, bringing it back to us and saying, can you match or do better than this at that time? So we feel like there's a couple of opportunities in the public process for Adventist Health to step forward in this. It certainly, we would love to go into a dual conversation at this time, but we've also been through many transactions in our careers, like our friend Mr. Gage, who we engaged with in the RFI process and with the ad hoc committee, and we do understand there is some complexity to that. And so what we really believe and what we want at Adventist Health is to serve this community best. We believe there are some competitive issues that get created when the two largest health organizations in this county become one, and that becomes a significant potential negative for the citizens of our community. And so we think that there are downsides to the two of these organizations coming together from a competitive vantage point. The city of Stockton right now has one hospital that we're in the process of partnering with in Dameron, and if we can reinvigorate Dameron Hospital to be a significant competitor in Stockton, that's good for this community. If we're unable to do that over time, then that would leave Stockton, the 13th largest city in the state of California, with really only one healthcare provider, and we don't think that's a great thing for the citizens of San Joaquin County. So I would argue that going forward with a two-bid process, while that is complex, would be something that we would be willing to participate in, or at least bringing us back into the conversation before a final decision is made, so we can say, hey, we're willing to match that or maybe improve it later in the cycle. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Walcott. Appreciate you being here. And Mr. Trezza, on behalf of Dameron and the healthcare that you guys are offering and looking to expand, very important that we're engaged. So, Mr. Gage, listening to the requests from one of the directors and the Mr. Walcott, your position would be now in the Dameron Dignity of Adventist, Senior Vice President? Thank you. So hearing from a Senior Vice President from Adventist and one of the directors, their request would be either to be included in creating a proposal, a competing proposal, or at least have an opportunity to take a look at the proposal before it comes to the board and see if they could match or better that proposal. Would either of those two scenarios, I know one of them might seem more tedious if you were having to negotiate with two parties at the same time, but could you see a pathway? Is there any instance where you've done this type of thing that you could advise us at this time? Are you on mute, sir?
Mr. Gage, it appears that your microphone is muted. If you want to press *6.
Mr. Gage, *6 will bring you live.
Can you hear me now?
You're clear. We have you.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Gage, you are live. If he's calling from a mobile or a cellular, perhaps we have bad connection at the moment.
There is a little bit of a delay in the transmission, so maybe he's not hearing us when he's speaking. But I do see that he's still there and trying to speak at this time. I believe he was also trying to participate through his computer and through the telephone, so it looks like he's now just through his computer. He is unmuted, but I'm not hearing him.
Connection may not be good. Mr. Culberson, in your...
I think I'm back.
Okay, I think we have you, Mr. Gage. If you can hear us, we can hear you.
Okay. I tried to use the other system, but I'm getting an echo here of my own voice. But so I did hear Mr. Walcott's presentation, and I would say my first response to it is to be pleased that Adventist is willing, at least under some circumstances, to continue to be available to consider a partnership. I don't personally believe that having simultaneous dual negotiations is a good idea, but I could certainly live with the notion that if the board approves moving ahead with dignity, that at some appropriate time they would be given an opportunity to either come back or participate in some way. As I said, I do think that there are a number of very substantive reasons, again, which don't are intended to denigrate Adventist in any way, but why St. Joseph's in the near term would make a better partner in the near term. That means that somebody has to negotiate an acceptable agreement with Dignity. So, those are my thoughts, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Gage. So if I understand correctly, your preference would be to go forward with a singular entity as the negotiations may go, and then allow Adventists to review and engage and possibly counter for something that could come back to the board that would still leave them as with a seat at the table, at least, and a possibility and something that the board could consider. Would that be correct?
Yeah. I mean, personally, if you were going to move ahead to keep Adventist in the picture, that's the way I would, at least as your attorney, that's the way I would recommend you do it.
Okay, thank you. I believe we've got your feedback and your advice on that. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any further questions, discussion, or action. Supervisor Miller, you've been intimately involved in the discussions leading up to today.
Yes, and they have been, as outlined in the report, very extensive and very productive. I would also note on our project team, we did get input from Dr. Sheila Capre as well. She's not listed in there, but Dr. Capre weighed in strongly when we were interviewing both of the systems. What I have advocated for all along in this process has been, and I'm very thankful that my concerns have been carried forward, to make sure that the top priority is that our residents, our patients in San Joaquin County don't see a reduction in either the type of services offered or their access to it, and specifically in the areas of reproductive and women's health care. And so that led our discussion to both of these entities do have a secular arm, and that is who we would be moving forward in discussions with. So I want to make sure that the public is aware that those concerns have been consistently voiced, and they have really been responded to in a very positive way. At this point, I guess first I would have a question in terms of how do you foresee that this negotiation moving forward would also at this point bring in our employees, our full medical team, that sort of thing? Mr. Culberson?
Yes, Supervisor Miller, through the chair. Basically, we've been advised by our outside labor counsel that it's basically once we agree to develop a non-binding letter of intent, and certainly once one is completed, that we will have to fully engage in accordance with our MOUs. And we have every intention of doing that, of course, but I think it's going to, there'll be a lot more time that we'd have to spend with our team members. And but that's to answer your question, the MOUs are pretty clear on once a decision is made that we would have to engage in accordance with state law. And Mr. Miles, County Council can elucidate any further, but it would require consistent engagement with essentially all four of our labor unions. Supervisor Miller.
I would just add that it's not engagement when after the ultimate decision is made. It's engagement after this preliminary decision is made. There is then a process that we have to engage with our labor unions as we go through these next steps.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that that was clear, that we're now at the point where we will be expanding our stakeholder group. And so I would say going forward, I'm very comfortable with Mr. Gage's recommendation to move forward with negotiations with a single entity, but I very much like the idea of once we get to a certain point, some sort of, perhaps it's not locked in stone, but we're pretty certain of what it would consist of, what the relationship, partnership would consist of. I'm very comfortable then bringing back in Adventists to see where they would fall along that proposal. And I'm very thankful that, as you said, Mr. Culberson, and as Mr. Gage said, I'm thankful that Adventist is still interested. And I think that is a testament to how positive this process has been. The conversations have been very, very positive. This hasn't been a process where there's been anything other than a positive end result for both healthcare systems and for the residents in San Joaquin County. And so I'm thankful for that. I would be comfortable continuing to recommend along those lines that Mr. Gage said.
Supervisor Miller, would you like to put that in as a motion and we can move forward?
Certainly, I would be happy to make that in the form of a motion.
Okay, I have a motion. I don't know if there's any further discussion, but we do have a motion.
Chair.
Supervisor Wynn.
Go ahead, Bob.
Just real quick, I know Supervisor Miller mentioned secular arm. Can you explain that for me?
I'm going to let Larry do this because it's pretty technical, but both of them have both religious and secular hospitals within their system, and the religious, it mainly goes to the religious directives. So I'm going to let Mr. Gage be more specific with you on that.
I don't need a whole 5-minute thing, just real quick.
Yeah, Supervisor Rickman, through the chair. Basically, there are separate organizations within both Dignity and within Common Spirit that are non-religious based, but are also driven by the same operating principles, the same operating tools to which I refer, and allow reproductive rights in accordance with the same practices we have at San Joaquin General Hospital right now.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Buzzwords. I mean, like we talked about, or if you weren't listening earlier with the U.S. Supreme Court case that just came out with, worshiping and stuff like that. I just want to make sure that there's not going to be any kind of discrimination either against those who practice the faith that they believe in.
That's correct, Supervisor Rickman. Basically, both organizations allow continuation of existing practices we have at San Joaquin General Hospital and in our clinics.
All right, because I know there are specific court cases that address these issues that have just been recently in the last 10 years. So, also, this is the last question, Chair, and I know we're short on time, but research hospitals, I know we discussed that a little bit what's the opportunity, maybe not now, but in the future, maybe under this contract or whatever contract we decide to go to bring in like a research facility or teaching hospital like UC Davis, UCFS, Stanford, one of those. I mean, because Supervisor Miller talked about services, and that'd be the one way that we can increase our service to a top tier to bring one of these hospitals here or some of their education components to it.
Supervisor Rickman, both UCSF as well as UC Davis and Stanford were part of the initial contact list of which Mr. Gage referred, and it was close to 30. And they really said, we'll continue to work with you and would love to continue to be participating as you need referral services for tertiary, higher level of cares, but we're not interested in coming in and managing the hospital. So I see that we'll continue on to grow our affiliations. I think that's one of the things, quite honestly, as St. Joseph's grows its graduate medical education, it's going to be more attractive to research programs, whether, again, it's the big three in our area, Davis, San Francisco, and Stanford. But our decision was not based on anything along those lines.
Right. Yeah, I'm not talking about them running the whole entire hospital, but maybe bring them in, later on, I don't know when, but, a segment of it or a portion of it or an addition to or something like that in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, reiterate, I know that Mr. Culberson had covered a lot in his presentation, but as Supervisor Miller points out, in all discussions, it was that, whatever we're doing, it's to not only maintain but enhance the services for women's health, childbirth, community needs, enhancing services for the entire community, and those in need of healthcare services, our health clinics, and also great labor relations. So there's no sacrificial anything. We're having discussions that would enhance the prospect of continued services and expanded services, and whether it be with Adventist or Dignity, they were both very interested in all the above. So I think we narrowed it down and had two very meaningful parties that are there. And I like Supervisor Miller's proposal and her motion as recommended by Larry Gage. It leaves two parties still with a level of engagement. And if we have a second on that, we can take a vote.
I'll second the motion.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just a brief comment.
Sure. You have a question or?
I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Culberson. It was brought up by Mr. Walcott in regards to cost. I know we deal with those issues with the hospital in regards to what we invoice as opposed to what we collect under contract, et cetera. And he touched upon the cost for patients in regards to the health care that Adventist has a lower collectible rate, I'll put it that way, or contract rate than possibly some of the other hospitals. Are you familiar with that at all?
Supervisor Wynn, I'm not specifically aware of where they are, where their system falls, certainly relative to common spirit dignity. The general principle is the greater burden you have of Medi-Cal and uninsured, the less generally you will receive. And so as I look at the hospitals that Adventists have from East Los Angeles all the way up to north of here, I would say there are a very large proportion of their patients who are Medi-Cal or underinsured. So I would think that I have no reason to doubt Mr. Walcott's statement.
Okay, because cost of health care in the Valley is a prime concern considering the comparison with the Bay Area. So that would be, and obviously, being a commissioner on health plan of San Joaquin, very concerned about costs in regards to treating our patients, our clients. So, okay, and then clarify what Supervisor Miller was saying, that you're talking about going this direction, but leaving the door open for Adventists at some point to at least have them to respond to whatever stage we're at.
I wanted to clarify the first three items that we're being asked to approve, and then add a fourth, which will be to solicit and engage in additional negotiations with Adventists before final approval by the board.
Excellent. And does your second still stand?
Yes, it does.
All right, so we have a first and a second. Please vote. This has passed 5-0. Thank you all very much for the levels of engagement. And so we begin the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to now step back in our discussion item and go to, under general government, item number 1. We have a presentation from the San Joaquin Continuum of Care and the San Joaquin Continuum of Care Shelter Committee. Come on forward. You have 10 minutes.
So Supervisor Patty, this is my item, and I just wanted to introduce it and provide some context for the board very briefly before they begin their presentation. Because the board is discussing the possibility of developing a county 800 to 1,000 bed mega shelter, I requested that the Continuum of Care, and specifically the Continuum of Care Shelter Committee, to provide the board with information on the current state of shelter efforts in San Joaquin County, as well as the status and scope of planned expansions. I believe it's vitally important for the board to have complete and accurate information on which to base our policy decisions, especially decisions which would significantly encumber the county for the foreseeable future. So the presentation today will be made by first Phyllis Groupie, early member of the Shelter Committee and founder of both San Joaquin A+ and Community Partnership for Families. Jen Rowell, chair of the Continuum of Care for San Joaquin County and executive director of SAVE, which provides emergency shelter and housing for victims of domestic abuse and violence. And Kristen Birtwhistle, chair of the Shelter Committee and interim executive director of United Way of San Joaquin. So I'd like to turn it over now to Phyllis to begin the presentation.
Sorry. Ms. Groupie, we have you take it remotely. Do you hear us, and can we hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you. Now, it sounds like we've got a multitude of agencies making a presentation. We have 10 minutes. However you guys are going to divide this up, that'll be a lot of information coming in. But if Ms. Groupie, if you're first, then please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Patty. I hope you will join me on a short 1-minute journey back 170 years in the history of homelessness in San Joaquin County and Stockton. In 1849, Stockton was exciting, muddy, optimistic, and the gateway to gold country. It also had its downside with hundreds of women and men have not had luck in the gold field, who are destitute, alone, and many mentally ill and homeless. Charles Weber, our founder, was deeply disturbed by the situation. He donated 100 acres to the state to develop the first insane asylum west of the Mississippi, right here in Stockton, opening in 1853 to about 400 women and later to men. More recently called the Stockton Developmental Center, and today the site of University Park, it became the home to 3,000 to 4,000 individuals, 3,000 to 4,000, many under intensive care. It closed its doors in 1995, sending its thousands of residents out into the streets or in group homes where operators were paid for daily care, not rewarded for healing or develop the skills needed for independent living. In 2021, we see the results of those of homelessness planted and growing under our freeways, on our cities, our parks, and waterways. But today, I bring you the good news that last year, our county board of supervisors and the city councils of Stockton, Tracy, Manteca, and Lodi all signed and adopted the strategic plan of the continuum of care to coordinate and collaborate on the development of this. Will the changes come instantly? Will you see our streets and our sidewalks clean? Not yet. But the problem is far too deep and complex. But the work has begun. And Jen, I would ask if you would please lead us to the being done today.
Thank you, Phyllis, and thank you, Chair Patty and supervisors. It's an honor to be here today. I'm happy to walk you through our presentation. I don't know if my PowerPoint is. There we go. So we're going to talk to you today to give an update on the activities of the COC and to ask that you reaffirm the value and importance of our countywide adoption of the Community Response to Homelessness Strategic Plan. As I'm sure you know, the Continuum of Care is a HUD-mandated entity. It brings together both the expertise, the talent, and the passion for people to address homelessness in their community and how best to direct resources. We envision a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring, and we support a robust system of care that empowers our homeless to access services to break the cycle. Just a brief history. In 2015, at the request of community-based services, Supervisor Miller convened a working group of providers, first responders, and interested parties from throughout the county to address the issue of homelessness. In 2016, action was taken to officially designate this group as the San Joaquin County Homeless Task Force. They met monthly to exchange information and to develop their resources. In 2017, we adopted recommendations to formally become a continuum of care and to create these overarching policies, especially regarding data collection and a housing-first approach. In 2019 through 2020 is really where you see a lot of the work that has gone into the strategic plan come to be. We had our 2019 point-in-time count, which showed we had about 1,500 persons living unsheltered on the streets of our county, and we wanted to take steps to address that directly, and today we have a county-wide strategic plan. This plan is based on 3 core pillars. The first is to establish a coordinated and engaged regional system of care. This includes HMIS, Homeless Management Information System. That's how we track our data. We want to make sure all of our providers are participating in that. We wanted to create a coordinated entry system. We want to get our plan adopted, which it was, and talk about how we're going to keep these shared funding. Our second pillar is to increase access and reduce barriers to services. This comes up in terms of the increase in shelter beds by 2025, increased access to housing. We also wanted to ensure that households experiencing homelessness have access to affordable and sustainable permanent housing solutions, because we know that that is ultimately how we end homelessness. Within our county, we're at a tipping point. We want to reaffirm the potential for change and the power of intelligent action. When you look at the world around you, it may seem like an immovable, impossible place, but it's not. With the slightest push in the right place, it can be tipped. And in our county, we are at a tipping point. We are on the cusp of amazing things. And I'm so excited to get to talk with you about it today. And I'm actually going to pitch this over to Kristen, who chairs our shelter committee, to talk about this.
A whole bunch of folks coming up before you this morning. What we really want to do is just share with you, I think, the critical importance of the continuum of cares, again, strategic plan, all of which that we hope you have read cover to cover, all 40-plus pages. But we also wanted to kind of go back in time to the Winter Shelter. And the Winter Shelter Committee, again, started with a handful of, I guess, well-intended women that actually now has turned itself into a part of the governance charter of the continuum of care. And for the last year, and this is why we can safely say the tipping point, there's been tremendous, I guess, advances, if you will, in sheltering and the support through this committee, through the leadership on this committee, through the voice on that committee, to really talk about what is necessary in the area of sheltering specifically, and more importantly, the wraparound services. So again, we have a list here of all the agencies that we have been engaged with through the shelter committee. And they represent every city leader, mostly from the city manager's office, the heads, the CEOs, the executive directors from every shelter, low barrier to transitional shelters, and the wraparound services, whether it's CMC, behavioral health, or whole person cares and others. So this kind of just gives you a sense that this is a group of people that have come together for the first time collectively to work together on behalf of those that are in the encampments and that are homeless, and need, again, that first step before they make their way towards a transitional shelter or permanent housing. And what I'm excited about is we're in year 2 now of the shelter committee. And in year 2, we now have every city, again, engaged with us. We weren't talking last year about a shelter in Manteca. We were not talking last year about a shelter in the Tracy community. We were not talking about tiny homes in Lodi being built. Now we are. And there are plans on the dockets, there's blueprints, there are people that have very specific programs around moving this forward. And that's why we're using that term tipping point. We weren't here last year, we're here now. And so we're very excited, again, to present a little bit more of where we're going in terms of next steps. So what you just saw, actually, that one slide before, just this is a sample of the social media outreach we've done through the winter shelters. We're going to tell you a little bit about the winter shelter and the capacity, the sense of who's actually doing a phenomenal job. Stockton Shelter, again, for the homeless, Gospel Center Rescue Mission, Salvation Army. All of us have come together to design, again, a promotion, a push, beginning in December through March, to fill the current shelter beds with people that are in the encampments currently right now. We know one thing, we're still at capacity, and we have beds. So this was the push that we made. And here's somewhat a snapshot, I think, of not just sort of the shelter committee, but we've been working very closely through the shelter committee with, again, the city of Stockton, who generously directed CARES Act funding directly to services that helped us to do all these things. Number one, expanding the bed capacity for winter sheltering the past 2 seasons. It has increased. Is it at full capacity? No, it is not. Why? Because we really have to get in the encampments and build trust with those folks to direct them there. We procured funds to support the staff and all the operational costs in some instances, again, to, each one of the shelters because of funds from, again, Board of Supervisors, from CARES Act and the city councils. Again, think about where we'd be if we didn't have our shelters when COVID hit. Every one of those shelters led the way to start the testing and the screening, medical surveillance, and then also really looked at isolation of cases. Again, did an amazing job. So we have a full list here of things that actually happened as a result of, again, the winter shelter, but also the support we got from the Board of Supervisors and the city of Stockton and other cities. Do you want to take this one? You want me to go ahead. Okay. So I just wanted to share with you again shelter capacity and projections. We work closely through the district attorney's office with Casey Rains, who's been incredibly helpful in giving us some direction on this, and Adam Cheshire as well. So if you take a peek at the beds currently right now, there is a projection based on what we know now that we'll have close to 1,400 beds within the 4-year build-out. Currently, right now, in 2020, our baseline capacity is 792 beds. Those beds are a combination of women and children, shelter beds for single men and women, and some of them are transitional beds as well. With current projects, some of which have been funded, and others that have not, we're going to see, actually has been realized 118 new beds from Gospel Center Rescue Mission, and soon we'll see 30 beds again in Tracy and 90 beds in Stockton through the shelters. In the end, through the pipeline projects that we have on the docket currently right now, over 438 beds, again, can be realized. But again, this is where the funding from specific HAP, or city or county agencies is going to be critical. I think the important number for you to look at is 1468 in the future.
So the City of Tracy has said that we express a commitment to collaborate with efforts of the county to address homelessness within the framework of the San Joaquin County COC. It was very exciting for us to have the Tracy plan come about at the same time as the county plan. There's a terrific synergy there. And our providers have voiced, and our jurisdiction have voiced a desire to help homeless folks in the communities where they live. As voiced by the City of Lodi, there's a preference to keep families and individuals who are homeless supported within our local communities. So our next steps, we are looking to continually build confidence in our shelter leaders and partners in the work to collectively reduce the percentage of people who are homeless within our community. And also with the Strategic Planning Committee of the COC, build out the implementation side of these plans to reduce the number of unsheltered people living across the county.
Excellent. We are at 12 minutes, almost 13. We're done? Remarkable.
We actually have one last thing, last slide, and then I'll have some closing comments if you don't mind. Time just flies when you're having a good time. So the next one, I just want to share with you the next slide, if you could advance that. We have an ask of the Board of Supervisors right now. Number one, we really want to continue to engaging with you, again, if any future plans moving forward around shelter expansion, to really consider working with us. Again, 2 documents, this report to homelessness, and by way of example for the city homeless strategic plan for Tracy are great working examples. We want you to provide us information around policy, about advocacy, so we can begin to share that, again, with our community. And we want to educate our leaders, more importantly, come to you, maybe a quarterly report, letting you know what's happening around the sheltering world, what kind of advancements we're making in capital, et cetera. So these 3 asks, I think, are absolutely critical. And I know at some point in time, I know we have a very short window of time right now, but in addition to the ask of these 4 things, you engage with us, provide and inform us, educate our leaders. The other thing that's critical is we want to reinvest in our shelters and our shelter leaders. We want us to give some consideration to the use of general funds, federal dollars, to really continue to help and really advance, I think, the work they're doing, specifically now in Manteca, now in Tracy, to see that through to fruition. And with that reinvestment comes the need to ask you all to believe actually in the science, frankly, of evidence-based studies, which gives us the knowledge of what to build and, more importantly, tells us what not to build. And I want us to be smart in seeking data. We need to use tools and surveys that give us the best information, not giving us selective data on what we want to hear, but what we wish to learn. And let's also be very, very smart about collecting data so that in the end we can see the impact of our work, not just in the short term, but in the long term. We have so many community partners we need to continue to embrace, whether it's 211, whether it's all the other sheltering agencies. We really need to continue to build a coordinated system that blends all these resources together. So in short, what I'm asking you is just, and we're asking you, is use the wisdom of the COC, use the wisdom of the crowd that is doing this work on a day-to-day basis. So as you build plans moving forward, that you work directly with us. Before you identify property or parcel, you have a plan that is built in so we can really have a framework by which to move forward. Because you have expertise that is unlike anything I've ever seen in, again, other counties that I've worked within. Unparalleled expertise from our shelter leaders, from our community partners. And I think if we can come together, we can really walk away with 1,400 beds, if not more, if we need it.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you for sharing all this very important information. And Ms. Groupie, thank you. You squeezed a lot in within the first minute and a half, but you're, as always, a shining example of what you can do. I would like to ask Clerk of the Board, do we have letters or public comments to read in at this time?
We do, Chairman Patty, and I will let you know in advance that we have several comments that seem to overlap with discussion number 3. With each of the public comments, I asked them to clarify under which discussion they wanted to speak. So these have all confirmed that they want to speak under discussion number 1.
Okay.
Okay. The first
How many do
one,
we have?
I say we have 3, 4, 5.
You're not counting dozens, are you?
No. Say about 8 or 9 for this first discussion, and then about 2 or 3 for the next one. And I'm
Outstanding. Please share.
Up here. Okay, our first comment is from Dr. Mary Ellen Kiss, President, Resource Development Group Incorporated, who writes, I recently had the privilege to conduct a study on homelessness in San Joaquin County. While the city of Stockton is impacted significantly by the presence of homeless persons, we need to acknowledge that other jurisdictions are also impacted by an increased presence. A continued concern is defining the population as homogeneous and by default requiring similar services. Service providers throughout the county have established a network of support that transcends geographical boundaries, with each community striving to address the situation relative to local needs. Families who experience situational homelessness need to remain in their home communities so their children can continue attending their schools and parents can continue to work. Yes, 30% of those who are homeless are employed. While there's strong acknowledgement of the critical role played by each locale in responding to local need and providing best fit services, there's also substantial advocacy and support of a regional approach that acknowledges community diversity and allocating resources in an equitable manner. The Continuum of Care strategic response to homelessness represents this effort and provides a blueprint for future action. The COC addresses the challenges for those who are homeless, as well as policymakers, governing bodies, and service providers. I urge the Board of Supervisors to rely on recommendations from the COC and its committee structure prior to enacting any ordinances that may adversely affect the considerable progress that has been made in coalescing diverse groups to engage in positive and productive action in recommending policies governing homeless policies and services. The next comment is by Jolynn McMillan, CEO, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, and she writes, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless continues to work tirelessly to take as many homeless individuals and families off the streets as possible. In January, the shelter started the county's first low-barrier shelter for single women. Although it is small, we have taken 20 women off the streets and into shelter so far this winter. They are safe, receiving case management to assist them with their needs and housing. We are also at the beginning of a major expansion in 2021, which will add 90 low-barrier single male beds and a full-service navigation center, which will serve all individuals and families who need assistance around housing and removing barriers for obtaining housing. We have additional plans to increase the size of our family shelter to include more family rooms, a 100-bed low-barrier shelter for single women, room for partners, and we are working towards pets and possessions now. The Stockton Shelter for the Homeless stands with the county and city to address the critical needs of the homeless in our community, and we look forward to strengthening our partnership as we all work together to work on unsheltered homeless. The next comment is by Edward Figueroa, who writes, I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care. This is an encouraging time for those of us who have been working over the years with individuals and families that are experiencing homelessness. For the first time, real dollars are being committed by the federal government and the state of California to invest in real answers to ending homelessness in our state, county, and city. Homelessness impacts all of us, not just those persons who are experiencing it. I ask that our Board of Supervisors continue the commitment you made to support the Strategic Response to Homelessness report. This report provides a clear roadmap for strategically using limited resources to make real impact, whereby benefiting all who call our county home. We are fortunate to have several shelters in our county who have demonstrated understanding, compassion, and great frugalness in trying to serve our homeless population. We need to direct those new dollars to these agencies to provide them with resources they're required to make an even greater impact on ending homelessness, primarily by building bed capacity in a safe and humane way. We also need to support each of our cities in our county who are also committed to the construction of new homeless shelters in their jurisdiction. It is important that our homeless persons receive care in their home city, not in a regional facility. Thank you again for the priority you have placed on ending homelessness. And the next comment is by Fritz Gruppe, Chairman of the Business Council Executive Committee, who writes, "We are writing to you on behalf of the Business Council of San Joaquin County. Our organization was formed over 33 years ago to help improve the quality of life in San Joaquin County. We have been concerned about the homeless issue for some time. Over the last few years, we have begun to see a collaborative approach to the problem. As much as we would like the issues to disappear, we realize they did not happen overnight and they will not go away overnight. As business leaders, we realize there is no simple fix to homelessness. Across the USA, our cities, shelter partners, and nonprofits are working closer now more than ever to address the issue at hand. In San Joaquin County, money has been spent to develop and create a strategic plan to address the complicated issues of our homeless problem. Each of the supervisors, along with our cities and our communities, were asked to participate in the creation of this document. Numerous partners weighed in on the strategic plan. Once finalized, all city councils and the Board of Supervisors agreed that the plan would be adopted. The Business Council is behind this detailed and descriptive roadmap and the numerous subcommittees that have been established and who are working towards a common goal. The results will not be seen overnight, but again, the problems did not occur overnight. We feel the communities are at a tipping point in addressing the short and long-term challenges. We respectfully encourage the board to continue with the strategic plan that they previously approved." The next comment is by Peter Ragsdale, Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin, and he writes, "Thank you for your continued support of the Continuum of Care and its member organizations that work hand in hand with the County of San Joaquin in sheltering and housing our homeless neighbors. There is a favorable tide of projects making inroads in offering shelter and permanent housing. The need for permanent housing is critical to a homeless services continuum. There is a direct correlation between the number of shelter beds necessary in our community and the exits available to affordable housing. While the funding has produced affordable housing is highly competitive as a matter of public policy, there should be a concerted effort to pursue every single state and federal program to secure our county's share of housing dollars. To compete, local funding must be spent holistically to provide the range of solutions necessary to meet the public's mandate and a clear expectation of progress. There are direct exits from shelter that are on the increase. With effective case management, mental health, and substance abuse services necessary for shelter operators to be successful, these specific investments, in addition to sleep, will make our less fortunate citizens ready for the next steps in their lives. Again, thank you for all of your time and efforts on one of the most challenging problems facing San Joaquin County." And the last comment for this item is from Robert Wilson, who writes, "Not 1 cent of additional money should be spent on continuum of care until the county has funded and put in place a large homeless emergency shelter facility with beds. The whole concept of so-called, quote, housing first, end quote, does not work and never will work. All you have to do is look at failed cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco, who spend massive amounts of money on these kinds of programs, and their homeless situation gets worse. The only people who benefit from these ridiculous programs are well-connected special interests who get rich on the taxpayer's expense. These kind of programs will never solve the homeless situation, no matter how much money you spend. You need to do the right thing for the taxpayer and the city's quality of life." That concludes the public comments for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bringing it back to the board before we move on to the next item. Any supervisors have any final comments? There's nothing actionable here. Supervisor Wynn, do you have a question or comment?
A quick question. You talked about in your committee's representation from city managers, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does that include all the cities?
We have Lodi, Manteca, we've got Tracy, and Stockton. We work mostly with Carrie Wright through the city of Stockton, yes.
Okay, but no elected officials from those cities, correct? Like city council members?
I don't think so. I mean, we had, again, Supervisor Villapudua, Chris Rupe, again, Chair Patty served on the shelter committee.
Okay, so
and right now I don't.
So currently, do you have any members of the Board of Supervisors or any city council members on those committees?
No, we do not. No, none of you sitting here are on the committee currently right now. Again,
This Gruppe.
Phyllis, go ahead, Phyllis.
Mayor Lincoln did attend our last meeting, and that was his first meeting. he indicated he was very excited about insight into what was actually on. And so we're looking for participation from the city, but we would welcome more participation from all the.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. If that's all from the board members, I want to read a statement to this point. First off, I want to thank all of the individuals for coming in or for joining our board meeting during this discussion. We are all looking for compassionate solutions. Today, we will be hearing, in another couple of agenda items, we'll be hearing from our general services on potential locations for a possible emergency shelter expansion. Let me be clear, crystal clear. I have never proposed sacrificing nor taking away any funding for any plan to expand or enhance services to those living homeless or those presenting shelter. The strategic plan notes a needed expansion of 200 new bed spaces. Strategic plan notes 200 bed spaces. We have 2,000 people living unsheltered by some estimations. So if we get those 200, I believe it's a great start, but I also believe it's a starting point. And to this point, I've reached out to the mayor's office and I've proposed a joint 2x2x2 committee, 2 from the county, 2 from the city, and 2 from the COC, which I believe if we do this and work collectively, we can address the local needs and bring forth the options to our respective boards that will adequately answer the calls for meaningful action while meeting and exceeding these strategic plan goals. So to recap, and while I'm looking forward to what General Services may propose, I have always said, and as our guest presenters know when we've met recently, I have talked about doing more, for more, with more. That is not saying that we're going to work as a satellite, we're going to work in exclusion of, we're going to be an island. You've always heard me talk about a puzzle. Pieces of the puzzle coming together and solving and coming up with solutions. So anything we do and anything that comes back to this board will be for consideration and in cooperation with what is currently in the pipeline and working collaboratively as I'm proposing. If you have 2 members from the COC, perhaps the 2 of you or somebody else that wants to participate with 2 members from this board and 2 members from the city, I believe one of them would include the new mayor, then I believe that collectively we can sit down, talk, and come up with solutions, things that we can consider, as I said, to bring back to our respective boards. So thank you very much. This is a very meaningful conversation. We know that the continuum of care, we know that the partnerships that were put up, we know the stakeholders in the community, we know the citizens, they all want us to do something. They all want us to do more. Whatever's being done is not enough. We see from your presentation, there's plans for more. Excellent. Let's hear, and I know, Mrs. Birtwistle, you have asked that anything that we present be done with a business plan approach.
Yes.
So let's hear what the General Services has to offer. That gives us just a chance to evaluate what may or may not be, and something that may be similar, as we've all noted, a successful model right down the road in Stanislaus that's operated by the Salvation Army, and how something like that might or might not be adequate to enhance and participate with the continuum of care and the ultimate goals we have of doing more, for more, with more. So I thank you all for your time. I think it's very meaningful and it's very important that we have this discussion. We'll be moving on now to discussion item number 2. This is to adopt, we're going to adopt the Board of Supervisors Code of Ethics. County Council, Mr. Mark Miles, what have you got for us today?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. On January 26th, the board considered the revised County Board of Supervisors Code of Ethics that was prepared and presented by Ms. Shalene Bennett, the law firm Liebert Casti Whitmore. Coming out of that meeting, there was some requests for some clarification. We have made those. So one of the requests was a revision to Article 5, modifying the manner in which reported ethics violations are handled. creation of an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 board members, the county administrator, county counsel, and director of human resources, process for conducting investigations, including an early opportunity for the subject of the complaint to address the ad hoc committee, process for reporting information to the Board of Supervisors, and a statement limiting the actions which can be taken by the board to a vote of censure, and a requirement of a supermajority vote to impose such censure. The request to the addition of provisions addressing the ethics violations by county officers and employees, and lastly, revisions to Article 3 of the Board of Supervisors Administrative Policy on Conflict of Interest to clarify what constitutes a disqualifying interest. So I have provided in the board letter the text of the changes to Article 5, setting out that process for handling and responding to violations. I will add, I did leave out one word. So in the bottom paragraph, it reads, following completion of a fact-finding process resulting in sustained allegations against an elected official, board action is limited to public censure, and such action shall require the, it says, the vote of at least 2/3 of the board members present. And what it should say is, shall require the affirmative vote. So we'll insert the word affirmative in the final version, if provided that you all approve that. The provision, and then goes on that this provision does not restrict the authority of the Board of Supervisors in its role as the appointing authority for appointing county officials. With regard to Article 3, which a question was raised by Supervisor Nguyen, Ms. Bennett has provided some clarification language that reads, this section does not prohibit a board member from forming a preliminary opinion ahead of formal discussion of a matter based on information presented to the board or available to the general public if the board member remains able to consider the matter impartially and without prejudice. So we're looking for your feedback on
what page is that?
That's on page 2 of the board, or actually page 3 of the board letter. In the board package, it is page 349 of the board package.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
349, did you say?
349.
That's not mine.
You know what? I believe it appears that we may have added the wrong the old administrative policy. The revised one, though, does contain the language that is in the board letter.
So I've got this on my agenda in starting on page 330. 337, is it?
So the board letter starts on page 333.
Okay.
The resolution establishing the Code of Ethics starts on page 336.
Got it.
With the principal modifications to paragraph 5, Article 5 on 337, and then the modifications that I just read to the conflict of interest statement, Article 3, appears on page 340.
Do we have, Mr. Miles, do we have online, by chance, the consultant that we hired?
Ms. Bennett, I believe she's online. She was online earlier today.
Well, if she's hung in there for this many hours, then God bless her. Ms. Bennett, are you present?
I am. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. Yes, thank you. Just to recant how we got here this far, and you were hired. You've worked on these issues in the past. You consulted with others. We really
have what would be a collaboration of perhaps you would say best practices for an ethics code? We don't really have a standalone document, do we?
So, yes, this was based on the collaborative effort, getting individual input from each board member, utilizing the information that our firm has on these types of codes and policies. And then within that framework of the document that you previously had, making the revisions.
Okay, thank you. And would this code of ethics be comparable to other bodies, cities, counties throughout at least the state of California if we've kind of searched and compared?
Generally, yes. There's a spectrum, a range, where it goes from the more general, aspirational to the very specific, with specific items and issues being spelled out, prohibited. And on that spectrum, we're more towards the general and core concepts.
Excellent. Thank you. And I appreciate the work taken and put into bring back to the board this document. Any questions? Supervisor Vickman.
Counselor, on what you were just discussing, Article 3 on 340, and I agree with Supervisor Wynn's addition 100%. But what defines significant enough? And who is to determine that?
So the language that has been included is pulled directly from your AB 1234 ethics training. And in that training, there's a subsection on bias and prejudice, and it is based upon common law. Common law is older law, and these are the key concepts from common law. So when issues come up, then it is determined on a case-by-case basis.
By whom?
Each case is determined based on the facts and then based on how close it is to whatever law that we find. But what you have here are the core legal principles for conflicts of interest, bias, and prejudice. And as you see, the anchoring language in that is a board member's ability to consider the matter impartially. Okay. That's the legal anchor, is that impartial word.
Okay. I still have a concern. I mean, you speak of common law. I mean, unless you have the definition of what the common law is it just an example that we used last time? I'll use Supervisor Wynn, just because.
Yeah, I've been the target all day.
For example, Supervisor Wynn, in his previous profession as a police officer, is his 30-year career enough to significantly impair his ability to consider something impartially just because he was a peace officer? I'm getting at that. Is that an argument somebody can make? I'm in the same boat as he is, and say we have an issue, I don't know, law enforcement related, say on ordinance, on trespassing, whatever it may be, and somebody from the audience targets Supervisor Wynn or myself, and that you have a significant, because of your profession, because of your experience, because of your position, you have that qualifies as significant enough to impair your ability to consider impartially. Is that something that we can run into?
Well, I wouldn't say so in that circumstance, because what you're talking about is a person's experience or their core knowledge that they're bringing, their background that they're bringing to a problem. That's not the question. The prohibition isn't against having a background. We don't live in this sterile isolation. The prohibition is coming to it with your mind already made up. So let's say that you're considering something with law enforcement and a member of the public stands up and challenges, well, you can't possibly be unbiased because you've got a 30-year career in law enforcement, so clearly you're going to favor them. You have to answer that yourself, whether you're able to analyze the situation, even including your background, and evaluate all of the viewpoints in order to reach your decision.
No, that's great. That's fine. I mean, for one, I wanted to get this on public record as we are today. So if this ever does come up, and it seems like you're picking small things out, but as you know, one word or two words can make a difference in everything.
Sure.
And I just wanted to make sure that somebody, it doesn't have to be us, it could be a different profession. I'm just using that because, that's what it's about myself, but that we don't come up here and be targets by either other board members or by members of the public just because of what we do.
Not because of your background. And it really depends on the burden, even under AB 1234, the burden is on the elected official themselves to determine whether or not they have a bias that they should proactively say, you know what, I can't be part of this discussion because I can't come at it in a matter that's impartial.
Okay, and last one, Chair, if you would indulge me.
May I just interject one comment related to that, please?
Yes, please. Oh, sorry, Chair.
May I, Chair?
I'm sorry, if you're waiting on me, please.
Yeah, so the issues of bias and prejudice for your board and the common law revolve primarily around if you were the final decision maker in a matter and there was a public hearing before you. You bring to that public hearing all of your background knowledge and expertise as individual board members. However, what the law requires is, are you able with that background to still assess the record and evidence and whatever is presented before you in an impartial manner? If you are not able to do that, then the law indicates that you must recuse yourself. So it is that ability to approach whatever is before your collective body in a way that looks at the record and evidence before you impartially.
So, county officials, when we one of the requests from the board at the last meeting was to consider the application for county officers and employees. As I indicated at that meeting, HR is working on a separate code that's applicable to the employees, and because of requirements because the law would require that we meet and confer with employees before we could apply this code, any code of ethics to them. They have been pulled out of these documents. So this document really focuses on the elected officials, department heads.
It also does include appointed.
Thank you. No, they are neither department heads nor elected or appointed officials.
Is that all, Supervisor Rickman? Is that all? Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Wynn, comment or question?
No, it's along the lines of Supervisor Rickman in regards to his question about significant enough. And I looked at Article 3, and I appreciate what County Council and our consultant did. But, and maybe it's just me, but I have a real problem with just the words bias and prejudice as far as a title. And let me just read this, and then you can decide, and I can give you a copy, Mark, if you want to look at it, if the board wants to make some changes. But I would rewrite Article 3 to say simply objective / impartiality, which is really redundant, but one or the other. Any member of the board who cannot consider a matter objectively and impartially must disqualify himself or herself from any decision in that matter. This includes bias based on personal interest, bias or prejudice based on information obtained outside the record of the proceeding, or bias based on prejudgment of the relevant facts. The section does not prohibit a board member from forming a preliminary opinion ahead of a formal discussion of a matter based on information presented to the board or available to the public if the board member remains able to consider the matter impartially and without prejudice. It's a generalization. I know it's not specific, but it just lays out that, you know, as board members or elected officials or whatever, that we need to be objective and impartial on the decision we make, and not use any, as Supervisor Rickman talks about, you know, we all have biases to some extent. It's how we act on those that really is the key. So I would offer that as again, I know it's redundant as far as objectivity and impartiality, but I think that's really the key for us to make sure that we instill confidence and trust by the public that we look at these things irrespective of our background or maybe other things that we're aware of. So anyway, that's just a suggestion, because bias, prejudice, it just jumps out because there's so much talk about it now, and I just think we need to be objective and impartial, or one or the other. So anyway.
Supervisor Nguyen, what would you take out then?
I would change the title, Article 3, bias, prejudice, to objectivity and partiality, and then talk about the general, about essentially as a board member or official that you have to be objective and impartial on the decisions you make and not be biased or prejudiced. That's the general gist of that revision. It takes out the significant enough, because who decides that?
Right. No, I mean, I would agree with you on that.
So again, it's a general statement. It takes a portion of the language that's been added, which I appreciate, but it makes it more generic. And I think everybody understands what the public expects, and I think we expect for ourselves is look at things, you know, from an objective perspective and make sure that we make an impartial decision. So that's the generality of that language.
Well,
we can either incorporate that language, and you can adopt it here, and we will take that language from Supervisor Nguyen and incorporate it, or you can adopt the other two documents, and we'll bring this document back with the proposed change from Supervisor Nguyen.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I actually have a quick question of County Council.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the ad hoc committee,
yes.
It just says it'll be composed of 2 board members, CAO, County Council, and Director of HR. So my question is, who appoints the board members? And it should contain language that, as this says, composed of 2 board members not subject to the allegations. I believe whoever is appointing that language should apply there as well. So if we want to make it the chair, then it should be the chair or the vice chair. I think it's important to not have the process involve anyone that has an allegation.
Oh, that it not include the chair or vice chair? Is that what you're saying?
No, I guess what I'm saying is it should be the chair. That's who usually makes our appointments. But if the allegations are against the chair, then I believe the appointment should fall to the vice chair.
I see. Ms. Bennett can weigh in. One of the ways that I've seen this addressed is to have language that says the chair, that the committee is the chair and vice chair, or if one of those two is involved, then it defaults to the most senior member, the next most senior member on the board.
Would be fine.
Ms. Bennett, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, that is correct. You can go ahead at this point and designate who that ad hoc committee would be. And if one or both are involved, then exactly that, the next most senior.
I mean, that makes sense to me, that it would be the chair and the vice chair, or if one of them are involved, it'd be the next most senior member. To me, that makes perfect sense.
I'm fine with that.
We can make those modifications. If the board wants to accept these documents with those modifications as proposed, we will finalize the documents. If you want to see them again, we're happy to do that also.
I believe we could finalize them. We could approve and finalize them.
Yes.
And then just, if you want to, we bring it, do you bring it back at that point?
No, I won't bring them, I won't, we will finalize the documents, accept the changes, and present them to you for signature because they're being approved by the board as modified.
Excellent. Any hesitation? Everybody comfortable with that on the board? Okay, I think we're good. Looking for a motion then to accept with the modifications as noted.
I'll make a motion to accept with modifications as noted.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And this is a breathing document. If we see something that comes up as a red flag, we can always, come back and discuss it as a board.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, County Council. We next move on to our general services. We have an oral presentation on available facilities for the potential siting of what could be up to, but certainly not mandated to be, an 800-bed homeless emergency shelter. I believe we have Ms. Cunningham and who's that masked man? Welcome, Eric and Mr. Tolliver. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Marsha Cunningham, Director of General Services. We're here to share the findings for the potential 800-bed homeless emergency shelter facility. Before I turn it over staff, I want to just highlight and reiterate, we were asked to do this about 30 days ago to put this list together. It's important that we understand we did not vet these properties. It was to come back with a list of potentials, so we haven't done any research on zoning, infrastructure needs, environmental assessments, TIs, none of that. So just to set the tone a little bit so we know what the presentation is based on. And with me today, the masked gentleman was David Tolliver, my assistant director. And then we have Eric Fallon, who is our county property manager. And I'd like to thank them both for the work in putting this together. So with that, I will turn it over to David.
Thank you, Marsha. Good afternoon, Chair Patty, members of the board. David Tolliver, Assistant Director of General Services. I'll be brief, I promise. We're going to present the findings, but first we want to share the background and search criteria to provide context for the presentation. And the background is, next slide, please. Oh.
You should have a clicker there to, there
Okay.
you go.
Thank you. On January 5th, 2021, the board requested General Services Department to conduct market research on property inventory to be used for an emergency homeless shelter. And the board specified a limited overview in 30 days. As you see, there are a number of parameters in the search criteria. These include a preference for the site to be located in or near the city of Stockton, the site to be approximately 80,000 square feet, the type of construction to be concrete tilt-up warehouse or office space, sufficient space to serve 800 individuals, and the capability to improve space to meet service needs. And with this, we had in mind bathrooms, showers, and/or kitchens. That being said, let's also talk about some factors that we normally would consider but did not review, and these include zoning change implications, phase 1 and 2 environmental site assessments, physical inspection of structures and systems, and these would be the basic building systems, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, operating cost estimates to better understand the ongoing expenses, and tenant improvements. These would be possible restrictions, limitations to modify, things we would want to know in this situation. And so it is with these considerations in mind, Eric Fallon, Property Manager, will present the findings.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Marcia. Good afternoon, everyone. I, too, will be brief. You can see we narrowed in on a handful of possibilities. They range in size quite a bit, from 160,000 square feet down to about 40. A couple came in close to the 80,000 square feet we were searching for. One's larger, a few smaller, because we wanted to present you with, one, what's currently listed on the market, subject to change, and two, what might potentially serve our purpose. The 800 individuals served number that David mentioned may need to be revisited if going with one of the smaller footprints. Stands to reason also that number and the property size selected will ultimately be tied to the programs offered, the services provided, details we just don't have yet. The zoning at each is currently either for office or warehouse use or a combination of both. You can see they're all older buildings, 40, 45 years, a couple even much older than that. Most are vacant with the exception of one, the Grant Street location, and they, Goodwill, would vacate should we purchase. While not certain, I believe parking would be adequate across the board given our intended use. And with the exception of one, the Gertrude Avenue location, all fall within the city's opportunity zone, which, as I understand it, is intended to offer possible incentives for investment in distressed areas. For example, preferential tax treatment. Those are the highlights. I do hope they help the discussion and, more importantly, the issue at hand somehow, somewhere down the line. Thank you. We'll open it up for questions, comments, discussion.
Do I see, was it just those 6 buildings, the current inventory available throughout this region we were looking at as possibilities?
In Stockton or near Stockton?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And did, by any chance, maybe not today, but offline, have you got pictures and any type of breakdown on those locations?
We do have vicinity maps if you'd like to see where any of those 6 are located. I believe David with the clicker can pull those up for you, Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. And I know this was a very loose parameter of what we'd be looking at, and I appreciate it in the middle of COVID and the multitasking. This is just a conversation, as we can tell. As the COC is highly involved and engaged, we're looking for solutions. This was something that, with an analysis that I feel strongly about this to bring back to the board, something for them to consider at a future date. But this is a little starting point of what might be around for inventory. And as I proposed today, working with the city and working with the Continuum of Care, we might be able to explore these options or not. But I really appreciate the time spent to just present with us a couple of ideas that we could consider and get a rough idea in those possibilities. I'm not sure if there's any comments from the board. If not, we'll be moving on. Is there public comment? Oh, there is public comment.
That's correct, Chairman. Just
Thank you.
Couple of public comments here. First one is from Wayne G. Richardson, CEO of the Gospel Center Rescue Mission, who writes, with respect to the county funding a new 800-bed shelter in Stockton, the Gospel Center Rescue Mission recommends funding existing shelter expansion plans throughout the county. Furthermore, these current expansion plans should be prioritized by 1, being, quote, shovel ready, end quote, 2, number of beds, 3, not requiring annual government funding for operational sustainment, and 4, that leverage matching funding or additional new money. The next comment is from Catherine Siddell, who writes, I am writing to you on behalf of the Lodi Committee on Homelessness regarding the exploration of a large homeless shelter for San Joaquin County. Currently, Lodi is struggling with a shelter crisis as Hope Harbor is closed due to a COVID-19 outbreak within its staff. We know this is a short-term closure and Hope Harbor will reopen in a couple of weeks. Our unsheltered population has informed there are open shelter beds in Stockton and that transportation could be arranged. Very few people were interested in leaving Lodi, and instead they have created a tent community near the Armory. They were appreciative of the offer but declined for several different reasons. Some people are working here in town and wouldn't be able to get back and forth in a timely manner. Most said, quote, "This is our home," end quote, and quote, "This is where my family and friends are," end quote, "I'm afraid of Stockton," end quote, quote, "I was robbed, hurt, raped, etc. in Stockton," end quote. Our unsheltered population would rather live on the streets in Lodi than move to a Stockton shelter. Since this is happening now in January with temperatures dropping in the low 30s at night, it's hard to believe we could ever convince the unsheltered in Lodi to go to a large homeless shelter in Stockton. The LCOH would prefer to support the county supervisors backing the current and future plans that the cities are creating to care for the unsheltered in their own communities. The LCOH and the City of Lodi has committed to supporting the COC strategic plan. And the final comment is from Margot Pross, who writes, "As you consider a presentation on an 800-bed homeless emergency shelter, keep in mind that every city in this county should already have immediate options for emergency shelter in any type of disaster, flood, severe winds, extreme heat. And Stockton should not be the sole location for shelter. Cramming 800 people into one location is probably not a good solution. Poverty, hunger, joblessness, and all these issues exacerbated by COVID-19 must be carefully considered. Permanent housing versus emergency shelter is the long-term solution we should be seeking in each city of this county. Many times these days, rental assistance is an important support for a family to remain housed. Perhaps an emergency effort to offer rental assistance and prevent evictions is more important than a huge 800-bed unit. And real efforts towards building low-income housing throughout the county should be beneficial but for the grace of God go I." And that concludes our public comments for today.
Great. Thank you very much. Bringing back to the board, any comments, any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. There's nothing actionable here. Thank you both very much. And thank you again, Ms. Cunningham, for bringing this forward. And could I get that information on those buildings sent to my office, please? Thank you. So moving on now, we have item number 4, and this is a San Joaquin County Incumbent Apprentice Program. So 1-year program. We have a completion update. Mr. Solis. Mr. Solis, does memory serve me correctly? This month was a retirement month for you? Wow, it's a major epic high this last year for the apprentice program, launching the first one in the state of California. What a great monumental accomplishment for San Joaquin County for you to be at the helm of this, and not only for the incumbent worker, but for the high school apprentice program. Really want to commend the effort and the team collaboration from Sacramento to local stakeholders and a multitude of them. I know that Supervisor Wynn was on the board, and I was able to attend on multiple occasions. And this is incredible work. And to you and your department, your staff, the team, everybody involved, really thank you and look forward to this update today.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair Patty, Supervisors. Really excited to be here today. San Joaquin County Apprenticeship Program was adopted in 2019 and is designed to support current and active staff in their efforts to pursue a career in other occupations of interest to them. This program consists of on-the-job training alongside a journey-level employee, as well as an education component through our education partners at our lead education agency for this program, which is San Joaquin Delta College. For our first cohort, we chose the classification of Information Systems Specialist within our Information Systems Division. This program is the first of its kind in the state of California. Governor Newsom has identified that he hopes to develop 500,000 innovative apprenticeship programs across the state by the year 2029, and San Joaquin County is leading the charge as the example that future programs are going to model. This program is approved by both state and federal apprenticeship agencies. There are currently 3 participants in our program: Allison Thomason from Information Systems Division, Jessica Gomez from County Council, and Maurice Taylor from Registrar of Voters, all of whom have successfully completed their first 2 college semesters and just entered into their 3rd semester. Jessica's completed 12 units, and Maurice and Allison have each completed 9 units for a total of 30 college units completed amongst the cohort. The participants will begin their on-the-job training component in March of this year, where they will work side by side applying all social distancing guidelines with staff members in the Information Systems Division. This is a 3-year program, and so they have now completed year 1 of the 3-year program. So we've created a video to highlight the accomplishments of the program to date and to introduce our participants while offering them a platform to discuss their experience so far. When I started here at San Joaquin County, one of the things that I was charged with was to create and develop an apprenticeship program for our current employees. And so our incumbent apprenticeship program is unique in that it is a civil service apprenticeship, and it's the first of its kind in the state of California. Governor Newsom had a goal to create 500,000 apprentices by the year 2029. One of the things that he wanted to make sure that happened in that program was that we created unique apprentices. So ours fit right into that model.
Hi, my name is Maurice Taylor. I'm with the Registrar of Voters. I've been in that department for 2 years.
Good morning. My name is Allison Thomason. I currently work for Information Systems Division. I've been with the department for about 5 years.
My name is Jessica Gomez. I've worked for County Council for the past 2.5 years.
Well, the reason I chose this program is because as a kid, I had a love for computers. I used to spend hours in front of my parents' IBM PC computer, entering basic game program code. And it was just something I was always interested in. And, you know, life has a way of taking you out of the things that you're interested in. And when I got the opportunity to get into this program, I thought, hey, this could be a challenge and something I really wanted to do. So I dove in head first.
I chose this program with San Joaquin County just because of the opportunities that it really brought to me. So I've always wanted to go back to school. I've always had an interest in computer science, but I never really had the time or finances or anything like that to really do it on my own. And this was definitely the best opportunity for me, and I wanted to take advantage of that.
This apprenticeship means a lot to myself as well as my family. It's given me the opportunity to grow here in San Joaquin County, the opportunity to have a career, to grow further in my department. It's been nice because I have 2 kids and they get to see their mom go back to school and see how hard I work as well. I have a strong family. They have my back. My husband tries to help me when he can, as well as friends.
So for me and my family, it's definitely new. I am married now, and my husband, he works for the state, and my parents, neither of them don't have any type of degree. My mother did go to Delta, but unfortunately she wasn't able to further her education. So this is a really big step for my family. We're all very proud of me. I'm proud of myself, and I'm very motivated to further my education past this program as well and really bring all of those opportunities here to the county.
You know, one of the things I love most about the program is the relationships that I've been able to build with Jessica and Allison. You know, we work together. We've become really good friends. They're like my sisters from another mother. Another thing that I love about it is that the support that I've gotten from the various ISD employees. You know, whenever they see me throughout the building randomly, they always take time to stop and ask me how my classes are going. Do I need help with anything? And that actually means a lot. So that's one of the things, or 2 of the things that I enjoy most about this program.
One of the things that I love about this program is it gives you the opportunity to not only do your job, but go to school and also have that family life, which is extremely important. That's one of the things that's kept me from going back to school, is because I felt that I didn't have the time. I didn't have the time for a career and also to be a mother.
Well, you know, I like working for the county. You know, I work in ROV right now, and you know, one of the things that this program has done has given me the ability to be able to branch out and work in a different department. So now I'm even more excited about being a San Joaquin County employee.
This program means a lot to me. It's a huge impact on my career here to learn and grow something new, something challenging, which I look forward to, especially the hands-on portion that's going to be starting here soon.
So this program has definitely made an impact on my future. I do want to take everything that I'm learning through this program and bring it back through the county. Not just that, I do want to further my education, keep going, and try to maybe even get that master's degree within computer science and see what I can apply that to within the county. I am always looking forward to better myself, both, again, personally and professionally, and this is just the first step.
I'm really excited about what we've been able to do here. And having completed this first year now really just is testament to all of the hard work put in by our cohort. They've done an amazing job at making sure that they've done everything that they need to do to get to this next phase. They've spent all of their time in school this first year, and we're really excited to get them to the on-the-job training component where they'll be working side by side with individuals in our information systems division, and I know that they cannot wait to have that opportunity. The ultimate goal of this program is to allow for more opportunities for more individuals. We hope to be able to introduce a new program each year, something that makes sense for us as a county, but also for individuals to advance their careers. If you want to find out more information on our apprenticeship programs, you can log on to sjcengage.com and look up incumbent apprenticeship programs.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board members? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you very much. I loved it. I mean, I think that's awesome. You know, when we watch any videos and stuff and PowerPoints, and a lot of time you just see the words and a still picture, you don't get the feel of it. You know, this is something completely different. And so I think it's excellent. I think it's an excellent program. Keep up the great work. And I don't know what else I could say that's more positive.
I want to take the opportunity to express my appreciation of the board. You've been a strong champion for this effort, and appreciate your leadership and your wisdom in hiring Oriana Mahoney. She is a champion for San Joaquin County, represents us very well. She sits on various committees, and I know they take her on the circuit in partnership with the Division of Apprenticeship Standards to really promote what we're doing. San Joaquin County is the first public entity to have a civil service apprenticeship program. You're the first in the state, so we broke ground. And so we owe that to your leadership, your dedication, and especially Joaquin and Tom Patty, who participate in multiple activities, sits on the subcommittees, as well as the Master Apprenticeship Committee that facilitated the creation of this program. But that's strong support for Oriana, because you certainly inspire everybody to do the best that they can do. And Oriana is doing outstanding work. She's got great plans for San Joaquin County in the apprenticeship program.
Fantastic. Really glad to hear that. Supervisor Villalpudua, you were talking about wanting to learn HVAC. Perhaps this is a possibility.
Thank you for that presentation, and a great job and way to go out on your retirement, and wonderful job you're doing for the county. Thank you.
And I just want to thank you, Supervisor Nguyen. You've been amazing on the calls and just the support with this program. And I know that several of you have participated in some of the things that we've had around the apprenticeship program, but I really do think that it's testament, the program's success is testament to your commitment to be able to allow our employees to, you know, greatness grows here. We talked about that, and growing our own is really a big deal, and that's sort of what we want to advance. And I'll definitely be coming back to you all next month to bug you for a whole bunch of money for future programs. So be on the lookout for that. So keep those smiles and be ready for an ask.
You sure you don't want to ask today? We're just flying money out of this room today, so.
I think I'll wait.
All right, great. Thank you. And Supervisor Miller or Supervisor Nguyen?
I would just say job well done. Thank you. It was a great presentation. It's always helpful to hear from the people that are actually participating in the programs and receiving the benefits. So it's very gratifying to us. Thank you.
I would just add, Ariana, your enthusiasm is infectious. And by virtue of that, it makes it a lot easier to get these programs off the ground because you exude that confidence and enjoyment of what you do, and certainly share that with our apprentices. And for John, for you, I think this, which was mentioned at the beginning, I think you're going on a high because it's not just this, it's the high school apprenticeship program also, which is one of the first in the nation. So, I mean, what better accolade than to be, responsible for two of the best programs and innovative programs in the country. So thank you, and I know you'll enjoy your retirement, but it's interesting because there's a lot of talk in actually throughout the nation in regards to school choice. And the reason I bring that up is because there's more and more interest in providing for our high school graduates to attend career technical education as opposed to just going to college. So I think, what you're starting is really, going to be prime for 2022 when possibly individuals will have an opportunity to make some decisions on where their school dollars are spent. So you're doing a great job. Thank you both.
All right, Mr. Solis, when is your last day? When are you retiring?
Well, I believe it's February the 27th.
The end of the month. Are you coming to our last board meeting?
Sure.
You are? I'm not sure if you're presenting or I'm certain we'll be presenting.
I may have an agenda item.
Okay. Well, we all are grateful and appreciate your dedication and the excellence. This is a crowning achievement for you and highly notable and truly appreciated by many. So thank you, sir. All right, we are at Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports? Do we actually get through this agenda? Anybody want to revisit anything prior?
Yeah, I would like to. No, I'm just joking.
All right, well, bringing it to the board as we want to wrap up this day. Any supervisor comments or committee reports? Starting, Mr. Supervisor Rickman?
Here, I would like to bring back, and I discussed it earlier, what's going to take to open up Tracy Court.
What it's going to take it to what?
Open it up.
Open up Tracy Court?
Yes. I mean,
is that
something that we can bring back?
Bring that to the CAO to talk to our district attorney and the courts and figure out what could be informative to us.
I mean, that's something that's been planned for. It keeps getting pushed. I mean, I've been hearing about it for the last probably 10 years. And also, looking into the San Joaquin County Deputy Sheriff's hiring and retention. Good report on that too.
Supervisor Villaputo, any reports? No. Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wynn.
No, looking forward to our vaccination program in 2 weeks. Who knows where we'll be? And probably the bigger question is where's the state going to be? So great job by all the departments, including Matt. Thank you for your leadership and involvement in all those decisions. So I think we're off to a great start.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to inform the board that while I was appointed to San Joaquin Regional Rail by the COG board, I have now been appointed by the San Joaquin Regional Rail Board to the San Joaquin JPA. So this means this county has representation on all the rail activities stretching from Bakersfield all the way to the Sacramento airport, all the way into the Bay Area and the South Bay. So I just wanted the board to know I'll be providing updates and reports as things come up that the board needs to be aware of.
Did you get a conductor's hat with this appointment?
Well, my one grandson would be thrilled to know that I'm this involved in rail because he is a huge train fan. But unfortunately, as an elected official, I can't accept any
take
free
any
rides
free
on his
rides on the
behalf.
train.
Do not, yes.
No
do
way, no trains.
All right, well,
So-
thank you. Glad that report, actually, the county will be well represented in this region, so that's a fantastic step up. I'm going to make a brief, I've had a couple statements today, but I have some really great news to share about a project of the old and shuttered Pilkington glass facility in Lathrop. In recent times, Tesla wanted to do an expansion. We had our local and state agencies. We did weekly calls and we moved it forward, and it was one of these projects we had to make happen or lose it. So I was contacted back in September about some new issues with the property and expansion. So we brought in department directors. Our county went to work to address the state and local concerns, as there was a strict timeline for a new development. We had a build it or lose it situation, and this county worked hard to actually build it. So I'd like to thank our county tax assessor, Steve Bestelaritas, and our county tax collector, Fonse Yoakum, for immediately handling a couple of last-minute requests within hours of notification. They went above the norm, they and staff. I'm pleased to report that last month the contracts have been completed with Kraft Heinz and Prologis to build and deliver the construction. The construction loan has been finalized on what will become a 651,000 square foot distribution and cold storage facility for Kraft Heinz, adjacent to their existing 750,000 square foot facility in the North Crossroads Business Park. This is an expansion. This is great for jobs. This will bring in approximately 120 to 150 new living wage jobs in our communities. This project will join Tesla Motors that is currently operating as a tenant in a portion of this business park. I'd like to thank CEO Dana Perry as he worked hard and diligently with my office and with Mike Anderson. We problem solved and moved this forward. And he said, and I quote, "This has been a long in coming, but we couldn't have done it without your fervent support." And that is really echoed to those in the county that helped us, my office, make this happen. So we're really pleased to have this job expansion in the Lathrop area, and it's good for our county. So with that, we're going to adjourn to closed session. And do we have any reports after closed session?
We may have an announcement coming out of closed session.
We may have an announcement. Okay. At this time, we're adjourned.
Supervisor, I have to
We're
announce.
not adjourned.
I have to announce closed session.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun.
You did. The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda, except for closed session item number 4. The board will not be conducting a public employee performance evaluation of the registrar of voters.
Thank you. Now we're adjourned.
Yep. Yep.
All right, County Council reconvening. Do you have any reports coming out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I do. The board, on a unanimous vote, has authorized the county to join in the litigation captioned In Re Aqueous Foam Forming Foam Products Liability Litigation, MDL number 2:18 MN 2873 RMG in the District Court for the District of South Carolina. On a unrelated matter, the board has accepted the resignation of the Registrar of Voters.
Thank you very much. That's the last of it?
It is.
That concludes today's meeting, and we're adjourned to whenever the next one is.
you.